Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. And I'm going to go ahead and start rolling the stream, which means I'm going to start sharing. Those are all canceled. I just need...
The invoices are already canceled?
Yeah, I need sticky notes ripped off, please. That's the only crate I didn't get. I pulled out all the new vinyl. I separated it already. All right, so there's some comments. We're rolling now. Let's go ahead and get it shared. Big sale tonight. Welcome, everybody. Let's go ahead and find this feed and start sharing. Big sale tonight. Hope everybody's ready. There is our feed. There's that. Let's hit copy. Let's go ahead and get it shared. Let's share it there and there. Let's copy the link. I think I only posted in, yeah, just right here. Now let me find where I shared it in the group. Let me go ahead and do this. And let's go ahead and go to YouTube. So this one's for somebody. Turn down my volume. Where is our feed? I have to go to my emails every time now. Very frustrating. There we go. All right, now let's hit the share button. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button on both Facebook and YouTube. Be sure you hit the Facebook. Tanner, I definitely need to drink this monster. Definitely need to drink this monster. So, what I'm trying to say is, if I can screenshot this hot post and get it to our story, there we go. What I'm trying to say, Tanner, is we are live, okay? Do you have anything to say other than that? Okay. Sorry, my brain usually don't work while I'm trying to multitask and do all this. Okay. Now, we are officially ready for this show to begin. If you haven't already, please hit the Facebook like button. Please hit the like button on YouTube. We've got putbacks, we've got new arrivals, we got auctions, we got new vinyl, we got Japanese auctions, we have autographs, we have other auctions. It's going to be a fun, interesting, long night. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. I'm going to mute my mic for a second, and I'll be ready to go in 5 seconds. That was a delicious monster I just had. Okay, let's go ahead and go through our first bin of new stuff tonight. I think we've been through that one a little bit. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and set this off to the side. There you have it. And let's go ahead and go through this crate. Let's go through this crate right here. All right, get you a big old swig. That's right. Scotty Hopps already in the house tonight. Stephen Martinelli, Holly Safe, Kevin Tays, Travis Wade, Bobby Moyes. Welcome, everybody. Let's go through some new vinyl before I get our first auction started. Charles Wesley Godwin, Family Ties. We still actually have 2 of these. It is the indie exclusive as well on clear vinyl. That is $34.99. Fiona Apple is in. Yes, those have already been tagged. They're on everybody's invoice. Lincoln Park, Hybrid Theory. Lincoln Park is $31.99. Hybrid Theory for Lincoln Park. We have 2 of those. I also have 1 10-inch left of the Aussie Motorhead Hellraiser 10-inch matchup. That is $16.99 for Aussie and Motorhead. Lemmy, Sum 41, all the good SHIT. That's a Sum 41 greatest hits. $33.99. King Diamond, Abigail, Abigail's in cobalt blue vinyl, $33.99, and I have Yes, the Ladder. Yes is a 2 LP music on vinyl pressing of Yes, the Ladder, $39.99. We have an Aussie, and we have another comment for Hell, which is Hellraiser. Let me see if I got another. I got 2 of those. There we go. There's one, and there's one. There's one for Stephen Martinelli. There's one for Martin Pryor. Let's go ahead and sell Thrasher, a King Diamond Abigail. I've got 2 more of those if anybody else wants one. Slayer, Repentless. That's transparent red with solid orange and black splatter vinyl, $31.99. And I still got 2 copies of the Billy Joe 50th anniversary remaster of the Piano Man. The Piano Man. That's now up for bid. First thing we're going to put up for auction is a no payment. This is a Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers 7-inch single. This is Tom Petty with Stevie Nicks, Needles and Pens live. It's in about EX or maybe VG Plus condition. The picture sleeve is in about VG Plus condition as well. $10 start on Tom Petty and Stevie Nicks. That's a $10 start. There's Billy Joel. That's $31.99 for the Piano Man. We have America, their self-titled first album. That's on Gold Friday Music, $39.99. Gold vinyl from Friday Music. Power Man 5000, Mega Kung Fu Radio. That is on colored vinyl as well, $38.99 for Power Man 5000. And Albert King, I'll Play the Blues for You. Albert King is $33.99. So Tom Petty is a $10 start. We also had a putback. Where's the rest of my putbacks and no payments? Let me go ahead and grab one right over here. This is actually a new auction we've never ran before. This is a Neil Young Reactor. It's a 1981 red triangular 7-inch 45 RPM. It's actually a really unique item. It has a promo sticker on it. It's Neil Young, Crazy Horse. It's Reactor. It's a red vinyl. Let me figure out how to get to it. Yeah, okay, so it has this little flip here. You open this up. It folds open. It folds open again. It folds open again, and then there's the vinyl. It's a triangular 7-inch red single. And this is from Neil Young. This is a $25 start. It's a promo item. And it has this little flip that goes right in there. Neil Young. That's a $25 start. $25 start. So, no payment Zeppelin boots. There's actually 2. They're both Jimmy Page, Robert Plant boots. But yes, we got 2 Led Zeppelins. Only 2 that didn't get paid for out of all those we sold. I consider that pretty good. Jack Russell, Great White, Once Bitten Acoustic Bites. That's on pink vinyl, $28.99. Jason Aldean, Highway Desperado, featuring Try That in a Small Town, $31.99. 1 copy of Twist's Sister, Under the Blade. If y'all remember, we sold a picture disc of Under the Blade last night. The album is not in print, really, except for, well, it is in print. I'm holding it. It's this version here. This 40th Anniversary Deluxe version, $74.99 on that. 2 left of Typo Negative, Dead Again. That's on ghostly green vinyl, 2 LP, limited to 1,500. That is $38.99. And we have Sparks. Sparks is self-titled music on vinyl. That is $39.99 for Sparks, self-titled music on vinyl. Kiss Unplugged, we still have a few stray copies of that laying around. $44.99 for Kiss Unplugged. And we still have Oingo Boingo in stock, and that is Oingo Boingo, the very best of Oingo Boingo. And that's part of that reissue campaign where they did them all on limited edition, colored, numbered vinyl, limited to 529.99. So, final call. Tom Petty's at $10 with Michelle Miller. That's Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers 7-inch singles with Stevie Nicks, Needles and Pens. Final call to get a bid in on the Neil Young Reactor 7-inch. That is on 7-inch red vinyl. It's a promo. Looking for a $25 start on that. $25 start on that. Next is Fred Carnell wants a Typo Negative. That's so to Fred Carnell. Thank you. And we have a MoFi title in stock. This MoFi title we have in stock is called Bruce Springsteen, Greetings from Asbury Park. And that's a MoFi Ultra Disc 1-step on Super Vinyl. That is $129.99. Scream, this is $34.99. Music from the motion picture, $34.99 for Scream. And Christine McVie, her classic 1984 studio album, newly remastered, $31.99. And Neil Young, Time Fades Away, 50th anniversary. That's on clear vinyl. Neil Young is $31.99. And we have Grateful Dead, Without a Net, 3 LP, live Grateful Dead, $84.99. We still have that new Old Dominion album, Memory Lane, $39.99. And the newest reissue of Lynyrd Skynyrd from Music on Vinyl, which is called The Last Rebel. And that's $38.99. That's a limited edition 2000. They're numbered Lynyrd Skynyrd, $38.99. We still have that. The Virgin Suicide soundtrack, $59.99. And Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP, $46.99. All right, let's sell our first 2 auctions of the night. Michelle Miller gets a Tom Petty for $10. And Neil Young Reactor, if anybody wants to do a buy it now on that, it's a 7-inch promo red vinyl single from Neil Young Reactor. $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now. Tatum wants to know how much was Oingo Boingo. Those are $28.99. $29.99. Limited edition 500 on brown and black vinyl. That is $29.99. Terry Westwood on Neil Young. I've got 2 more of these. These came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. I've got 2 more of these. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I actually have 2 more if anybody else wants one. The only Pink Floyd I have in stock is Pulse, and actually, I need to go show those because I have a feeling there's several new people that don't have a copy of Pink Floyd Pulse that would buy one of those. They're on those metal racks in the back, Tanner. $25 on that. Tatum Corin says, I'll take an Oingo Boingo. That is so to Tatum Borum. That is Oingo Boingo. And if Tatum, you're a first-time buyer, thank you and welcome. I need you to make sure you message our page. If you're a first-time buyer, make sure you message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Thank you and welcome. We do this every night, $7 unlimited shipping. So I had 2 of these Neil Young promos. We sold 1 to Terry Westwood for the first buy it now. Michelle Miller says she'll also take 1, and I have 1 left, and that's the Neil Young Reactor 7-inch. I know it's an odd shape. It's actually shaped like a triangle. It's on red vinyl. That's a $25 buy it now. Martin Pryor M&M is a 2 LP. Marshall Mathers 2 is a 2 LP. $46.99. So very quickly, that was just a recap bin. Here's what's left in there. Charles Wesley Godwin, Linkin Park, Sum 41, King Diamond, Yes, The Ladder, also Slayer, Billy Joel, America, Powerman 5000, Albert King, Jack Russell, Jason Aldean, Twisted Sister, Typo Negative, Sparks, Kiss, Oingo Boingo, Bruce Springsteen, Scream, Christine McVie, Neil Young, Grateful Dead, Old Dominion, Lynyrd Skynyrd, also Virgin Suicides, and Eminem 2. Those are available. Now, let's go ahead and go through some new stuff. I'll put up some new auctions. I told Tanner and Jake just before we got started, I was like, well, first time I think I've ever said this, I've got 9 crates of auction stuff to sell. Usually we have 1 crate of auction stuff to sell, and it takes all night. So we've really stockpiled auctions and had a lot of stuff ready tonight. Plus, we've got huge shipments of Japanese pressings in from Japan. So we have a lot of stuff to go through. The Virgin Suicides was $54.99. $59.99 that is. $59.99 on the Virgin Suicides. $59.99 on that. Okay, let's go back up to the top. We have Testament. This Testament is called Dark Roots of Earth. That's a new release. That's strictly a limited edition on clear and gold and green splatter. New release from Testament, or at least a new reissue. Street date on that is today, $36.99. Virgin Suicides was $59.99. That is on colored vinyl. It's an import only. Testament's $36.99. And we got a restock. This is the only Iron Maiden I really didn't have in stock, and I've got a bunch more on the way, stuff we've sold out of. $33.99 for that. JK wants a Testament. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Iron Maiden's $33.99. And here's a new street date for today on Death Angel. This is Human Side. This is Human Side, maybe. Death Angel, $36.99. That's on clear with purple splatter vinyl. That is $36.99. $36.99. We did get a restock of Tina Turner, the Queen of Rock and Roll. I didn't print out tonight's waiting list on that, but Tina Turner is $31.99. $31.99. Let me go ahead and put up a couple new auctions while I am going to go print off that waiting list. Let's see, I got a Neil Young bootleg I've never ran before, and I think I have a, what else do I have in here? I got a, what's back here in the back? Oh, I'm in the front. Let's see, Emerson, Lake and Palmer bootleg. Couple vintage bootlegs from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Let me go ahead and get these started. First, we have Young Man's Fancy, Neil Young. This is Neil Young live at the LA Music Center, also known as the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. I've told y'all that's a very famous bootleg. It's been bootlegged in many different versions. This is one of them from October 1st, 1971. The vinyl is super nice. Like I said, very well-known Neil Young and very great sounding recording. He's actually officially released it later. This is Young Man's Fancy, Neil Young, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. That is February 1st, 1971. That is a $45 start. Tina Turner, the Queen of Rock and Roll. That's on clear vinyl for $31.99. And Emerson, Lake and Palmer, the 1972 tour. Emerson, Lake and Palmer is live. They're live at Beach Arena, at Long Beach Arena, July 28th, 1972. That's a 2 LP Emerson, Lake and Palmer concert. There's one LP, there's the other LP, and this is a $35 start. That is Emerson, Lake and Palmer live July 28th, 1972. Those are now up for bid. So let me go grab that list I was talking about. That list I'm talking about is right over here. I actually have a few Funkos put back. I brought up one. Let me go ahead and grab this one, and the other put back. We actually already have 2 more of them up here, so I left that one in the back, but I'll go get it. Let me print this Word document off right quick of all the waiting lists that came in today and pre-orders. There was technically 2 pre-orders and about 7 waiting lists that people had pre-reserved for restocks. I'll show those right now. The waiting list for the Tina Turner was Craig Weatherford. Craig Weatherford on the Tina Turner. So Craig, I've already got you one of those pulled. Here's a couple. Here's actually a new Funko, Jolly Rancher pack. That is $14.99. That's actually a new one. And then this was a putback, a non-payment from a long time ago. It kind of actually was a warehouse find, as I call it, in the back, because this is back from May. Whoever bought it that night never did pay for it. It kind of got buried underneath a rack back there. So this is Tupac Shakur, Tupacalypse Now, Funko Albums, number 28. That is $24.99. So I have Tupac for $24.99. I have Jolly Ranchers for $14.99. So there's a couple Funkos for you. We sold a ton the other night, and we got a whole box. I did a bunch of restocks, and I ordered some new ones too. All right, make sure I didn't miss anything. Nobody wanted Tina Turner. So we did get more copies. We got the rest of the shipment in of Temple the Dog. If you don't have one already, Temple the Dog is $39.99. And Tanner, from last night, 2 more people have commented on the post. 2 more people have commented on the post since last night. So there's 2 more. I have Temple the Dog for $39.99. This is a 2LP. And I was looking at one of these last night, and I forgot to mention it, how nice this packaging is. This is Temple the Dog. It's a very nice jacket, 180-gram vinyl. They're very, very well done, and we have a bunch of those in stock. Temple the Dog is $39.99. Chris Cornell, Eddie Vedder, Temple the Dog. Supergroup, Grunge Supergroup, $39.99. Motorhead, 1916. I actually got another copy in. Kelly Gabney, you were the other person. Motorhead, 1916. Kelly Gabney, you were the other person, or you were the other person on the waiting list for that. I have one left. And Linda Ronstadt. This is Linda Ronstadt, A Merry Little Christmas on metallic silver vinyl, and that is a first time ever on vinyl. Linda Ronstadt's Christmas album. I've got 2 more copies, $33.99. Andrea wants the 1916. Andrea, have you bought from us before? Andrea A, I'm not for sure, has bought from us before. Okay, I've got you a 1916 pulled. Thank you. Emerson Lincoln Palmer has new bids, lots of new bids. We was at 35, 35, 40, 45, 46, 46, and 50. Don Alker, 51, and Pete Weisgarber, 56. So that is 56. That is now, it's at 55 with Pete Weisgarber. And Don Alker, you're out. No bid yet on Neil Young. Final call on Neil Young for a $45 start before I make that a buy it now. And Andre got the 1916. I have 0 copies of that left. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Beastie Boys, Solid Gold Hits. Beastie Boys is $44.99. That's called Solid Gold Hits. It's a 2LP Beastie Boys compilation. Jerry, I don't even have that list made up. We were taking it straight off the post last night, but I know for sure that you have one. So I've already read that last night. Actually, I didn't even have a list. I had it straight from the post. So if you commented on that post, then Tanner's pulling them straight out of the post and tagging them. So you definitely got one. I know you for sure did. I remember reading your name. Michael Bublé Christmas. This is on red vinyl, $33.99. We got a restock of the Michael Bublé Christmas album, $33.99 on that. And we got all the 2 new Donna's albums in. I've already sold out of Skin Tight. I've got 2 copies left of the Donna's Turn 21, $38.99. So there was 2 new Donna's albums that came out today, 2 new reissues, Turn 21, and their very popular Skin Tight. I've already sold out of Skin Tight. I had 5 of those. Walt got 1, Walt Cruz, Mike Massey, Jerry Stone, Bill Samus, and Holly Safe. And then the Donna's Turn 21, that is this one, and this is Blue Ice Queen Pressing. That is Donna's, $38.99. And Jerry Stone, Bill Samus, and Holly Safe got one of those. I've got 2 extras of the Donna's Turn 21, $38.99. New bids on Emerson, Lake & Palmer and on the Neil Young. The Emerson, Lake & Palmer is now at $65 to Pete Weisgarber, and the Neil Young just hit $60. Neil Young just hit $60. I got more copies of Soundgarden. This is $29.99. Also, I think there was a question on, can you check Eminem to make sure it's number 2? This is Eminem, the Marshall Mathers 2. Yes. Marshall Mathers 2, for sure. $46.99 on that, Martin. And Matt Ketchering, will they ever reissue Mother Love Bone? It's not even in the works. I mean, it's not even like in print. They've never reissued it. So If they do, that'll be a huge deal. But right now, I've no news. But I've been shocked a lot this year. They've put so much into print just in 2023 that hadn't been put in print in 30, 40 years. So I'm sure 2024 holds a lot more great new releases. Soundgarden, if you don't have one already, $29.99. And we got more copies of this very cool Evanescence Fallen. And that is on the foil cover and the pink and black splatter vinyl, $39.99. Very, very nice. I finally am going to keep one myself if we don't sell out of it tonight. So, $39.99. Neil Young's at 50, Neil Young 55, Neil Young 60. So Neil Young was between Sherry and Bill. Sherry's out. Bill Samus has it for 60. Martin Pryor says he will take the M&M. And Gary Samuels, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. I can have those in next week, which will go on the following week's invoice. Gary Samuels. So Martin Pryor got that one. Gary Samuels backup. JK wants an Evanescence. And James Ludwig on Evanescence. I've got one copy left. We got to do some final calls. I think we had an out on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Don was also out on Emerson, Lake and Palmer, so Pete has that for 65. Final call, and Neil Young's at 60. Final call. Gary Samuels wants on that waiting list, and Kristen Seen takes the last Evanescence. Let's start a waiting list for Evanescence. If anything, I'm going to ask Tanner to make a reminder note to order even more copies. These always actually show out of stock. I don't know if it's just a bug in my distributor's website, but I'm getting more and more surprised every time we get 3 or 4 more copies of those. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits, $29.99, and Linda Ronstadt, Canciones de Mi Padre, $33.99. Chad, check your messenger when you get a moment. That will be tonight as soon as the show's over. I will try my best, which will be around hopefully midnight tonight. I will try my best to look at your message. Pete Weisgarber is at 65 on Emerson, Lake and Palmer. That's sold to Pete Weisgarber, and Neil Young is sold to Bill Samus for 60. Those 2 bootlegs out of the way. I got a ton of Japanese stuff. I mean, a ton. We have a lot. I hope y'all see those crates full of Japanese stuff. I've got 2 crates basically full of new vinyl putbacks too. So this is the only crate of new vinyl, but that doesn't mean we don't have more new vinyl coming. We have a lot more actually of stuff that we haven't, that we didn't get payment for, that we are reselling or people put back, or we double tagged it, etc., etc. So very quickly though, I'm going to run 2 more bootlegs. I've got another Emerson, Lake and Palmer. This is called Emerson, Lake and Palmer 21st Century Schizoid Rock, and this is Emerson, Lake and Palmer live in the spring of 71. The exact date and location's unknown. And then tracks B, 3, and 4 are free live. Free live. Is that Free the band live? All right now. Yeah, 2 tracks from Free. Wow. So Emerson, Lake and Palmer and Free. Also, cool envelope style jacket with insert. VG Plus $35 start. Interesting. So this is Emerson, Lake and Palmer and Free. Free the band, as in Paul Rogers. And it has a really interesting, for a bootleg, it has a very unique, like envelope style cover, $35 start, and it includes this insert with it, which I think has information from an interview. Let's see, Free. It has information about, I guess, the Emerson, Lake and Palmer and Free concert there. So interesting bootleg there. $35 start on there. And Boz Scaggs. Boz Scaggs is a live album recorded shortly after Silk Degrees was released. Exact date and location unknown. Live Boz Scaggs bootleg, $45 start. Boz Scaggs selections, only God Boz songs. Boz Scaggs, and that's a live album by Boz Scaggs, $45 start. Okay, back up to the top. Now, let's see where I got. We pulled an Evanescence, an Evanescence, an Evanescence. Is there any Power Slaves left? Yes, Power Slave is $33.99. I still got 2 of those. Daniel Cody wants on the Evanescence waiting list. Emerson, Lake and Palmer 35, Emerson, Lake and Palmer 35, Emerson, Lake and Palmer 40. James Taylor, Never Die Young. We got a restock of October Road. First, here's James Taylor, Never Die Young, $44.99, and that's a new Music on Vinyl reissue, limited edition, numbered and colored vinyl for James Taylor, $44.99. And for those that wanted a restock of October Road, Jerry Stone and Christopher Morris, or your restock on that is in, $44.99. Also, Snoop Dogg, I have 1 extra copy, clear vinyl. This one's on clear vinyl, the 30th anniversary, first time with a full track listing, $34.99. So, James Ludwig said he will take a copy of Iron Maiden Power Slave. That's so to James Ludwig. Next is Testament Dark Roots. So, let me show that again. This is a new release for today. We may have a waiting list now that I'm showing it again. Testament, Dark Roots of Earth, strictly limited edition, Nuclear Blast, clear with gold and green splatter. I only have 2. They've both sold. If anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. That one sold to Martin Pryor. James Ludwig got the Iron Maiden. That sold to Martin Pryor. Godsmack has been pushed down. Pushed back, excuse me. Godsmack's been pushed back. I've had a lot of messages. People been watching the shows, waiting for them to come in, waiting for the list. That has been pushed back a week. The Godsmack is not due out until 1 week from today, so there will be no Godsmacks this week. No Godsmacks will arrive, and they will not be on your invoice. Those have been pushed back 1 week. It went from January, I guess, December 8th until whatever next Friday is, a week from today. No new Rob Zombies. Let's go through this crate one more time. Here's a new Death Angel. Human Side, that's clear with purple splatter vinyl. That's $36.99. One copy of the Tina Turner Greatest Hits, Queen of Rock and Roll. That's on clear vinyl, $31.99 on that. And we have plenty of copies of Temple the Dog in stock, $39.99 for Temple the Dog. Let's get an update on the Emerson, Lake and Palmer bootleg. Don Alker bid $35, Brian bid $35, and Don bid $40. So Brian Arrigo, let me know if you want backing on that. Final call for $40, and final call on Boz Skaggs for $45 before I make that a buy it now. Also, the Linda Ronstadt Christmas album, $33.99. Beastie Boys, Solid Gold Hits, $44.99 for the Beastie Boys. Surprised those are still there. The Michael Bublé Christmas album, red vinyl, the best-selling Christmas album in the world, $33.99, biggest selling album of all time. That has to be unofficial results, because I would have to say that Elvis have sold more Christmas albums in general. But probably far as sand scales, he is the winner. The Donnas turned 21, $38.99. Soundgarden, $29.99, Louder Than Love. Jimmy Buffett's Greatest Hits is $29.99. Linda Ronstadt's $33.99. Iron Maiden's $33.99. We did get a restock of Power Slave, $33.99. James Taylor, Never Die Young, limited edition, $44.99. Music on vinyl. And Snoop Dogg is $34.99. Okay, so we did get a bid on Boz Skaggs. That is sold to Don Alker for $45. I'm going to go ahead and wrap that up. And Derek Clark wants to know the free tracks. The 2 free tracks that's on the bootleg are All Right Now and Fire and Water. And Derek, if you want to bid on that, let me know. If you say pass, I'm going to go ahead and sell it to Don Alker for $40. So I'm going to lay this in pending sold. Don got Boz for $45. He got that for $40 pending. And Brandon Lack wanted BB. And BB was the Beastie Boys. I've got one left if anybody wants it. Solid Gold Hits, $44.99. Derek pass, so those are both sold. Let's go ahead and get some amazing Japanese stuff running. That was our first crate of new vinyl for tonight. I have a whole bin of new putbacks, and I've got plenty of new vintage arrivals, which we're about to go to right now. I'm going to go ahead and flip through some of these. I think this first bin is check condition stuff. Nope, it's a little bit of everything in here, it looks like. Or it's not check condition is what I'm trying to say. That looks interesting. Let me take a look in here and see what we have. We hadn't had a copy of that in a while. And we auctioned one of those the other night. We'll auction another one. And yeah, this is a great crate of new vintage stuff. Great crate of new vintage stuff here. Let's go ahead and take a look at it. And let's go through a crate of new vintage stuff first. We have all kinds of new vinyl to go through and Japanese. So we'll go through this first. So Craig Morgan Essentials albums. I will make a note of that. Craig Morgan Essentials albums. Now let me find that first crate of Japanese stuff. I've almost buried it. So there's a bin of putbacks. Let me get that sorted. There's extra Temple the Dogs. That's new vinyl. I got more bootlegs here. Let me go ahead and grab one. I have a Frank Zappa. This is live at KCET in Los Angeles, August 27th, 1974. Here's a vintage Zappa bootleg. Mothers of Invention, A Token of His Extreme, live from KCET in Los Angeles, 1974. That's a $55 start, and that is Frank Zappa on the Billy Brand Dexter label. $55 start on that. So there's one bootleg, and let's see here. Let me get to the Japanese stuff here. I think y'all are going to really like the Japanese titles tonight. Let's start with the back of this bin, and this one looks really nice. The Best of Blondie. Let's go ahead and go through this one. So lots of great Japanese titles tonight. We're going to try to mix in some autographs too. And officially, I'm going to take all the autographs home with me tonight that are the really good ones, or this morning, and make a couple videos for YouTube. And so y'all can see some of the really cool autographs we're going to have up for auction next week. This is Blondie, the best of Blondie. $55 start, Japanese pressing. Matt Barnhill's in on Zappa for $55, and we're looking for a $55 start on Blondie. This is the best of Blondie. It has a 2-page Japanese insert with it, and it is near mint and pristine. Really nice copy, the best of Blondie. Obi, near mint minus vinyl, cover and Obi, $55 start on that. New vintage arrivals. These are all first come, first serve. By the way, James Lugwood, you was on a waiting list for Evanescence. Joe Maynard and James Lugwood, you was on a waiting list for Soundgarden, and I read off everything else. So that's some stuff that I don't think I officially read off, but now I have. Okay, so there will be some autographs tonight, but none of the ones that have letters of authenticity. John, if you missed the announcement of the night, I showed the stack of letters of authenticity came in. We got 97 letters back from JSA. Those autographs will probably be next week, like some of the $1,000 plus auctions. Those will be next week for sure. Rush Permanent Waves, $34.99 for Rush Permanent Waves. This has the original inner sleeve with it. About a VG Plus cover, but this is $34.99 for Rush Permanent Waves. Looks like a very clean copy on the vinyl. VG Plus inner sleeve and cover. Rush is $34.99 Permanent Waves. And Dick Clark Rock and Roll Remember, $12.99. Dick Clark Rock and Roll Remember, $12.99. So James already bought a Evanescence out of the bin, Tanner. He claimed one live. He was already on a waiting list, so we can put that one back, and we can tag that one to the waiting list, which was Daniel Cody. Did you get a claim on this, Fred Carnell?
Yeah.
Okay.
We already had.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I pulled an extra one.
Okay.
That was typo negative. That was for Fred Carnell. Rush is sold to James Lugwood. That's sold to James Lugwood. And we have Rick D's. This is $14.99. Rick D's, $14.99. There is no waiting list for Temple the Dog. I actually have them in stock. So if you want one right now, Dan Davis, I can give you one right now. Temple the Dog is $39.99. That's sold to Dan Davis. Also, Mick Fleetwood Zoo, I'm Not Me. Mick Fleetwood is $19.99. Mick Fleetwood Zoo, I'm Not Me, original inner sleeve, that's $19.99. And Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, $29.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, we had one of these last night, no condition notes, about a VG Plus cover, $29.99. And we have Commodore's Night Shift in shrink wrap, $14.99 for the Commodore's Night Shift, $14.99. All right, final call. We have a bid on Zappa for $55 of Matt Barnhill. No bid on Blondie, the best of Blondie, excuse me, a pristine Japanese pressing. That's a final call to get a bid in for $55. Christmas Sing-Along with Mitch Miller, $4.99. And the Jewel of the Nile soundtrack, that's also in shrink wrap, $19.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second. I'm back. We have Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack, $19.99. For Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack, $19.99. That's music from the motion picture. And the Blues Brothers soundtrack, that's $24.99. And this is a really nice looking copy for sure. Cover, original Atlantic inner sleeve, and near mint minus vinyl, $24.99. And Sammy, that is Sammy Davis Jr., $19.99. It's a 2LP. It's 20 of his greatest hits. Sammy Davis Jr. All right, Zappa's a buy it now for $55. All right, excuse me, Zappa is sold to Matt Barnhill for $55, and Blondie is a buy it now for $55. 55, 50 Bob, whatever I'm saying. That is sold to Mark Lent for $55. Dan Davis says St. Louis. Oh, he was answering somebody's question. We have Blues Brothers sold to Tom Moran, so that's sold. So that was a $55 auction to Matt Barnhill. That is sold to Mark Lent for $55. Tom Moran gets the Blues Brothers. Stephen Martinelli was second. And Renee, you were second to the Blondie. The Ultimate Sinatra, this is $34.99. The Ultimate Sinatra is $34.99. And Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, $19.99. Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, 2LP, and that looks very nice, $19.99. And Dirty Dancing, wow, in shrink wrap with the hop sticker. Never seen the Grammy award-winning sticker on that one, $24.99, and we've had a bunch of them. Next Japanese auctions, let's do the American Graffiti, and let's also do the David Bowie Japanese pressing of Tonight. So a couple really nice Japanese auctions coming up. There's Dirty Dancing. So first, let me make sure I didn't miss anything. Michelle Miller asked how much was Sammy. Sammy Davis Jr. is $19.99, 20-track greatest hits. There was another buy now for Blondie. Jeff Rice wants BG. That was, is that for the BGs, the Saturday Night Fever? Jeff Rice, that's sold to you. And then Rich Shockley first to Dirty Dancing. Jeff Rice was second. Holly Safe was third. Sammy Davis Jr. is $19.99. This is David Bowie Tonight. David Bowie Tonight, and this is a Japanese pressing, $45 start. David Bowie Tonight, Japanese pressing. The vinyl's near mint pristine. It has a 2-page flip with it. Very nice cover with Obi. Overall, a top copy. That's a $45 start. And also for a $45 start is the very classic American Graffiti soundtrack. This is so nice on Japanese vinyl. 41 tracks from that soundtrack. 41 tracks, $45 start. $45 start. And this is the American Graffiti soundtrack with the Obi. 2 LP, extremely nice packaging with the lyric booklet, $45 start. So there is American Graffiti. There's David Bowie. Those are now both up for auction. Continuing with this bin, we have the Cocktail soundtrack, $19.99. Cocktail soundtrack and More Dirty Dancing. More Dirty Dancing, that's volume 2, $19.99. More Dirty Dancing. And Andreas Vollenweider, Down to the Moon, $9.99. Attention Shoppers, that's by Stars, $14.99 for Attention Shoppers. And Survivor, the very best of Survivor. Wow, never seen that before. The very best of Survivor, $34.99. It's a German pressing. That's why I've never seen it, $34.99. Let's see here. Back up to the top. Does Stevie Ray Vaughan have a certificate of authenticity? Yes, it has to have a certificate of authenticity letter. If you have a Stevie Ray Vaughan signature authenticated, you have to pay to have a letter, a full letter. You just can't get a sticker on that. David Bowie's at 45. American Graffiti's at 45. We have Brian C. on Stars. That is sold to Brian C. Stacy Menon at second, and Chris Bijak first on Survivor. Next is another Survivor. This is Vital Signs, $24.99, and U2 War, $34.99. U2 War, very clean copy, gatefold, $34.99 on U2 War, and Michael Stanley Band Greatest Hits, $14.99. Michael Stanley Band Greatest Hits, $14.99. Survivor was a full album of Greatest Hits. That is sold to Chris Bijak. Final call on David Bowie. We have one bid with Holly Safe for $45. We have one bid of American Graffiti with Stephen Martinelli, $45. Those are both about to be sold. Susan S. wants the Michael Stanley Band. That's sold to Susan S. And U2, The Unforgettable Fire. Back-to-back, almost back-to-back U2 albums. Original inner sleeve, $34.99. U2, Unforgettable Fire, and War. Those definitely need some new homes. Andy Taylor Thunder. Andy Taylor is $19.99. Gold stamp promo for Andy Taylor Thunder, $19.99. And Pat Benatar, Get Nervous. Benatar, Pat Benatar, $14.99. David Howard, new bid on American Graffiti at $46. That means I'm going to go ahead and sell David Bowie, though, for $45 to Holly Safe. Thank you, Holly. That's sold to you. And American Graffiti has a new bid. Stephen Martinelli, you're out. Clay Moore wants AT, and that was for Andy Taylor. If you missed it, the first auction of the night, we had 3 of these. I sold one at auction. I sold the backup bidder, or I sold the next person one. Here is another. This is a Neil Young. This is a $25 buy it now. It's a 7-inch promo, red vinyl, triangular cut, 7-inch single from Neil Young. It folds open like that. It's a $25 buy it now. I've only got one left, and that's sold to Shakedown. Before that, though, we had Clay Moore getting Andy Taylor. Brian Call wants the Pat Benatar. Stephen Martinelli is back in on American Graffiti at $47. And Neil Young is sold for $25 to Shakedown. Those are gone. Charlie Rich, every time you touch me, I get high. Charlie Rich is $9.99. And Tina Turner, live in Europe, and that is $39.99. Don't get that one as often. 2 LP live Tina Turner. Our next auction, speaking of something we don't get too often, Aerosmith Gems. Aerosmith Gems. This is a very nice copy. This is a $35 start. It has the original inner sleeve. For those that collect Aerosmith records, you'll know that this one doesn't come through too often. Aerosmith Gems, $35 start, original inner sleeve, very nice cover, EX or better, and near mint minus on the vinyl. Jackie Reynolds wants Charlie Rich. David Howard, let me know if you want back in on American Graffiti. Stephen Martinelli has it for $47. If you're out, I'm going to go ahead and sell it. Sam Kinison, have you seen me lately? Sam Kinison, $19.99. That guy's pretty funny. I like it when he starts yelling. I think that's his signature. Holly Safe wants the Tina Turner. New bid on Aerosmith for $35, and Brandon Jackson gets the Sam Kinison. All righty. Next is Sky, $19.99 for Sky. That's self-titled. That was on RCA. Sky, actually called Don't Hold Back. $19.99 on that. And Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. Rising up, back on the streets. $24.99 for Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. David Howard says he's out. Go ahead and let it roll. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli for $47. We have now an Aerosmith Gems up for auction. We have 3 people who have bid $35, but Bob Riger was in first. And next is another LP we get or don't get very often from an artist. I don't think I've ever had it before. And this is Joan Jett, Pure and Simple. Joan Jett from 1994, a US OG. Wow, I mean, I don't think I've ever had this before, honestly. Joan Jett, Pure and Simple, 1994 US OG, $55 start. It has the hop sticker, a gold stamp promo, and that's it. I don't guess it came with an inner sleeve. If so, it's missing. Joan Jett, Pure and Simple, that is a $55 start. Joan Jett, Pure and Simple. Don't see that one very often. So Bob Riger has Aerosmith for $35, going once, going twice. Rob Band wants Survivor. He wanted Vital Signs. That's so to Rob Band. And Jeff Johnson, you also commented Survivor. I'm assuming, Jeff Johnson, you want Eye of the Tiger. Let me know if that is correct. Also, Rush, A Farewell to Kings, a USOG. $34.99 for Rush, A Farewell to Kings, $34.99. And Greg Raleigh, never seen that before, $19.99. Of course, Greg Raleigh from Journey and Santana. Greg Raleigh, $19.99. I never seen that before. And Pat Benatar in the Heat of the Night. Pat Benatar is $14.99. Another Pat Benatar, Precious Time. Back-to-back Pat Benatars there. And Richard Marks, Rush Street. Don't recall seeing that one before. That's because it's a 1991 Columbia house pressing. 1991 Richard Marks, Rush Street, $39.99. All right, final call on Aerosmith. Clay Moore. Bob was the first one into $35. No one else has bid. That's now a final call. Aerosmith at $35. And we have one bid on Joan Jett for $56. That's a final call. So final call on both of those auctions, $35 and $56. Another Richard Marks, repeat offender. That Richard Marks is $14.99, and Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing, $14.99 for Rod Stewart, Atlantic Crossing. 4th and 10, Michael Stanley Band. That one's $14.99. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing our next auctions, which is another Frank Zappa and another really nice Japanese pressing of something I can find in here. How about we do, what a great, actually, I won't tell you about it until I'm putting it up for auction first. Susan gets Michael Stanley Band. That's sold to Susan, MSB. And we have Rick Springfield. Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. Rick Springfield is $14.99. Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet. All right, well, these auctions got really quiet all of a sudden. So I'm going to have to go ahead and sell this to Bob Riger for $35. Aerosmith Gems, there was 2 bidders, but he was the first and no one else said anything. And Joan Jett, only one bid with Fred Carnell at $56. I found that very surprising. Boy, if you're watching tonight and you're wanting to get some great auctions, this is the night to do it. Only single bids or just a couple bids. Next auction is Cheap Trick at Budokan. This is, I sorted one day, I got on Discogs and I sorted the most wanted Japanese pressing. So you know how you can actually sort on Discogs, I think, who has it the most in their want list. And actually, as far as Japanese pressings that I actually recognized, there's a couple of Japanese artists, I didn't know who they were. But as far as like the most people have this in their want list from Japan, as far as a recognizable album is this Cheap Trick at Budokan. So very interesting. So of course it was recorded in Japan, Budokan, Cheap Trick. This is a $55 start, Cheap Trick at Budokan, $55 start on that. Very, very nice. It has the Obi. About a VG Plus cover. It has a little bit of discoloration right here, but you really can't see it. It's really nothing to fret about. It has the Japanese booklet insert. That's a $55 start. Here's another Frank Zappa bootleg. This is previously unreleased tracks and studio alternatives from 63 to 69. This is a $45 start. This is Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention. Previously unreleased tracks and studio alternates from 63 to 69. And that's a $45 start. So there's the Mothers of Invention, and there's Cheap Trick. There's our next 2 auctions. Continuing, we have Michael Stanley Band, You Can't Fight Fashion, $14.99 for Michael Stanley Band, and Michael Stanley Band North Coast, back-to-back. MSB, and Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours. That's $14.99. Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours. That's $14.99 for Rod Stewart. And the best, wow, I've never seen that before, the best of Rod Stewart, a 1989 German pressing, and that is $24.99. Wow, I've never seen that before. The best of Rod Stewart. Rod Stewart Out of Order, $14.99 for Rod Stewart. And Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, that's $14.99. So we got one bid on Cheap Trick Ann Davis Manginelli for $55. That's going once, going twice. Susan S. wants Michael Stanley Band North Coast. That's sold to Susan S. We have a new bid on Cheap Trick at 56, and Brian C's in on Zappa at 45. Another Michael Stanley Band, Inside Moves. $14.99 for Michael Stanley Band, and Gallagher is $16.99. Another comedy album. Speaking of comedy, Sam Kinison, Louder Than Hell. Sam Kinison is $19.99, and John Denver and the Muppets. This is the original, A Christmas Together, VG condition, $14.99. $14.99. So Ann's backing on Cheap Trick at 57. Zappa's at 45. Terry Westwood wants Sam Kinison. Brandon Jackson was second, and we have a new bid on Zappa for $50. And Shane Devers, you were third on Sam Kinison. Shakedown wants John Denver and the Muppets. This crate here is definitely worthy of a second look through. Let's go through these one more time. I will make it quick because I have so much other stuff to go through and a lot of different auctions. So if you think you're done bidding on the auctions, let me know. Brian C., you're out on Zappa. Charlie has it for $50. And Matthew Krause, you're out on Cheap Trick. Let me know if you want back in, and has it for $57. Dick Clark, Rock and Roll Remember. This is a compilation of music. Temptations, My Girl, Santana, Evil Ways, Spinning Wheel, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, ABC by the Jackson 5. That is $12.99 for Dick Clark, Rock and Roll Remember. This is Dick D's, Put It Where the Moon Don't Shine. $14.99 for Rick D's. That's $14.99. Stacy Metternich gets the Dick Clark. That's sold to Stacy. And Mick Fleetwood Zoo, I'm Not Me. Mick Fleetwood is $19.99. Aerosmith's Greatest Hits, $29.99. Very nice copy for Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. Commodore's Night Shift, that's $14.99 in shrink wrap. Christmas Sing-Along with Mitch Miller, $4.99. The Jewel of the Nile in shrink wrap, $19.99. Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack, $19.99. Glenn Fry, Patti LaBelle. Others, Sammy Davis Jr., 20-track compilation, $19.99. And the Ultimate Sinatra, $34.99 for the Ultimate Sinatra. Back up to the top, James Ludwig wants the Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. That's so to James Ludwig. And Stephen Free wants that German pressing of The Best of Rod Stewart. Surprised there wasn't more claims on that. Never seen that before. And Tom Sullivan wants the Commodores working on the Night Shift. That is so to Tom Sullivan. All right, nobody else bid on these auctions. No one set out. Charlie DeFrank gets Zappa for $50, and Ann Davis Manginelli gets Cheap Trick for $57. Those are both sold. Continuing, we have Cocktail Soundtrack for $19.99, and we have More Dirty Dancing for $19.99. If you think you're done on an auction, let me know as soon as possible by saying out. That way we can go ahead and move on to the next one. I will have to go ahead and sell it if I don't hear from you after a reasonable amount of time, but if you're bidding, just let me know when you're done. That way we can go ahead and move on to the next one. Here is an original. We had one the other night, an original Rush Hemispheres picture disc. The original, not the Record Store Day reissue. This is going to be a $35 start. This is Rush Hemispheres. Very nice picture disc. Rush Hemispheres, $35 start. Very nice. $35 start. So there is the picture disc, and then there's the original housing for it. It looks a lot better if you take it out of the sleeve, but if you want to protect it, we've left it in a new anti-static. That's now up for bid. And a very cool Simon & Garfunkel here. This is a Simon & Garfunkel compilation from Japan. This is called Simon & Garfunkel's Greatest Hits. It's gold disc. Gold disc. Awesome track listing. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese vinyl. $35 start on this auction as well. It has the obi. It actually opens up and it has a book with very nice pictures in it and lyrics, both in English and in Japanese. And then there's the original inner sleeve. There's the poster that came with the Bookends album. $35 start on Simon & Garfunkel. Back up to the top, we have Tom Sullivan claiming the Cocktail Soundtrack. That is sold to Tom Sullivan. Price on Jewel. James Rayner, that was $19.99. Near mint in shrink wrap. Nice copy. Do you have Kurt Hammett's Portals? I do not. Rush is at $35. Rush is at $30. Rush $40. Rush $40. Rush $42. Andreas Voldenwilder, $9.99 for Down to the Moon. U2 War. Both U2 albums still available. War and Unforgettable Fire, $34 and $34.99. Sky is $19.99. Also, Rush Farewell to Kings is still available, $34.99 and original. Greg Raleigh, $19.99 for that. Pat Benatar, In the Heat of the Night is still available. And Precious Time, those are both $14.99. Christopher Morris is the high bidder on Rush, not anymore. James Ludwig has it for $45. And James Rayner says he will take the Jewel of the Nile. That's so to James Rayner. Next is Richard Marx, Rush Street. Richard Marx is a 1991 pressing, $39.99. Holly Safe wants Pat Benatar, In the Heat of the Night. That's so to Holly Safe. And Sherry Darnell wants the More Dirty Dancing. More Dirty Dancing. That's so to Sherry Darnell. New high bid on Rush is $47. Richard Marx, Repeat Offender, $14.99 for that Richard Marx. Rod Stewart Atlantic, Crossing, $14.99. Rick Springfield, Success Hadn't Spoiled Me Yet, $14.99. Michael Stanley Band, You Can't Fight Fashion. That one's still available for $14.99. Another Rod Stewart, Tonight I'm Yours, $14.99. Another Rod Stewart, Out of Order. That one's $14.99. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz. That's $14.99. Michael Stanley Band, Inside Moves. That's $14.99. And Gallagher, $16.99. So let's make Simon & Garfunkel a buy it now. No one bid on that. Simon & Garfunkel, Japanese Greatest Hits, $35 buy it now. Might want to go ahead and grab that up. We've already sold one Cheap Trick Japanese pressing. Let's do another one. Their very popular album, Dream Police. And this is a very, very nice Japanese pressing for a $55 start. Near mint cover, Obi. It has the vinyl. Of course it has the vinyl. Sometimes I'm given the details of these auctions and I say the obvious. It has the vinyl with it. It has the LP. Near mint minus on the condition. Check this out though. It has a bonus 7-inch with it that I've never seen before. Never seen this come with it before. I don't know if that was original to the release or just some kind of bonus item, but this has like a cereal box almost feel to it, like a cardboard flexi disc. Cheap Trick, $55 start. It has a Cheap Trick Hot Company Hurry Up like fan club solicitation form for Cheap Trick Fan Club Japan. Never seen that before. And then there's the actual Japanese insert. So this is about probably, unless there's something else that came with this I'm not aware of. I've never seen that, and I've never seen those two pieces. So $55 start. If you are looking for a nice copy of Cheap Trick Dream Police, this is probably the ultimate one. Also, nice cover, no humidity spots. That is very, very nice. Okay, back up to the top. Last bid on Rush was at $50. James Rayner wants Rod Stewart Out of Order. Christopher's out on Rush. William Warback wants Gallagher. Terry Westwood's going to do a buy it now, Simon & Garfunkel for $35. And how much for Richard Marx? There's two different Richard Marx albums. There's this one that we've never had before from 1991, Rush Street. That's $39.99. And Repeat Offender is $14.99. So Ron Stoltz, let me know if you want any of those. And now Cheap Tricks at $55, $55, $56. Rush is an original Hemispheres picture disc. This is now a final call to James Ludwig for $50. Final call to James Ludwig for $50. And there's still a copy of Farewell to Kings in there. Two U2 albums, Ultimate Sinatra compilation, Beverly Hills Cop, and what was the other one I was kind of surprised about? I guess probably the Richard Marx. Ron Stoltz says he wants the second one, the Repeat Offender. That's so to Ron Stoltz. Cheap Trick is now at $60. A very, very cool Cheap Trick auction. I'm about to sell Rush. That was our first crate of new vintage stuff for tonight. I've got 3 more like that. But I've also got some more new vinyl, and I have some new payments, non-payments, and putbacks. 2 full crates of new vinyl. New vinyl, there's some new stuff in here I mixed in. Also non-payments and putbacks. So very good stuff in here. Zachary, the U2 albums was War and Unforgettable Fire. They were both near mint. Very, very nice copies. All right, first we have Garth Brooks, $49.99. This is called Legacy. This is 7 LPs and 7 CDs. Garth Brooks. This has No Fences, The Chase, In Pieces, Fresh Horses, and Triple Live. Garth Brooks. Those 4 classic albums of his, and then a triple live album. That's 7 LPs, 7 CDs, $49.99 for Garth Brooks. I have 1, 2, I have 3 Garth Brooks box sets, $49.99. The 80s Pure Pop Album Collection, $39.99. The 80s Pure Pop Album Collection, $39.99. This is a 2 LP, and that is always been a very popular seller for us. $39.99. Kicks, Blow My Fuse, blue vinyl from Friday Music. Kicks is $39.99. And Extreme, 3 sides to every story. This is $46.99. And actually, that's an old price. I had to get them from a different distributor. And when I got them from a different distributor, they went up almost $8. Well, they did go up $8, $54.99. But if anybody wants this one, I'll sell it for $46.99. I'll go ahead and reduce the other 3. So technically, this is kind of an on-sale price for Extreme. $46.99. Back up to the top, we had What Was U2? I answered that. Then Cheap Trick was at $72, $75, $76, $80. Christopher Morris wants a Garth Brooks. Brandon Lack wants a Garth Brooks. Sherry Darnell wants a Garth Brooks. Those are all sold. And let's go ahead and take down if there's anybody else on a backup name. A collection Paul just bought. There was a couple back there. So I may even have you more of those if anybody else wants one. But those are sold. Christopher, Brandon, and Sherry. And let's sell Christopher Morris. He was first of the 80s Pure Pop Album Collection. That's sold to Christopher Morris. Holly Safe, you were second. Cheap Trick, 80, 90, $95. And let's take down Kristen Seam's name for Garth Brooks. Let's put down her name, and I think we can get another one of those in the back. Let's go ahead and sell the Rush picture disc. That's sold to James Lugwood for $50. I'm going to grab a new auction. Cheap Trick is a really incredible set. I'll show that in a detail in just a second before I end it. But let's put this up for auction. Haven't had one of these in a while, and this one is near mint, pristine, and complete. My favorite words, near mint, pristine, when I'm selling these Japanese LPs. I plan on going over there the first of the year. I don't know when. I don't have any details planned right now, but I do plan on making a trip to Japan to meet some of these dealers in person and maybe fill up an entire shipping crate full of this stuff. So I plan on going over there first of the year. But this is the original Top Gun soundtrack, the OG. This is in shrink wrap with the hop sticker and the obi. It is a perfect copy. Really cool hop sticker, really cool obi. $45 start. Original motion picture soundtrack to Top Gun, $45 start. Back to the bin. There was Kicks. We still got Extreme, technically on sale. Here's a stray copy of the Yes singles. Yes singles. This is on splatter vinyl. New, first time ever on vinyl. It's a Yes Greatest Hits, $31.99, or a Yes singles. It's hard to do a Yes Greatest Hits because they have 20-minute songs. But that's the best they could do there for our singles. It's a really good comp, really cool looking vinyl. Buffalo Springfield, clear vinyl. This is Buffalo Springfield again, another Rocktober exclusive, $29.99. And Cyndi Lauper, a stray copy of She's So Unusual on blue vinyl, 40th anniversary. Girls just want to have fun, $34.99. And Rush Vapor Trails, $38.99. That's also pretty much the new copies of that are about $9 more now, so $38.99. I will honor that price. And Dokken, Breaking the Chains. Dokken is $44.99. That's Friday Music. It's on colored vinyl. I'm pretty sure it's red. It is on colored vinyl, though. $44.99. So, if you missed it earlier, we got an incredible Cheap Trick Dream Police up for auction. First, let me show you the bonus materials. It comes with this 7-inch flexi disc that I've never seen before. There's the Japanese booklet and poster. There is the Cheap Trick Fan Club form. Cheap Trick Fan Club form. The vinyl's near mint and pristine. Booklet, Fan Club, poster, cover, obi, near mint minus vinyl. And I think we just got a new bid on that for $110. We did $110. And then Top Gun is a $45 start. That has Kenny Loggins, Danger Zone. That has Berlin, Take My Breath Away. $45 start for that. Back up to the top, how much was Extreme? Extreme is $46.99, and that's kind of like a discount price. I can't get them anymore for that price point. So that's $46.99. Christopher Morris will take the Yes singles. That's sold to Christopher Morris. Tyler Loin on the Cyndi Lauper. That's sold to Tyler. Cheap Tricks at $110. Cheap Tricks at $111. Top Guns at $45. The Clash, Sandinista, 3LP, fully remastered. The Clash, $49.99. And The Band, The Last Waltz, also a 3LP. Rocktober exclusive, 45th anniversary. Classic concert. The Band with Joni Mitchell, Bob Dylan, Neil Young, Eric Clapton, Muddy Waters. You have to own that. The Band, $59.99. Matthew says we'll take a copy of Extreme. And like I said, if anybody else wants a copy, I'll discount these other three down to that price of $46.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Sky's Crying, $49.99. Analog Productions, $33 1/3. Analog Productions. The Batman soundtrack. Music is by Prince. It's technically a Prince album. It's the Batman soundtrack, though, $31.99. Anthony Gray wants The Last Waltz. Final Call on Top Gun. We have a new bid on that. Or we have a bid on that with Daniel Buzide at $45, final call. And now we have Cheap Trick as a final call. Or let me give everybody an update. Yeah, let's do a final call because Tom's out and Davis Manginelli has that for $111. Anthony Gray got The Last Waltz. We have Stephen Martinelli on Stevie Ray Vaughan. And Melissa, that was my only copy. If you want on a waiting list, Melissa, I believe you may be a first-time buyer. The way we can do that is I'll take down your name. There's a good chance I can order another one of those. When it comes in, we'll tag it and we'll invoice you for it. But just let me know. This was discounted in $19.99 because it had a creased cover. But it's Poison, Flesh and Blood. It just has a little bit of a light crease running through it. Instead of returning it, I went ahead and just discounted it to below cost. It has a crease running through it, $19.99. And then either somebody didn't pay for it or put it back. I don't remember. Albert King, Born Under a Bad Sign, Craft, $36.99. All analog. That's also a must-have, $36.99. David Eberle is going to get the Poison. That's so to David Eberle. Josie was second. Let's end some auctions. Daniel Buzide gets Top Gun for $46. And Cheap Trick is sold to Ann Davis Manginelli for 111, 111. Very cool set there. Let's put up some new auctions. I have Rocky IV soundtrack, and I have Supertramp Breakfast in America. Like I told you, one after another, incredible Japanese auctions tonight. And I also have some U.S. stuff. I got a Pat Benatar over here. I have a Rush Caress of Steel. I have more bootlegs, and I may get in some autographs. What else do I have in here? I have Traveling Wilburys, Randy Travis, Travis Tritt, the Beatles Anthology, Billy Ray Cyrus, Little Feat bootleg, R.E.M., some Yes, some Greg Allman autographs I don't think I've shown, and some other autographs I hadn't shown. First is Supertramp, Breakfast in America. What a great album. $45 start. Japanese pressing of Breakfast in America. This is near mint and pristine. Japanese vinyl. Breakfast in America. That is near mint minus and pristine. It has a Japanese insert with it. Has another Japanese insert with it. Very nice cover of Obi. $45. Goodbye Stranger. Also the Rocky IV soundtrack. Also with Obi. Very nice copy. $45 start on this. Near mint with Obi. This is the Rocky IV soundtrack. Music by Survivor, John Cafferty, Gladys Knight. This is the one that has Eye of the Tiger on it. $45 start. James Brown's also on here. Go West, Touch, Rocky. That is a $45 start. Original motion picture soundtrack. Supertramp and Rocky, $45 and $45. Back up to the top. I don't think I've missed anything. Overkill, Years of Decay. $33.99 for Overkill. That's Years of Decay. Overkill Horoscope. That's $33.99. And we have Oingo Boingo. This is $28.99. No discount, but there is a note that the shrink wrap is really tight. It is causing the corner to bend a little bit. But we don't have those in stock anymore. That's Oingo Boingo, Nothing to Fear, limited edition of 500. I think we were keying it in and we put it back because we noticed when we keyed it in for somebody, we noticed the corner was being bent. So $28.99, but that's the only copy we have. The Darkness, Permission to Land, 20th anniversary on marble vinyl, $31.99 on that. And Pink Floyd, The Piper at the Gates of Dawn, remastered. Stereo remix, Bernie Grundman, $33.99. And Dark Side of the Moon remaster, that is $38.99. Iron Maiden Killers, $33.99. And Paul McCartney, Tug of War on the limited edition blue vinyl, Capital reissue, $33.99 on that. That is Paul McCartney, Tug of War. So, very quickly, that was a crate of non-payments and putbacks of new vinyl. No bids on these auctions. I'm going to buy them and make them, or end them and make them a buy it now. Supertramp, Breakfast in America. If anybody wants it, $45 buy it now. If anybody wants Rocky IV, $45 buy it now. Those are buy it now, Supertramp and Rocky. If these don't get bids pretty fast, I'm probably going to sell them and move on to something else. Next is going to be, I'm not for sure. Let's see what I have in here. This is a very interesting couple here. Let's do this one and this one. This one and that one. This one and this one. Anthony Gray wants AK. AK was for, what was AK for? Anthony, let me know what AK was for. And then Eddie Pasir gets the Supertramp for a $45 buy it now. Supertramp is sold to Eddie Pasir for a $45 buy it now. This is Marilyn Monroe, Never Before and Never Again. That's a soundtrack, Japanese pressing, and this is going to be a $35 start. $35 start. It's a Japanese soundtrack, Japanese pressing soundtrack to this Marilyn Monroe film. Never Before, Never Again. Japanese pressing, Marilyn Monroe. Very cool cover with Obi, Marilyn Monroe. That's a $35 start. And we have Close Encounters of the Third Kind, of course, music by John Williams. And this is a, we'll make this a $35 start as well. This is Close Encounters of the Third Kind. This is a $35 start. Music by John Williams, gatefold with Obi, near mint pristine, and the Japanese insert. Also a $35 start for that. There's one LP. There's the Japanese insert. Very nice cover of Obi. $35 start for that. So Eddie Pasir got Supertramp for $45. How much was Freddie King? Anthony Gray already claimed it. AK, that's Albert King. Born Under a Bad Sign. Albert King, $36.99. So let's go through those one more time very quickly. That was Kicks, Blow My Fuse, blue vinyl, $39.99. Buffalo Springfield, clear vinyl, Buffalo Springfield again, $29.99. Rush Vapor Trails, $38.99. Dokken, Breaking the Chains, $44.99. The Clash, Sandinista, $49.99. Two Overkills, The Years of the Decay, and the other one is Horoscope, and those are on colored vinyl, half-speed masters, $33.99. Prince, the Batman soundtrack, $31.99. Oingo Boingo, Nothing to Fear, $28.99. The Darkness is $31.99. Pink Floyd is $33.99. Dark Side of the Moon, $38. Iron Maiden Killers is $33, and Paul McCartney Tug of War blue vinyl $33.99. David Eberly says he will take the dock and breaking the chain. Sell that to David Eberly. Next crate, let's go through some new vintage arrivals. New vintage arrivals. Let me figure out which one I want to go through next. Got a couple other auctions here. Let's see here. Let's go through this one right here. Looks pretty interesting. Looks pretty interesting. I'll actually pull that out and auction it right quick. Got a couple Christmas album mixed in here as well. Let me pull that out and let's see here. Interesting. Okay. Interesting and interesting again. All right, so let's go through this crate right quick. Let's see here. David Eberly, last claim on docking. No bid on these. I'm going to make them a buy it now. If anybody wants Marilyn Monroe, Marilyn Monroe is a $35 buy it now. Never again and never before. Never before, never again. And Close Encounters of the Third Kind is a $35 buy it now. Those are $35 buy it nows if anybody wants them. Rick Springfield, Wait for the Night. Rick Springfield is $14.99. Also, Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 3. That is $24.99. Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 3, $24.99 on Hank Williams Jr. Volume 3. And Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits Volume 2, $24.99. Hank Williams Jr. Volume 2 and Volume 3. Close Encounters is sold to Terry Westwood for $35, and Wolf's Counsel gets to Marilyn Monroe for $35. Those are both sold and sold. Shane Devers, let me know which volume you want, or you can have both of them. And hey, here's Volume 1, $24.99. There's Volume 1, 2, and 3 all together there of Hank Williams Jr.'s Greatest Hits. Dr. Demento, the greatest novelty records of all time, $19.99. This is Volume 3, the 1960s, Dr. Demento. That is $19.99. And ZZ Top Eliminator, $34.99 for ZZ Top Eliminator. Original inner sleeve, very clean, $34.99. $34.99 for ZZ Top Eliminator. Next auction is AC/DC High Voltage. AC/DC High Voltage. And this appears to be a very nice copy. It's in an AC/DC custom inner sleeve, High Voltage. It is a reissue. It's on this later Atco label. I mean, you can tell it's a reissue because it's advertising albums that came out 6 years later. So AC/DC, the vinyl, though, is near mint, and we just don't get many vintage copies of this in general, especially in this grade. So this is probably an early 80s reissue. Early mid-80s reissue. There's no barcode on it, but it is on that later Atco label. $35 start. AC/DC High Voltage. AC/DC High Voltage, $35 start. And also, I have a Pat Benatar Best Shots. Don't see this one as often. It's a 1987. It's essentially a Pat Benatar Greatest Hits. Pat Benatar Greatest Hits, Best Shots, Hit Me With Your Best Shot, Love Is a Battlefield, We Belong, Invincible, Shadows of the Night, Heartbreaker. This is a $35 start, and this is a German pressing. Near mint, very nice jacket as well. That's a $35 start. Okay, now the last claim was for Hank Williams Jr. Shane Devers wanted the Volume 3. Yep, don't see that one as often. Kevin Hughes wants Hank Jr. Volume 1. James Cohorn had wanted Dr. Demento. Do you still have Danzig, Who Killed Marilyn? The Danzig, Who Killed Marilyn picture disc. I believe I have one left. If you want it, Tony Riddle, I can track it down for you. I think I have one left. It's $34.99. If it's not in this crate over here, I don't know where it is. It's somewhere on a crate here on the table, but I don't know where. But if you want it, I can find it. AC/DC 35, 35, 40, 40, and Pat Benatar 35, 36, 36. ZZ Top DeGuelo, don't see this one as often. We had one the other night in that original promo jacket, $34.99. And Young MC, Bust a Move, $24.99 for Young MC, Bust a Move. And John Denver, Seasons of the Heart, $14.99 for John Denver, gatefold in the original inner sleeve. Let me see if I can find that Danzig record. That's the first crate I went through tonight. It's not in that crate. It could be right back here in this one. It usually sticks out because it's in that plastic sleeve. I'll have to look for it. When I take these two auctions off the table, I'll look for it in these other crates. AC/DC 42, Pat Benatar 38, 40, 40, 45. Gary Samuels wants Young MC, and Melissa Say wants John Denver. So Melissa, there's your John Denver. If you are a first-time buyer, I need you to message our page. We need your email address and your mailing address. Please contact us as soon as possible. We won't invoice you until Monday. You won't hear from us or get an invoice until Monday, and it will come to your email. Firefall Luna C, $9.99 for Firefall Luna C, and Three Dog Night live captured at the Forum. Three Dog Night, $19.99. ELO, a new world record, great album. ELO, original custom inner sleeve as well, $19.99 for ELO. And Eve Moon, $9.99. Eve Moon, $9.99. And music for Playboys to play by the Hollywood Playboys Orchestra, directed by Malhan Merrick, featuring Russ Taylor. That's an interesting looking record. 1957 mono, $39.99. All right, let's get an update on these two auctions. So the AC/DC high voltage, very, very nice copy. The last bid on that I said was with Preston Denny at $47. Preston Denny has that for $47, going once, going twice. Actually, Stephen Martinelli bid $50. So Stephen has AC/DC for $50, and Pat Benatar was at $42.45. Pat Benatar was at $50, and then Stephen Martinelli wants the Electric Light Orchestra. That's sold to Stephen. Renee, you were second. Preston's out on Pat Benatar. Renee third on ELO. And Brent Robley wants the Playboys record, I believe, PB. And Preston's back in on AC/DC at 52. So the high bid on Pat Benatar's was two people. Bobby Moyes was in first at $50. And David Eberly, you're out. And then Preston just came back in on AC/DC at 52. John and Vangelis, Private Collection, $9.99. John and Vangelis. And Erasure, Chains of Love. That's a good one. 12-inch single. It has a foghorn mix and a 7-inch remix. Erasure, just $9.99. Chains of Love. Too Short, The Ghetto. Too Short, $19.99. That's a 2-track. It has 3 tracks, 2 different tracks, The Ghetto and What Rap. Too Short is $19.99. And John Wesley Harding, God Made Me Do It, The Christmas. That is sealed from 1989. John Wesley Harding, sealed, 1989, $24.99. And this is Usudendor, The Lion. That is $29.99. That's actually a full album there. Okay, so I said AC/DC is at 52. Now AC/DC at 55. Pat Benatar 55. AC/DC 60. Mike Massey does want the Erasure album. That's so to Mike Massey. Gary Samuels first on Too Short. That's so to Gary Samuels. Mike Massey says he wants to pass on Erasure. Tanner, I'll just leave it on that stack. If anybody wants that Erasure Chains of Love, it's still available. Columbia Jazz Masterpieces, $19.99. Miles Davis Quintet, Dave Brubeck, Thelonious Monk, Duke Ellington, Charles Mingus, Count Basie, Billie Holiday, $19.99. Also, Trip Shakespeare, The Crane, $14.99. The Crane, Trip Shakespeare, interesting, $14.99. And Winter Wonderland. This is red and green vinyl. I'm assuming this is a Warner Brothers Christmas album with Warner Brothers artists. It's on green and red vinyl, $36.99. It's a vintage LP. Let's see here. Mark O'Connor, Pee Wee Herman, Tommy Page. Yeah, it looks like a Warner Brothers, Jeff Lorber, James Ingram, Apollina. It looks like Warner Brothers artist Christmas album, $36.99. Warner Wonderland. Interesting. All right, so Travis Wade is going to get that Erasure that Mike Massey wanted to put back. So Mike's putting that back. Travis Wade's going to get it. It's still in the pile. Michael Nath wants the Columbia Jazz Sampler. Chris Bijak was second. And Brent Robley on Warner Wonderland. 2 LP, red and green colored vinyl. So AC/DC, are we now at a final call? Preston Denny's at $60. Stephen Martinelli is at $65. Preston's out. So AC/DC is now a final call. Looks like the other bidder is out. Stephen Martinelli has that for $65. High voltage. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll. And Pat Benatar, Best Shots. Bobby's out. And that means David Eberly has that for $60. Those are both about to be sold. Kenny Loggins, Vox Humana. Kenny Loggins is $9.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3 is $19.99. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap. That is in shrink wrap, actually, $9.99. And Howie Mandel, Fits Like a Glove. Howie Mandel's $14.99. New bid on Pat Benatar for $61. I am about to sell AC/DC for $65, though. Steve Smith, Vital Information, $9.99. New bid on Pat Benatar, $61. And the best of Nat King Cole, $9.99 for the best of Nat King Cole, $9.99. One more, 80 and the Cruiser soundtrack, $19.99 for 80 and the Cruiser soundtrack. $19.99. Stephen Martinelli gets the AC/DC for $65. They're still bidding on Pat Benatar Best Shot, $61 and now $65. Let me put up a Rush Caress of Steel, and this thing looks extremely nice. If this is as nice as I think it is, I think this is a reason he wanted to auction it. It is on the Black Mercury label, so it is on a second label, but it is nice. It's a nice gatefold, and this is going to be a $40 start for Rush Caress of Steel. So in all the Rush catalog, minus the later ones, you know, Snakes and Arrows, Counterparts, this is one of the tougher ones to get. This and the first album, self-titled. So it's on a Black Mercury label. The vinyl is pristine, near mint minus. Also a really nice jacket. $40 start on Rush, Caress of Steel. $40 start on Rush. That's now up for bid. Pat Benatar is at 66. Also, the greatest hits of Walt Disney with punch-outs. Let's see what that looks like. $26.99. Ronco presents the greatest hits of Walt Disney. Must have some kind of punch-outs in it. Like, yep, I can see them. That's what I thought he was talking about by that. Oh, cool. So, yeah, it has these original punch-outs. And it opens up, and whoop, I better be careful because they're pretty fragile. They're wanting to punch out by themselves. Yeah. They're all there, though. None of them's been punched out. And this is $26.99. 8 Disney cutouts and song lyrics. That's a Ronco compilation, actually. $26.99, the greatest of Walt Disney. Let me put that back in there before I accidentally punch some of those out. That's got to be tough to find with the punch-outs like that. Tanner, I'll let you put that back in there. That's pretty fragile. Jeff Master says he wants it. Okay, back before that, how much was Steve Smith? Steve Smith Vital Information, that was $9.99, Bailey Rice, $9.99. Vision Quest soundtrack. Wow, did no one get Eddie and the Cruisers? So Eddie and the Cruisers, and now there's Vision Quest. Tonight Show Band Volume 2 with Doc Severson. Tonight Show Band with Doc Severson, $9.99. And Tonight Show Band with Doc Severson, Volume 1. Volume 1 and Volume 2. Rush, we're looking for a $40 start. And Pat Benatar just got some new bids. We was at 61, 65, 66, 75, 76, 80 with David Eberly. And Bailey Rice says he will take the Steve Smith Vital Information. That's sold to Bailey. The Disney record was sold to Jeff McMaster. ABBA, Voulez Vous, $9.99 on ABBA. And the Oak Ridge Christmas, $9.99. Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits Volume 2. Loretta Lynn's Greatest Hits Volume 2. That's $9.99. Coal Miner's Daughter. What was the Dr. Minnow? You claimed Dr. Minnow the 60s, I think. Elvis, Memories of Elvis. $14.99 for Elvis, Memories of Elvis. And Senior Prom. This is a compilation. It's 4 LPs of music. It looks like 50s and 60s pop and rock at first glance. Yep, looks like 50s and 60s pop and rock. Senior Prom, $24.99. Pat Benatar, $41. David said he'd give $40 for the Rocky IV. Sell that to David Polkey for $40. Susan wants the ABBA record. That is sold to Susan. Next is Christopher Morris on Oak Ridge Christmas. Melissa Say wants the Loretta Lynn. We have David Eberly at $85 on Pat Benatar. Josie wants the Elvis. And can you show the back of Rush when you get a chance? I will. Final call to get a bid in on Rush. Looking for a $40 start. No barcode, but it looks like there was maybe a barcode sticker or something right here that was peeled off. It is a Black Mercury label, so it's a reissue, but it is in very nice condition. No wear on the cover, and the vinyl's near mint minus. Rush, I'm looking for a $40 start before I make that a buy it now. Chip Hall is in at $40. Next is the Unforgettable with Natalie Cole. That's from 1991. $64.99 for Natalie Cole. And Spud McKenzie's Party Faves. That's a Bud Light promotional record, $19.99. The Human Beings, Spencer Davis, Chuck Berry, Beach Boys, Dion, Johnny Otis, Richie Valens, Eddie Cochran, Louie by the Kingsmen, Jerry Lee Lewis, Great Balls of Fire, the Rivington, and the Outsiders. That is $19.99. So Tom's out on the Pat Benatar. David Eberly has it for $85. Pat Benatar Best Shots is now a final call for $85. Rush is a final call for $40. And Tony Riddle wants to know Eddie price. Eddie and the Cruisers is $19.99. Terry Westwood said thank you, and Travis Wade wants the Spud McKenzie. We also had a question, was pricing edition on the Doc Seversons. Tonight Show bands are near mint, $9.99. No condition notes on them. $9.99 each on those. Fred Carnell. Here's what's left in this bin. Rick Springfield, Wait for the Night, $14.99. Hank Williams Jr. Greatest Hits Volume 2, $24.99. Greatest Hits Volume 2, $24.99. That's Hank Williams Jr. ZZ Top, 2 albums, Eliminator and Deguelo, though both $34.99. And Firefall, Luna Sea, $9.99 for Firefall, Luna Sea. Three Dog Night, captured live at the Forum, $19.99. And Eve Moon is $9.99. And Derek Clark said that is very similar to the Pretenders there. New bids on Rush all of a sudden, but I'm going to go ahead and sell Pat Benatar to David Eberly for $85. And we now have 3 new bidders on Rush, 40, 41, 42. Rush is at $42. Let me grab our next Japanese pressing. Next Japanese pressing is called Huey Lewis Selections. It's a 5-track EP. It's got really good tracks on it, though. This is called Huey Lewis Selections. It's a 5-track EP, $35 start for Huey Lewis. The vinyl is your normal near mint minus and pristine Japanese. Very, very nice. Looks almost unplayed. Tracks are I Want a New Drug, Do You Believe in Love, Working for a Living, The Power of Love, and The Heart of Rock and Roll. Somebody say those may be his best 5 songs. Huey Lewis Selections, 5-track EP. It does have the obi. The obi has a little bit of foxing or humidity discoloration on it. Other than that, there's nothing on the cover. It just got on the obi, just a little bit of discoloration. Has the insert, $35 start on that. $35 start on that. Rush is at $42. Preston Denny said Hank Williams Jr. $20. These are all sticker price right now. These are new arrivals. So Preston, that's $24.99. And Chip Hall's at $45 on Rush. John Evangelis, $9.99. Godsmack is not coming out this week. They have delayed it 1 week. It's nothing on me. That is a distributor thing or the label thing. Godsmack does not come out this week. No Godsmack this week. $24.99 for John Wesley Harding. This is You Sundor, The Lion, $29.99. Also Trip Shakespeare, The Crane, $14.99 for Trip Shakespeare. Kenny Loggins, Vox Humana, $9.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears 3 is $19.99. The Incredible Gary Puckett and Union Gap, $9.99. Howie Mandel is $14.99. Also The Best of Nat King Cole, $9.99. Vision Quest soundtrack, Journey, Madonna, Don Henley, John Waite, Dio, Foreigner, Sammy Hagar, Red Rider. That's $19.99. Preston Denny wants the Hank Williams Jr. That's so to Preston Denny. We have both Doc Severson, the Tonight Show Band. Tonight Show Band, those are still both available, $9.99. Senior Prom, 4 LP compilation of music, $24.99. Natalie Cole is $64.99. And the 82 classic soundtracks in here that are never left behind. Vision Quest and Eddie and the Cruisers. Rush is now at $47. Rush is now at $47. There is a Queen's Rock. We will be selling it later. I have no idea what it is. It's a Japanese pressing, I'm pretty sure. Rush is at $47 with Steve Martinelli. Chip Hall, you're out. Justin Cleveland, you're out. If y'all are done bidding, say out, or you can bid again. Rush is at $47. When I come back, I'm going to sell Huey Lewis if no one's bid on it. I've got more new vinyl to go through, which is like putbacks and non-payments and some other stuff like that. And then we've got 3 more crates of new vintage stuff, counting a whole... No, we've got 4 more crates of new vintage stuff if you include the 2 bins of putbacks we still have. So, great stuff coming up. Huey Lewis is a buy it now for $35. It's a 5-track Japanese EP. $35 buy it now on Huey Lewis. There's about 10 seconds left on Rush. If you want to get a bid in, Stephen Martinelli has it for $47. And that is a final call. Let's put up this Travis Tritt. Very, very tough to get record here. It's a sealed. It was only released through the club. And let's run another Japanese pressing. Let's do Madonna Like a Virgin. So this Travis Tritt is sealed. And this was only sold through the record club. I'm pretty sure, yeah, this one was 1990. It was not sold in stores. Travis Tritt, there's one tear in the shrink wrap here. Very tough to get. It's called Country Club. $165 start. Travis Tritt, sealed. Country Club, sealed copy. $165 start on that. New bid on Rush. This is Rush Caress of Steel. Rush is going to go a little bit longer. Chip Hall's at $48. It's a Black Mercury reissue pressing. Sometime there from the mid-80s, I'm pretty sure, on that label. It is near mint minus, extremely nice vinyl, and a very nice cover. Pretty much no signs of wear on the cover or vinyl. The new high bid on that is $48. Huey Lewis is a buy it now to David Polkey for $35. And since I didn't sell Rush, I will put Madonna on standby. Travis Tritt is a $165 start. We have Slave to the Grind, Skid Row. This is on colored vinyl, orange and black marbled vinyl, new and sealed, $44.99 on that. Metallica, In the City of Brotherly Love, live colored vinyl, $39.99 for Metallica, In the City of Brotherly Love. That's a live colored vinyl unofficial. Anthrax, Fistful of Metal. This is actually on splatter vinyl, new and sealed Anthrax, $31.99. And the Donnas, this was the first part of those Donnas reissues. This is Donna's self-titled, $39.99 for the Donna self-titled colored vinyl. Dan Davis wants Metallica, that's so did Dan Davis. And Lizzie Borden, give him the Axe, white and blued marbled vinyl, Lizzie Borden, white and blue marbled vinyl, $31.99. All right, Steven's out on Rush. Let's sell that to Chip Hall for $48. No bid on Travis Tritt. If anybody wants this, it's a $165 buy it now for the sealed Travis Tritt Country Club. If anybody wants that, it's a $165 buy it now on Travis Tritt. Madonna, Like a Virgin. Madonna, Like a Virgin. This is going to be a Japanese pressing for a $45 start. It is near mint and pristine. This is Madonna, Like a Virgin. I think it's in shrink wrap as well. First, let me show you the vinyl. That's what it looks like. It is very, very nice. Has a Japanese insert with it. Madonna's a $45 start. There is the 2-page flip from Japan, also with the lyrics. And the cover is in shrink wrap. It's a little bit torn or a little bit loose on the back, just lightly, but it is nice. It's kind of got a upside down. There we go. That's the right way. Madonna, $45 start, not Metallica. Travis Tritt is $165. Country Club, if anybody wants that. Sealed copy. Merciful Fate. Merciful Fate is $33.99. That's new and sealed, self-titled. And Annihilator, Alice in Hell. Annihilator is $39.99. Limited edition of 3,500 on red colored vinyl. Annihilator. That's limited, numbered, colored vinyl from Music on Vinyl. $39.99. Next Japanese pressing is going to be Journey Frontiers, and I think this is another really nice copy. Let's take a look at it. Journey is going to be a $45 start for Frontiers, Journey Frontiers. Madonna's also a $45 start. We have Near Mint Minus vinyl. The other night we had one of these for the first time, and now here's another one. I didn't recognize the first time seeing that the other night, and here it is again. It's a calendar. Journey 1983 calendar that came with it. 2 Japanese inserts. It has a Journey kind of like a family flow chart. It has an insert. It has a really nice cover of Obi. $45 start. Tom Sullivan wants the Lizzie Borden. That's sold to Tom Sullivan. Next is Silverchair Frog Stomp. Frog Stomp is $46.99. $46.99. Silverchair Frog Stomp, $46.99. Motley Crue Theater of Pain. $33.99 for Motley Crue Theater of Pain. And Johnny Cash, American Recordings, Volume 4, The Man Comes Around. Johnny Cash is $49.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication. That's a 2 LP, $44.99. And Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. This is expanded. Death Angel, $44.99. New bid on Journey for $45. Going twice, going 3 times. Anthony Gray wants Johnny Cash. That's sold to Anthony Gray. Death Angel, 2 copies of those. And Led Zeppelin Presents. $31.99 for Led Zeppelin Presents. Also Jackal, self-titled Jackal from Music on Vinyl, $39.99. And Mudvayne, LD50 Mudvayne is $39.99. Tom Sullivan wants DH. DH was, let's see, it wasn't Johnny Cash, and it was probably Death Angel maybe. Sean, let me know which one if that's what you were claiming. New Bird on Journey for $46, and Stephen Martinelli wants Mudvayne. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli. Jason Conklin wants Jackal. That's sold to Jason Conklin. And Joan Jett, Bad Reputation, $29.99. Can't believe these didn't get paid for because I cannot get them anymore. This is Slaughter, Fear No Evil, $52.99. First time ever on vinyl, red and black splatter. And Slaughter, The Wildlife, $52.99. First time ever on vinyl on both of those. They're both limited edition colored vinyl. I cannot get them anymore. Madonna is a buy it now. Madonna Like a Virgin, that's a $45 buy it now. And we had a new bid on Journey at $50. And then Tom Sullivan is going to let us know what his DH claim was for. As soon as he lets me know, I will tag those. Our next Japanese auction is Supertramp, Famous Last Words. This is a $35 start. Madonna, excuse me, I was reading the comments. This is Supertramp, Famous Last Words. This is near mint and pristine Japanese vinyl. $35 start for Supertramp. It has the Japanese insert with it. Extremely nice cover and Obi. Kind of the Obi blends in with the cover art there. $35 start on that. Journey's at $50. Sean Osborne, let me know if you're in or out. Slaughter, Fear No Evil. That is sold to David Polkey. And JL gets to Madonna for a $45 buy it now. Madonna is sold to JL for $45. Next is Lamb of God. $28.99 for Lamb of God self-titled. And Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake. $36.99. Back-to-back Lamb of God. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors Live. 2 LP Fleetwood Mac Rumors Live. $44.99. I'm going to mute my mic for 1 second while I take a drink of Monster, actually, not water tonight. Okay, I'm back. We have Kevin Crowell wanting Lamb of God, Ashes of the Wake. That is sold to Kevin Crowell. Next is Death Angel, $39.99. Death Angel, and that's called Act 3. I actually have 2 of those. Kiss Psycho Circus, $49.99. This is the Star Trek Picard soundtrack, Volume 1, Season 3, colored vinyl, $44.99. And Cure, the show, that is $44.99. 30th anniversary of The Cure, the show, 30th anniversary 2LP, $44.99. Mel Moss is the new bidder on Journey. I was just about to sell that because Sean Osborne didn't say in or out, but Mel's now at 52. So Grant Peltzer, you're back out. No one bid on Supertramp. That's a $35 buy it now on Supertramp. Sean's out on Journey. Thank you for letting me know. But we do have a new bidder with Mel Moss at 52. Next auction is going to be, new auction is going to be Randy Travis Old 8x10. This is actually sealed. It's a sealed copy of Randy Travis, $35 start. It's called Old 8x10. Old 8x10. It does have a saw mark, but it's sealed with the hype sticker and the original price tag. This has his hit song, Deeper Than the Holler, on it. And this is a $35 start. Sealed Randy Travis. That album is not in print. So we have Grant Peltzer, you're out on Journey. Let me know if you want back in. Eddie Bruce wants Tramp. That was a Supertramp buy it now. Sell that to Eddie Bruce for $35. And Kevin Crowell wants the other Lamb of God. And that was this one right here, the self-titled one. That's sold to Kevin Crowell. Sun Ra Standards, gold vinyl, limited edition of 500, pressed at Palace in Germany. Sun Ra's $29.99. The Cult, that's blue and red vinyl, $39.99 for the Cult. Trick or Treat, orange with black swirl, limited to 750. They're hand numbered on the back, $39.99 for Trick or Treat. Also, Starcatcher, Greta Van Fleet, $34.99 for Starcatcher, Greta Van Fleet. And the Black Crows Crowology, $46.99 for the Black Crows Crowology, $46.99. That's about the best price you'll see on that because that's that newest reissue on splatter vinyl. And I have 2 copies of the Cult again, Ceremony. All right, Grant Peltzer, if you can hear me, let me know if you want out on Journey. Final call to get a bid in on Randy Travis before I make that a buy it now. Time to go through some new vintage stuff, but let me read very quickly what's left in here one more time. I can't believe no one got Slave to the Grind by Skid Row. That's still available for $44.99. So is Anthrax, The Donnas, Merciful Fate, Annihilator, Silverchair, Motley Crue, Red Hot Chili Peppers, Death Angel, Led Zeppelin Presence. We have Joan Jett, Bad Reputation, Slaughter, Fleetwood Mac Rumors, Death Angel, Kiss, Psycho Circus, Star Trek, The Cure. Sun Ra is $29.99. Sun Ra Standards, gold vinyl, pressed at Palace. The Cult, Trick or Treat, Greta Van Fleet, and the Black Crows. Great stuff left in there. That is new vinyl putbacks and no payments. All right, I've got to go ahead and sell Journey. Let's sell that to Mel Moss for $52. We got 1 bid on Randy Travis for $35. Sell it to Shane Devers. Those are sold and sold. Now we can put up some new stuff. Next is a vintage Procol Harum bootleg. And I'm going to grab another Japanese pressing. And let me figure out where they start so I can do them in the rest of them in order. Here we go. Paul McCartney, London Town, and Procol Harum. We have PH and PM, Procol Harum and Paul McCartney. This is Procol Harum, Tales with Tangrams, 1974 British tour. This is Procol Harum live recording at the Golders Green Hippodrome in London for the BBC. $35 start. No condition notes on the vinyl. It's a vintage live Procol Harum bootleg. $35 start. Procol Harum, that is now up for bid. And Paul McCartney, London Town. This is a Japanese pressing for a $45 start. Paul McCartney and Wings, London Town, $45 start. Let me go ahead and show you the insert. There's the Japanese insert. There's the poster. Denny Lane just passed away this week. Rest in peace. And here is the original inner sleeve as well. So Wings, Paul McCartney, London Town, $45 start, and Procol Harum. Those are now up for bid. All right, so we had Brent Robley is going to take the Sun Ra. That is sold to Brent Robley. Sun Ra, Jason Conklin, you were second on Randy Travis. Shane bid, Kevin Crowell on MF. And that was for Merciful Fate. Kevin Crowell on Merciful Fate. Did I already get a Death Angel Frolic? You did not. Tom, you commented DH earlier, and I didn't know what you were wanting. There's a Death Angel again, so I didn't know what you wanted. So you did want that one. So that's sold to you, and Sun Ra is already sold. Let's go through a crate of new vintage stuff that was priced for tonight. A crate of new vintage stuff that was priced for tonight. I have got stuff stacked up all around me. I've got over here an AC/DC, a Van Halen, and a Stevie Ray Vaughan to auction. I have a whole box of new Funkos and action figures to show. But I think the first thing I'm going to go through, is this bin of check condition titles. Yep, I think these are new check condition titles, and we have not done new check condition titles tonight. So let me go through these right now. Let me see what's in here right quick. Make sure this is absolutely the crate I want to go through. So far it is. I'm almost done, and this is definitely the crate we're going to go through next. So these are new check condition vintage arrivals. New check condition vintage arrivals. Let's go through these right now. And how much did you want for Red Hot Chili Peppers? Those are $44.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers. These auctions have not got bids, so I'm going to make them a buy it now. Procol Harum is a $35 buy it now, and Paul McCartney's a $45 buy it now. So Procol Harum, Tales with the Tangrams, vintage bootleg from Procol Harum, if I could spit all this out. That's a $35 buy it now, and Paul McCartney London Town, very nice Japanese press and complete with the inserts and poster. That's a $45 buy it now. And I'll keep that on that. Let's go through a few LPs, and I'll put up a couple new auctions. We have Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town, VG Plus condition, $9.99. 10 Years After, Cricklewood Green, that's in VG Plus condition, $9.99. And the Rage Ups, VG Plus, $14.99 for the Rage Ups, VG Plus, $14.99. John Denver, Poems, Prayers, and Promises, and that has Take Me Home, Country Roads on it, VG Plus, $9.99. I think we already sold one of these this week. But here's another one, and here's a Rocky soundtrack. We sold Rocky IV earlier. Here's Rocky I. This is the original motion picture score to Rocky I. $35 start. It has this Japanese insert with it. Very nice and pristine Japanese vinyl. Very cool Japanese insert with pictures from the film. Nice cover. The U.S. pressings are always worn because it's a black cover. There's the Obi. $35 start on that. And here's another copy, if you don't have it already, of Wham! Make It Big. Japanese pressing in shrink wrap with the Obi and the Japanese hype sticker, and Wham! Is a $45 start. George Michael and Wham!, and this has two of their biggest hits on it, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go and Careless Whisper. This is a book, two-page Japanese or multi-page book from Japan, $45 start on that. There is the vinyl, near mint minus and pristine, and there's the very nice cover in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. So those are $35 and $45 starts, or I think I said, let me check right quick. I think they're, 45 on either one. We'll do that. Make it easier. 45 on either one. No claims on these so far. The Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me, VG Plus condition, $9.99. The Edgar Winter Group, Shock Treatment. Edgar Winter Group, VG Plus, $14.99. Booker T and the MGs, Soul Limbo, VG condition. For Booker T and the MGs, Soul Limbo, VG condition, $12.99. Charlie Daniels Band, Full Moon, that's VG condition, $12.99. And Charlie Daniels Band, Million Mile Reflections, Devil Went Down to Georgia, VG condition, $12.99. South Street by the Orleans, wow, don't see that one too often, VG condition, $9.99. That's definitely an older record on the Cameo, 1960, the Orleans, VG, $9.99. And this is Abbey Road. This is VG Plus, $29.99, vintage copy of Abbey Road, VG Plus, $29.99. Brooks wrote his or her name on the cover, $29.99. Test 1, 2, is this thing working? I think we're disconnected on something because there hasn't been a comment in like a solid 2 minutes. Test 1, 2, can anybody hear me? Or everybody's asleep on this Friday night. They're snoring on their couch right now. Tanner, is this laptop on? Let's see here. Do we have the feed? Test 1, 2. I'm going to have to stop the show. Test 1, 2. There's the one comment. I don't know if we're on YouTube or Facebook. Test. Let's see here. I think we've lost YouTube somewhere or another, but I'm just, or everybody's just being really quiet all of a sudden. Test 1, 2. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm only connected to Facebook, so I don't have YouTube comments right now. That's what happened. I was wondering what happened because I've went through I've went through part of the crate and, okay, now we're back connected on YouTube. Okay, so if I've missed anything, let me know. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything over here on Tanner's end or laptop. And I don't think I did. Okay, test 1, 2. There's a YouTube comment. Okay, everybody's here. So I just want to make sure that I've went through these first 20 records and there hasn't been any claims on them. So I'm going to read them one more time. There's no claims. So if you commented earlier, or if you've bid on something, I don't have anything. Okay, so if you've bid on something, you might want to do it again right now. If you've commented on something, you might want to do it again right now because I have not got a claim or a bid on anything so far in this crate or in here. So I'm going to read the titles. If you want to claim something, send it now. If you want to bid, final call before I make this a buy it now. I showed the Beatles, the Orleans, Charlie Daniels, Booker T, Edgar Winter, Doobie Brothers, John Denver, the Rage Ups, 10 Years After, and Rod Stewart. Those are still available. So those are all still available. Now let's make Rocky a buy it now for $45. The Rocky soundtrack is a $45 buy it now, and Wham! Make It Big is a $45 buy it now. Those are available if anybody wants them. Tanner, do we have a pack of sleeves handy for these? I'm going to need several to start putting some of these Japanese in. Well, I'll let you do it because these are both sold. Terry Westwood got Rocky for $45 and Fred Carnell gets Wham! For $45. Okay, I'll put up 2 new auctions. We have Bozo on the Farm, Bozo the Clown, VG Condition, $9.99. Shutdowns and Hill Climbers, Little Deuce Scoop, Jan King, The Ventures are on here, Johnny Bond, that's VG $12.99, and the Moody Blues, A Question of Balance, VG Condition, $9.99. Okay, so those 2 auctions sold. Let me put up 2 new ones. And this is John Barry, as in the music composer who did the James Bond, lots of the James Bond music. This is John Barry, and this is a film score compilation. $45 start, John Barry. It's called Grand Prix 20. Some of the music he did. There's, of course, Sean Connery, James Bond, Goldfinger, Dr. No, From Russia with Love. Most of the Sean Connery music. That's John Barry and his orchestra. $45 start. $45 start, Midnight Cowboy. There's From Russia with Love. That's a $45 start. Really cool. I hardly ever sell these James Bond Japanese soundtracks, but that one is now up for bid. And we have Foreigner. This is their self-titled debut album, Foreigner, near mint with Obi. And this is also a $45 start for Foreigner. Self-titled, $45 start. Feels like the first time. Very classic album, $45 start, Foreigner. That's near mint with Obi. Continuing, Graham Edge Band with Adrian Gruvitz. That is VG Condition, $9.99. Michael Rabin and the Five Americans, Now and Then. That's in VG Condition, $12.99. Allman Brothers Beginnings. That's a 2LP, VG Condition, $14.99. And John Denver, Rocky Mountain Christmas, VG Plus, $9.99. Santana is VG Plus, $14.99. And Richie Valens Golden Archive Series. That's in VG Condition, $9.99. Eagles, their greatest hits, VG Condition, $14.99 for the Eagles, their greatest hits. VG Condition, $14.99. And Dr. No, that is an original Dr. No soundtrack. VG Condition, $9.99. Dr. No, Ian Fleming's Dr. No, the first James Bond film adventure, the original soundtrack. All right, no bids on these. Final call to get a bid in on the John Barry film score compilation or on Foreigner, $45. Christopher Morris wants RV for Richie Valens. Wolves Council wants Dr. No. Do you have any Baronzis? I do not, Josh. What's the best price? These are sticker price right now, and also, do you ever get any Mahogany Rush? They do show up eventually. Christine McVie, Mahogany Rush does show up. VG Condition, $12.99. Fred Carnell needs to put back Wham. JL was second, so we'll give Wham to JL instead of Fred Carnell. The Outlaws, Wanted, VG Condition, $12.99. And Steppenwolf Live, VG Condition, $14.99 for Steppenwolf Live. 2LP, VG Condition, $14.99. Bang Bang, You're Terry Reid, that's in VG Condition, $19.99. And Sweet, Give Us a Wink, VG Plus, $19.99. Charlie Daniels was VG $12.99 and VG $12.99. Those are $12.99 each. The Earl Scruggs Review, VG Plus $9.99, and Blood Rock Passage was VG Plus $14.99. Let's make John Barry film score compilation a buy it now for $45, and Foreigners a buy it now for $45. No bids on those. $45 and $45. If anybody wants those, they're now available for a BIN, Foreigner and the John Barry James Bond. We have Jimmy Buffett, Son of a Sailor. Jimmy Buffett is a VG Condition, $9.99. Wolves Council said he'll take both Charlie Daniels. Sold to Wolves Council, Charlie Daniels and Charlie Daniels. In Excess, Listen Like These. That's VG Plus, $19.99. And Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, VG Condition, $14.99. Next 2 Japanese auctions, REO Speedwagon and Another Madonna. These are, I don't think I've ever had a Japanese pressing of this one. REO Speedwagon, REO. It is a $45 start. Obi and a hop sticker. This is called REO by REO Speedwagon. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese vinyl. It has a Japanese insert with it. Has a cover and a hop sticker, $45 star. I don't think I've had a Japanese pressing of that. And this is Madonna True Blue, another $45 start. We sold Like a Virgin earlier. The vinyl on this is very nice, near mint minus. Also has this Japanese poster insert with it. It's actually a poster, not really an insert. There's no writing on it. That's actually a poster. That's the Japanese insert, and then here's the cover. The obi is here. It needs to just be attached. We can get it back on there. When you take these things off, sometimes it's a hassle putting them back on there, but it's there. It's not ripped or torn. It's not ripped or torn. It just needs to be put back on the cover. That's a $45 start on that. Back to the bin. Josie Sinkbell wants the Jimmy Buffett. That's so did Josie Sinkbell. Dan Moran was second. Wolves Council put Bat, and that was for Bat Out of Hell, and David Polkey wants NXS. Those are both sold. We have Moody Blues, another question of balance, VG condition, $9.99. Wings at the Speed of Sound, that's VG $12.99. And Boston, third stage, VG plus $24.99. Boston Don't Look Back, VG plus $19.99. And Chicago's Greatest Hits, 82 to 89, that's VG plus $14.99. Lionel Richie, Dancing on the Ceiling, VG plus $9.99. And Styx, Equinox, VG condition, $9.99. Catch Bull at 4, Cat Stevens, that's VG plus $9.99. And Kiss Love Gun, Love Guns in VG condition, $19.99 for Kiss Love Gun, VG condition, $19.99. Terry Reid is still in here. This is called Bang Bang, Your Terry Reid, VG condition, $19.99. Marty Ellis first on the Chicago Greatest Hits. That's so to Marty Ellis. Hendry, you were second. Josie Sinkbell and Lionel Richie. We have Zachary P. on Love Gun. Josie Sinkbell second. James Rayner third. Price on third stage. Boston third stage was VG plus condition, $24.99. Eric Gooden wants Terry Reid. No bids on these auctions. They're $45 buy it nows. We have REO Speedwagon, $45 buy it now, and Madonna's a $45 buy it now. Those are $45 buy it nows if anybody wants REO Speedwagon or Madonna True Blue. There's REO Speedwagon, $45 buy it now on that, and Madonna True Blue is sold to David Polkey, $45 buy it now on that Tanner. Journey Frontiers, VG condition, $9.99, and the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, VG plus $29.99. 2LP Rolling Stones compilation of Hot Rocks. This is Maybe Tomorrow by the Ivies, also known as Badfinger. Badfinger, 1987 U.S. unofficial. Originals are extremely rare and expensive. This is an unofficial pressing of a very rare and expensive album. EX condition, $45 start for the Ivies. Maybe Tomorrow, $45 start. The Ivies, also what formed into Badfinger. Maybe Tomorrow. EX condition, it's in shrink wrap, $45 start on that, now up for bid. That is an unofficial pressing. And let me grab our next Japanese pressing, which is Nat King Cole. This is Nat King Cole. It is called Golden Disc. It is a, boy, this is, actually, I'll have Tanner unwrap that, and we'll put it up for auction. Next, we'll do something we don't get too often. Country Japanese. Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings, Take It to the Limit. $35 start. Willie Nelson and Waylon Jennings, Take It to the Limit. Japanese pressing, $35 start. Take It to the Limit. Near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the cover. Willie's successful albums. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. There's 19 on here. And before that one, he put out about 20. And since then, he's put out about 70. That's a long list of Willie Nelson albums. $35 start on either one of those, or $35 start on that. Bob Seger Live Bullet, VG $12.99. What's on Journey? Journey Frontiers. Separate Ways, Send Her My Love. There's two big ones. Chain Reaction, After the Fall. Faithfully, Edge of Blue, Trouble Child, Back Talk, Frontiers, and Rubicon. That's Journey. That's in VG condition, $9.99. There's Live Bullet again, 2LP, VG $12.99, and John Lennon Imagine. John Lennon Imagine, VG Plus condition, $24.99. Lanny Davis says he will take Journey Frontiers. That's so to Lanny Davis. And Grease is VG Plus condition, $14.99. John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John, Grease, VG Plus condition, $19.99 on Grease. Styx, Kilroy Was Here, VG condition, $9.99. No one bid on the Ivies. That's a $45 buy it now. The Ivies, Maybe Tomorrow, a 1987 unofficial. Paul has a note. Originals are extremely rare and expensive, and that's a $45 buy it now if anybody wants that. $45 buy it now if anybody wants the Ivies. That's now available. And we have Willie Nelson, 1 bid. That's sold to Nat Reynolds for $35. Landy says he'll take it. David Johnson said, I missed the bid on the Ivies. David, it's $45 if you want it. Your comment came in at a very good time. If you don't want it, then it's sold to Eddie Bruce, but that's $45. Zachary P. wants Grease. That's sold to Zachary P. Grease. Eddie, you were second on Badfinger as long as David wants it. Can I get the Motley Crue Theater of Pain out of the last crate? That was the new and sealed Motley Crue Theater of Pain from the putback bin, which is right here, Tanner. It is $33.99. I have more of those if anybody else wants one. That's sold to Jason Conklin. Tim Turner, you were second on Grease, and Willie Nelson's already been sold. David said pass, so sell that to Eddie Bruce. Next is the Blues Brothers, VG plus $16.99, and Icon, VG plus $16.99 for Icon. Our next auction is Nat King Cole Gold Disc. $35 start for Nat King Cole Gold Disc. There is 1 LP. Comes in this kind of flip open textured style book. It has a Japanese booklet with it, Nat King Cole, and this is a huge compilation. $35 start, 2 LPs of music, Nat King Cole Golden Disc. $35 start on that. $35 start on that. So we had Tim Turner third on Grease. We had Darren Wortman getting the Icon, and Light of Day, VG Plus $19.99. Light of Day soundtrack, VG Plus $19.99. Next auction, we have Frank Zappa. This is Frank Zappa live at the Ritz, New York City, November 17th, 1981. And this is Frank Zappa live at the Ritz, New York City, November 17th, 1981. And this is a $25 start. Frank Zappa, vintage bootleg, live at the Ritz, $25 start. Zappa, that's now up for bid. Stephen Martinelli on BB, that's for the Blues Brothers. And we have NXS, another NXS, The Swing, VG Plus $19.99, and Tears for Fears, that's VG $14.99. Songs from the Big Chair. Songs from the Big Chair. So, lot still left in there. That was a crate of new vintage stuff. I have another crate like that. I've got plenty of auctions. I've got 2 bins of putbacks to go through, vintage pre-owned stuff. Then I'm probably going to do a recap of the new vinyl, and I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 crates of auctions to go through. But I'm trying to go through the Japanese stuff as fast as possible. Just like this. If no one bids really quickly, I'm going to make it a buy it now. Nat King Cole is a $35 buy it now. That's called Golden Disc. It's a 2 LP compilation of Nat King Cole music. 2 LP, near mint pristine, and a booklet. Frank Zappa has bids for $25.25 and now $28, and Zachary P wants Tears for Fears. Zachary P gets the Tears for Fears. Travis Wade was next. Here's what's left in here. Rod Stewart, 10 years after, the Rage Ups, John Denver, the Doobie Brothers, Edgar Winter, Booker T, the Orlons, the Beatles, Bozo the Clown, Shutdowns and Hill Climbs, that's like beach hot rod music, the Moody Blues, Graham Edge Band, the 5 Americans, and the Allman Brothers. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to make Frank Zappa a final call for $28, and I'm going to put up a new Japanese pressing, which is Donna Summer, Cats Without Claws. And I think this thing is sealed. Yes, this is sealed. A sealed Japanese pressing of Donna Summer, Cats Without Claws. Don't see that too often. Most of the stuff in Japan didn't come sealed. Sometimes some distributors, some labels, when they got stuff from the... Some distributors, when they got stuff from the labels, they shrink wrapped it so they could put it out for retail, or when it came to America. But this has been in Japan. We got it from Japan. That's Donna Summer. It is sealed. It's a $35 start. It's a sealed Japanese pressing of Cats Without Claws. $35 start on that. Frank Zappa's now at $29. What is the price on REO? Darren, that was a $45 buy now. So far, there's only been 4 Japanese no bids. REO, Paul McCartney, John Barry, which is a James Bond compilation, and Foreigner. And there's only been 1 bootleg not bid, which is Procol Harum, and 1 sealed country album, Travis Tritt. That's the only no bids. John Denver, Rocky Mountain Christmas, Santana, The Eagles, Christine McVie, Steppenwolf, The Outlaws, Sweet, The Earl Scruggs Review, Blood Rock Passage, The Moody Blues, Wings, Boston, Styx, Cat Stevens, Boston, Rolling Stones, Bob Seger, John Lennon, Light of Day, Styx, and NXS. There's a lot of stuff in there that I'm like, wow, I can't believe this hadn't sold. Well, how much was the Nat King Cole? This was a no bid as well, $35 buy it now. It's still available. Frank Zappa's at $28, $29, $30, and now $31. Chip Hall gets REO Speedwagon for a $45 buy it now, as long as Darren Wortman doesn't want it. If Darren doesn't want it, it goes to Chip Hall. Nat King Cole is also. Frank Zappa's at $31. Final call to get a bid in on Donna Summer. Let me just grab a new crate. That was check condition stuff. Let me grab this other crate of new, not check condition stuff John had marked for us today. I see some really cool looking stuff in here. I mean, some really cool looking stuff. So, wow. See some stuff that we could have auctioned last night for Metal Night in here, and it's stickered and priced and ready to go. So I hope you're paying attention. Hope you have your fingers ready, your eyes and your ears, and we're going to go ahead and go through this crate right now. All right. He said, Frank Zappa 31, he said sell it to Chip, so that's sold to Chip Paul for 45. John Seymour Rolling Stones was, the Rolling Stones Hot Rocks was VG Plus condition, $29.99. VG Plus condition, $29.99. Frank Zappa's at 34. That's a battle between Matt and Brian right now. Jackie bid 35 on Donna Summer. That is sold. And we are going to put up the last Japanese pressing from this box, and then I've got a whole brand new one to run. This is Asia Astra, Japanese in shrink wrap with Obi, near mint minus and pristine. $35 start for Asia. This is a $35 start. It is near mint pristine. $35 start. It's in shrink wrap with the Obi, inner sleeve, insert, $35 start on that. All right, so he's out on Zappa. Matt Barnhill was at 36. We're going to sell Zappa to Matt Barnhill for 36, and Jackie Reynolds is at, she got the Donna Summer. That's a $35 start. Let me see what else I have over here in the bootlegs. I have Patti Smith, 1976 in heat. Patti Smith is most likely from the Clear Door in Washington, D.C., January 16th, 1976, plus studio cuts from Hey Joe and Piss Factory. $35 start. Patti Smith, vintage bootleg. It's live and studio cuts. $35 start for Patti Smith. $35 start. Those are our next two auctions. These are new vintage arrivals. We have the Mahavishnu, the Mahashuganishi Yogi. That is $9.99. Heaters, is that what that says? Cheaters. Self-titled. That is $14.99 for Cheaters. And Route 6016 and other great TV things by Nelson Riddle with a hop sticker. Very cool, from Capitol Records. $9.99. Route 66. John Renborn, Sir John a lot of. $19.99 for that. And Apple, what's that say? It's $12.99. Apple Brains, Get Fruity. Apple Brains. Wacky G-rated kitty record all about nutrition. Is $12.99. So we have Patti Smith is at 35. Final call. Stephen A. Young wants Route 66, and Bob Riger needs to put back Hum. He needs to put back Hum. We have Don Henley. All she wants to do is dance, and Don Henley, Ella Solo Quiere Balear. That is $9.99. Spanky in Her Gang, featuring Sunday Will Never Be the Same. Spanky in Our Gang, that is $14.99 for Spanky and Our Gang. And the Phi-Tones. The Phi-Tones is $12.99. All right, Patti Smith is sold to Chris Gardner for $35. If anybody wants Asia, it's a $35 buy it now. Those are buy it nows. Bert Henry in the Raw, $14.99 for Bert Henry. And Eric Carmen is $9.99. I don't know if we had a waiting list for Hum or not. If there is a waiting list, we will fill it. Or if anybody wants that copy of Hum, originals of that are very expensive. I don't know if y'all remember, but we had an original copy of that. Tanner reminded me that came through in a collection. It was like a $200 or $300 record we sold or auctioned here one night, and it's not in print, and that's a new reissue that was scheduled for release date of Friday, today. This is a near mint Bob Ludwig cut. It has Master Disc RL in the dead wax. Master Disc RL, that's Bob Ludwig. A very clean copy of AC/DC for those about the rock. Oh, is this actually a Japanese pressing? Hold on a second. No wonder it looks nice. Manufactured. This is not Japanese. Manufactured by Atlantic 75 Rockefeller. Why does it have a Japanese insert with it? It looks nice enough to be Japanese. I don't know why this has a Is it a Japanese jacket? No, it's a club copy. It's a Bob Ludwig club copy. So, $35 start on AC/DC. I don't know why it has a Japanese insert with it, but AC/DC is a $35 start. Has RL mastering. The Paul McCartney is London Town. The Paul McCartney, that was the Japanese buy it now for London Town, and that's a $45 buy it now. Inserts and poster with it as well. No other claims. We pulled Route 66. The Statler Brothers, Flower on the Wall. Flowers on the Wall, that's $14.99. And Dave Clark 5, Having a Wild Weekend, $9.99. The Reds, $9.99 on the Reds. And Herbout and the Tijuana Brass, $19.99. Charles Chambliss, a countess from Hong Kong. That is sealed from 1967, $19.99. And Herb Albert's Greatest Hits, also $19.99. Christopher Morris on SB. SB was the Statler Brothers. AC/DC's at $35 and now $40. AC/DC's at $35 and now $40. Next, we're going to auction a OG Stevie Ray Vaughan and Double Trouble Soul to Soul. And this thing is nice. The vinyl is near mint minus, very clean jacket as well. Stevie Ray Vaughan's a $45 start. So AC/DC's at $40. Stevie Ray Vaughan, we're looking for a $45 start. Continuing. Country guys and gals, Buck Owens, Glenn Campbell, Roy Clark, Bobby Gentry, Sonny James, Wanda Jackson. Looks like a country comp, $9.99. No One Stands Alone, Jimmy Davis, $9.99. Gary Puckett and the Union Gap, Greatest Hits, in shrink wrap, $9.99. This must have been some stuff that was imported from Japan, because look, that has a yen, 1,600 yen from Tower Records, Japan. And this AC/DC record, it had a Japanese insert with it. I'm not for sure what's going on there, but there's the best of Ted Nugent with Stranglehold and Cat Scratch Fever, and Leader of the Pack, Greatest Hits. Greatest Hits from Leader of the Pack, $9.99. So AC/DC was at $40. Final call. We had Stevie Ray Vaughan 55, Stevie Ray Vaughan 45, and AC/DC 41. AC/DC 45. Rob Scheffler wants the country compilation. That's so to Rob Scheffler. Next is the very best of Fats Domino, $9.99, and Buck Owens and Susan Ray, We're Gonna Get It Together. Buck Owens, $9.99. Joe Egan, Out of Nowhere, $9.99. Ted Nugent, If You Can't Lick 'Em, $16.99. And Kenny Rogers Christmas is $9.99. $9.99. All right. So Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 45. No one else's bid. Steven bid 55, but I think he meant at 45. So 55 on that. Final call. AC/DC's at 45. Final call. Nick Frattini wants Fast Domino. Is that a claim? Meaning, Nick, sometimes when people put exclamation points in their claims, I always ask them, because sometimes people comment a claim with an exclamation point, and that doesn't actually mean that they want it. He says, yes, he actually wants it. Okay. We've had people get on before, and they'll put an exclamation point after a claim, and they'll be like, oh, but I didn't actually want to buy it. I was just excited that you had it. I will sell you that, though. And if you're a first-time buyer, let me know, but I think you've bought from us before. Ted Condition, I missed it. So this Ted Nugent, no condition notes, $16.99, and we have this Ted Nugent. It has no condition notes, $14.99. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $46. Tone Loc, Wild Thing, wow, $19.99 for Tone Loc, Wild Thing. And we have John Hartford, All in the Name of Love. John Hartford is $9.99. Let's do some final calls. AC/DC's at $45. Chris Gardner, you're out. AC/DC's at $45. Final call for those about to rock. And Stevie Ray Vaughan's at $46. Dan Moran says he will take the Ted Nugent Greatest Hits. That's only if Brian Arrigo or Dave Connor doesn't want it. They both asked about it. New bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan for $48. And Tone Loc is so to Tony Riddle. The early one. That is the early one. I'm assuming if you want Ted Nugent Greatest Hits, make sure you say Ted Nugent Greatest Hits or Great Gonzo, the best of. That is what I'm putting you down for. Tony Riddle wants Tone Loc, AC/DC 48, now 50. We have Manfred Mann's Nightingales and Bombers, $12.99, and Robin Williams, A Night at the Met. Robin Williams is $19.99, and Share, $19.99, and this is called Share, $19.99 for Share. Are we all done on SRV? $46. Who else was the bidder on Stevie Ray Vaughan? Stephen Martinelli. No. Yeah, Stephen Martinelli. You're out on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Let me know if you want back in. Jason Fordnat wants Robin Williams. Chris Gardner was second. Nick, I have got you. Fats Domino pulled. Travis Wade wants Share. Brian Arrigo did want Great Gonzo, so that is so to Brian Arrigo. He was first on that, Brian Arrigo. And Chris Kirkley, you were third on Robin Williams. Bill Cosby's Fat Albert, $19.99. And we have Twice as Cool, the Greatest Hits of Kool and the Gang. Don't see that too often. $29.99. Greatest Hits of Kool and the Gang. I'm going to get a third auction rolling because we've been bidding on these for a while. And we have Randy Travis. This one's a little bit tougher to get. No holding back. It's sealed with hop sticker, just like the other two Randy Travis we've already sold. Sealed copies of Randy Travis, no holding back. This is a $45 start. $45 start on Randy Travis, no holding back. That is a sealed copy, looking for a $45 start. Jason Fornerat wants the Fat Albert. Travis Wade was second. Joe Maynard gets Kool and the Gang. Those are all sold. And a 12-inch single of Jafria, that's Love You Forever, $14.99 for Jafria. Chet Atkins picks on the Pops. Chet Atkins, Boston Pops of Arthur Fiedler, $9.99. And we have Odell Brown and the Organizers, Ducky. Odell Brown, $19.99. And Mercy Mercy, the Buddy Rich Big Band. Cool kind of psychedelia cover there, $19.99. All done on AC/DC. AC/DC is sold to, let's see here. Sold to Stephen Martinelli for $50. And Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold to Stephen Martinelli for $48. Those are both sold, $50 and $48. Randy Travis is at $45 and now $50. Chris is at $45. Shane was at $50. And let's go put up another auction. This is who? This is Genesis. Wow. Genesis live at Montrose University Sports Arena. This is April 24th, 1974. This is Montrose University Sports Center, April 24th, 1974, from an FM broadcast, colored vinyl. Wow, colored vinyl, vintage bootleg of Genesis. It's a little bit yellow, and it's kind of like split color, yellow and black. $65 start. This is live at Montrose University Sports Arena, April 24th, 1974, FM broadcast soundboard. This is Peter Gabriel, Genesis, $65 start. Very interesting. Didn't know that was even in the bin until right now. Randy Travis is now at $53 of Chris Kirkley. Genesis is a $65 start. Randy Travis is at $55. The Babies on the Edge, $14.99 for the Babies. The Babies Anthology, that's $19.99. And Europe, Wings of Tomorrow. Europe is $34.99, Wings of Tomorrow. Lou Gramm, Ready or Not. Lou Gramm is $19.99. Lou Gramm, a foreigner. And Attitudes Records, I'm Your Wild Thing by Mamondo and She, $9.99. Randy Travis at $55. Chris Kirkley, you're out. Looking for a $65 start on Genesis. Footloose soundtrack is $19.99. And Europe, The Final Countdown, $29.99. Europe, The Final Countdown. Back two Europe albums in there. And Bad English is $49.99. Gold stamp promo for Bad English, original inner sleeve, near mint minus. That was probably something we should have had last night. Also, The Best of the Blues Brothers is $24.99. Very clean copy, The Best of the Blues Brothers. Shane Devers, you're out on Randy Travis. Chris Kirkley has that for $57. Final call for Genesis. I'm going to go ahead and be grabbing our next bin of, actually, you know what? Me and Tanner listened to this last night. Yes albums with Obies are so tough. It just seems like it's always a challenge to find these, and we listened to this, and this may be one of the best sounding Yes albums I've ever listened to. Close to the Edge. And the cover also is amazing. It almost looks like the Yes Close to the Edge has Fooling on it. This is going to be a $75 start for Yes Close to the Edge. Extremely nice vinyl, and we can both vouch. It is amazing. What an incredible album. They're right in the middle of Close to the Edge. Whatever all that they're doing, it's just, I don't know. There's no words to explain it. It's unlike anything else. I told Tanner when we was listening to it, I was like, are you listening to what we're listening to right now? This is such incredible. Whatever they're doing right here, all that. John Anderson's almost like rapping, and Chris Squire's playing an offbeat bass, and there's keyboards going on, and Steve Howe's playing this guitar solo, and it just blows my mind every time I listen to it. $75 start on that. It's a perfect copy. The bass, we always talk about these Japanese vinyl not having any bass. This thing sounds incredible. It will blow. If you're an audiophile, you are going to love that. And I'm in no hurry to sell it. I kind of hoard these things, okay? So don't bid. Genesis, final call, 65. Randy Travis, 57. Chris Kirkley gets Bad English. Holly Safe wants Europe, Final Countdown. Stephen Martinelli wants The Best of the Blues Brothers. Now, Angela, you were second to Europe. There was two in here. There was another Europe. The first one's already been claimed, but we still have Wings of Tomorrow, and you bid on Randy Travis for 60. Let's go ahead and sell Genesis. Genesis is sold to Brent Rively for $65, and we have Loudness, Thunder in the East, $34.99 for Loudness, and Misplaced Childhood by Marillion, $39.99. Tom Sullivan's at $75 on Yes. An incredible sounding record, and just an incredible album in general. I mean, if you that's one of those that I always say you got to sit down and experience in high quality, and that's Close to the Edge. I mean, it is a 20-minute song, but there is so much going on. It's just like, what in the world? Let's go through some more boots here. Also, here's a Billy Ray Cyrus. Here's something we don't get very often. while they're bidding on Randy Travis. By the way, Chris Kirkley, you're out. Randy Travis has that for 60, and Chris is out. Let's go ahead and sell that to Chris Kirk or Shane Devers for 60. Yes is at $75, going twice, going 3 times on Yes, close to the edge. And Billy Ray Cyrus, Some Gave All with Achy Breaky Heart, $115 start. Another rare, tough to get country album from 1992, Billy Ray Cyrus. It is near mint pristine. It's a club copy. This may be one of those, I guess it was sold in stores, or maybe it was a club only. It's one of the two. This is definitely a club, but I don't know if it was sold in stores. Billy Ray Cyrus, Some Gave All, that's a $115 start. It's near mint minus and pristine. Last 2 records in here is Kiss Double Platinum and Original Terre Haute pressing, $44.99, and 16 #1 hits of the late 60s. And this looked like an amazing compilation, all from Motown. Stevie Wonder's on here, and well, I don't like the colors. I'm having trouble reading it. Temptations, Dinah Ross and Supremes, and the Four Tops and Smokey Robinson. I couldn't hardly make them out. $16.99. Back up to the top, so Zachary P. wants double platinum. We had David Polkey next, Christopher Morris on 16 hits, and Bobby Moyes, your second. Okay, I hate to do it, but I'm going to do a final call on Yes for $75 and a final call on Billy Ray Cyrus for $115. Let me read you what's left in here. Then I've got some really good putback bins, stuff that didn't get paid for, putbacks, etc. Somewhere I was looking for my other Genesis bootlegs. I had another Genesis bootleg in here. Okay, there's the REM. Definitely need to run that one. REM. And let me read a few titles left in here. This is the Mashunaginishi Yogi, however you say that, $9.99. Also Cheaters, John Renborn, Apple Brains, Don Henley, Spanking Our Gang, The Phi Tones, Bert Henry, Eric Cartman, Dave Clark 5, The Reds, Herb Albert, Charles Champlin, Herb Albert, Jimmy Davis, Gary Puckett, greatest of Leader of the Pack, surprised that's still there, as in Leader of the Pack, Buck Owens and Susan Ray, Joe Egan, Ted Nugent, Kenny Rogers' Christmas album, and we have John Hartford, All in the Name of Love. Okay, if anybody wants Billy Ray Cyrus, he's a $115 buy it now, and Yes is sold to Tom Sullivan for $75. We may have to set that aside, Tanner, and give it one more spin tonight. Do you remember REM? That's the name of it. Do you remember Dead Giveaway Office? This is an unofficial REM, $45 start. REM, I don't know a lot about this. John marked this. I don't know what this is. It's REM. It's a $45 start. Do you remember? I'm assuming it's live. I have no idea, but that's a REM. I don't have any information on that. That's a $45 buy it now. And there's Billy Ray Cyrus, if anybody wants that, $115. Finishing up this crate very quickly, Manfred Mann, Jafria, Chet Atkins, Odell Brown, Buddy Rich, The Babies Anthologies, like a greatest hits, $19.99. Lou Graham, Mamondo and She, Footloose, Europe, Marillion, and Loudness. And Dave Plunkett wanted JH. JH was what? And Nick Buck Owens was $9.99. So REM is a $45 start. If somebody can maybe give me some information right quick, I have no idea what it is. Do you remember Dead Giveaway Office? Maybe Don Alker's watching. He is the boot expert on where these are from, recordings, etc. And Nick Frattini says he'll take the Buck Owens. Dave Plunkett, let me know what JH was. And Darren Meyer wants the Babies Anthology. I was waiting for somebody to grab that. Joe Maynard's at 45 on REM, and then we're going to figure out what JH was for that. All right, so I got a lot of stuff over here I'm going to condense into another crate. Let's see here. Let me see if I have enough room to do that, actually. I think I do. Let me put these I got a Beatles anthology set. I got an original Tom Petty greatest hits, which, as y'all may or may not know, is extremely difficult to get. Still got a few Greg Allman autographs here that hadn't sold. Gene Clark's, Henry Diltz, Jerry Jeff Walker. There's a Japanese leftover from the other night. And I still got these last of these Poco autographs. Let me see if I can get somebody interested in these right now. So we have, this is Poco Live. Poco Live, no condition notes. Okay, Poco Live, no condition notes, just a copy of Poco Live. Poco Picking Up the Pieces, autographed by Rusty Young to Dale Poco. Poco Cantamos, To Dale, Best Always, Rusty Young. That one's autographed and personalized. And then these two are autographed, no personalization. I'm thinking $5, $15, $20 for all these Poco albums. $20. 4 of them are signed, 2 of them are personalized. $20 for those signed Poco albums. You may have not caught those the other night when we were selling all those signed Poco albums for $10 a pop. And this was a leftover Japanese pressing from the other night. This is a the Living Daylights soundtracks theme music by Aha. That's a $45 buy now. That was a leftover Japanese. That was one of the only leftover Japanese we've had for a long time. Most everything's been selling. So REM's the final call for $45. Dave Plunkett wanted John Hartford. That was from this hand. Thank you, JH. When I'm doing when I'm doing a big recap like that, actually, it's sometimes hard for me to pick out the initials because there's so many different ones. But that is so Dave Plunkett. The REM is Peppermint Lounge, October 31st, 1983. Halloween night. REM, Halloween night, 1983, $45 start, final call. Dave Connor said how much was Loudness? Loudness, Thunder in the East, OG pressing, $34.99. $34.99. Nobody on the Poco records. Where's Debbie Blair at? She usually buys those. $20 for those 5 Poco albums, and 4 of them are autographed. So I have a bin of vintage putbacks somewhere right here. I think there's some new stuff in here too. There's even some MoFi stuff that was pre-owned or sealed, and there's a lot of stuff here. So let's go through these. A lot of great auctions still to go. Preston Rose, thank you. But I say, I've had trouble. We had like this many Poco albums. I had about 30 of them, and I've been trying to sell these last ones. They've been in the autograph bin forever. Tanner, all those are so depressed and for $20. Zachary P. says he'll take Loudness, and Mike said $25 on Poco. I was just wanting a $20 buy it now. That was just a $20 buy it now. It's just a straight up buy it now, actually. Dave Connor, if you're passing on Loudness, that is sold to Zachary P. if Dave Connor passes. And let's sell the REM to Joe Maynard for $45. Okay, these are putbacks, and there's great titles in here. So I think I've got most of this condensed where I can go to our next Japanese bin. So those are all autographs. These Gene Clarks are very pricey. I've only shown a couple. No one's been interested, but there's some amazing. So we're into now, we've sold an entire shipment of Japanese stuff. Now we're getting into a brand new one, and that means some of the titles are about to get really, really good again. So we're going to start off right off the bat with Bad Company, self-titled. Japanese pressing with Obi, $55 start. $55 start for Bad Company. It is near mint minus and pristine. This has always been a tough album to find, especially in high grade, and that's why anytime I've had a Japanese copy come through, it's always been popular. Complete with a Japanese insert. That's near mint as well. The cover's near mint, no wear, and that's a $55 start for Bad Company, Bad Company, Bad Company. That is a $55 start. Let me go back up to the top. So we sold Loudness to Zachary P. And Joe, you did get the REM. You got the REM for $45, yes. Let me put up one more. Next is Steve Perry. Steve Perry from Journey, Street Talk, his solo album, Japanese pressing. This is a $45 start for Steve Perry. Near mint minus and pristine, Japanese vinyl. $45 start for this. Shrink wrap, Obi, and a hype sticker. Just a little bit of foxing discoloration on the edge. $55 on Badco, $45 on Steve Perry. So these are putbacks. We have Steven Wilson, Eminent Sleaze. This is sealed, $14.99. Eminent Sleaze, Steven Wilson, sealed, $14.99. The Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, and this looks like a nice copy, beginning with the cover and then continuing with the vinyl. Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, $34.99. Saint, Times End. That's from that DJ metal collection we bought. EX Condition, $44.99. Saint, self-titled. EX Condition. It does have a little bit of cover damage here. It was from a radio station. Rob Scheffler gets a Steven Wilson. Brian Arrigo, you were second. And Dave Matthews Band, Crash, $29.99 for Dave Matthews Band, Crash. That is a used copy, a 20th anniversary, near mint 2LP. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun, a 1981 MoFi copy, pretty scarce, $84.99. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun, MoFi pressing from 81, $84.99. Also, Genesis, BBC broadcast, 3LP, $39.99. Great deal, because when this was new, it was $69.99. This is near mint, $39.99, $39.99. And horse lips, the man who built America, $9.99 for horse lips. All right, no bids on these. If anybody wants Bad Company, $55 buy it now on Bad Company, and no bid on Steve Perry. If anybody wants that, $45 buy it now on that. Darren Meyer is going to take the Genesis live BBC broadcast. That's sold to Darren Meyer. Mark Shelton gets the Bad Company for a $55 buy it now. That's sold to Mark Shelton. If anybody wants Steve Perry, $45 buy it now on that. The complete Jelly Roll Morton VG Plus, $11.99, and that is volumes 3 and 4. Jelly Roll Morton, 1927 to 1929. VG Plus, $11.99. And Stevie Nicks Belladonna. Overall, not a bad-looking copy of Belladonna, $19.99 for Stevie Nicks Belladonna. Are you open on Sundays? No, not anymore. We're if you got to pick up an order, Doug, if Ed, let's see, Ed should be here. Ed's usually here on Sundays. If we leave a sign up on the door for the shipping department who's working, usually Ed on Sundays, he keeps a phone on him, or you can come to the door, call that number, and he can let you in to pick up your order. But we're not really open for shopping. Usually the store's a complete disaster and a wreck, and we're not really open for shopping, but we'll open up for pickups. Stevie Nicks, the Wild Heart, $45 start for Stevie Nicks. Near mint and pristine Japanese pressing with obi and insert. Nice copy of Stevie Nicks, the Wild Heart. Let's also go ahead and pull Chris Bejack's Jelly Roll Morton. That's sold to Chris Bejack. There's a Stevie Nicks Belladonna. There's a Stevie Nicks Wild Heart. All are available. War's Greatest Hits, $29.99 for War's Greatest Hits. And Robert Hunter, Promontory Rider. Robert Hunter is sealed. Robert Hunter, sealed from 1982, $29.99. Poco, picking up the pieces, $9.99 for Poco. And Fleetwood Mac Rumors, VG Plus condition, $22.99 on Fleetwood Mac Rumors. VG Plus condition, $22.99. Mom's Apple Pie. This is an uncensored cover of Mom's Apple Pie. VG condition, $14.99. And Captain Beyond, live in Miami. That's actually sealed on blue vinyl. It's never been opened. Captain Beyond, sealed, $24.99. Susan S. wants the copy of Rumors. That's sold to Susan S. No bids on Stevie Nicks, so this is a $45 buy it now. Look how nice this is. Very nice copy of Stevie Nicks, the Wild Heart. That is a buy it now for $45 if anybody wants it. Stephen A. Young wants Captain Beyond. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. And we have the Best of Jethro Tull, Musicians Union, $19.99. Green, Chrysalis label. That's the Best of Jethro Tull, $19.99. Next two Japanese auctions. I think we've sold Rocky 1. Rocky 4, here's Rocky 2, and this is Rocky 2. The story continues. $45 start, Japanese pressing, near mint with obi, and this is Rocky 2. The story continues. $45 start, extremely nice Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the LP. There's the Japanese insert. Very nice cover of obi. $45 start for Rocky 2. And another soundtrack, Eddie and the Cruisers. We had a U.S. pressing earlier. This is a very nice Japanese pressing of Eddie and the Cruisers, $45 start. Eddie and the Cruisers. There is LP, near mint minus and pristine. There's the Japanese insert. There's the cover and obi. 45 and 45 on those. Cat Stevens sitting, kind of an unusual release here. Cat Stevens sitting, $19.99. It's in shrink wrap, no condition notes. And The Killers. This is a 12-inch single. It's got 2 tracks, The Spaceman and 4 Winds, and that is $29.99. The Killers and Cream, Disraeli Gears, just $19.99 for Cream, Disraeli Gears. It's a 180-gram reissue, 180-gram reissue of Cream, Disraeli Gears. And Jefferson Starship Gold. This has the bonus single with it. This has the 7-inch single with it, $19.99. $19.99. Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid. That's $24.99 for Sun City. And the Best of Dave Mason, $9.99 for the Best of Dave Mason, $9.99. Why are Japanese vinyl so mint? Because the original owners took really good care of them. They just took really, really good care of their merchandise. A lot of people here, I've bought collections from people here in the United States who took care of their stuff, but not like the Japanese people. The Japanese people took extremely good care of all of their media. Anything we get from over there, it is just, they handled it like it was just, I don't know. I don't have what words to use. It was just very well taken care of. Dixie Dregs, Night of the Living Dregs, $9.99. Dixie Dregs, What If, Dixie Dregs, Unsung Heroes, and Dixie Dregs, Free Fall. I remember somebody buying all those that night, and I guess they didn't pay for them or they put them back. But there's 4 Dixie Dregs albums. There's Free Fall, Unsung Heroes, What If, and Night of the Living Dregs, and those are $9, $9, $9, and $9.99. Those are all available. Next is John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic. That's a 1987 pressing. $17.99 for John Barleycorn Must Die. And Marshall Tucker Band, VG Condition, $9.99 for the Marshall Tucker Band. Okay, Rocky and Eddie and the Cruisers is a buy it now. Rocky's a $45 buy it now, and Eddie and the Cruisers is a $45 buy it now. So those are buy it nows. Do you have the Japanese Red Beatles? Yes. I'm going to have to go get some sleeves, though. I'm going to go get some sleeves because I'm going to do a recap of everything that didn't sell. I've also got another stack of stuff over here that hadn't sold. But, Jake, I need some sleeves because I have got a lot of Japanese no bids all of a sudden now, and I need to put them in sleeves. So let me go do that. And these, I'm going to go through everything. Before I go any further, I'm going to go through everything that hadn't sold tonight. I got to put them all in new sleeves. Brand new sleeves here. Even though they come in brand new sleeves, I put them in brand new sleeves. Marshall Tucker Band is sold to Ron Stoltz. Yeah, they even rented vinyl over in Japan, and even that stuff is like perfect. Everybody took care of they took care of everything. Rob Scheffler wants Knights of the Living Dregs. That's sold to Rob Scheffler. So let's do a recap of all the no bids from tonight. There's several. Okay, we'll start with the 2 I just sold, or just 2 that I just ended. That is Eddie and the Cruisers, Japanese pressing. They're all, if I don't say anything, they're all pristine and complete. Eddie and the Cruisers, $45 buy it now. Eddie and the Cruisers, Japanese pressing. This is a recap of all the no bids from tonight. So if you're just hopping on, you're going to get a good look at some stuff left over. There's Eddie and the Cruisers, $45. Rocky 2. Like I said, we sold Rocky 1 earlier. We sold Rocky 4. This is Rocky 2. This is a $45 buy it now, the best turntables. That's true as well, Stacy. They had very high-end equipment too, probably. They wasn't playing it on some kind of cheap stylus. That's another thing. I mean, you've got to keep vinyl in pristine condition, it's a job. You got to clean it, handle it well, play it on good equipment. You got to make sure you're playing it on very good styluses and tone arms. Otherwise, you can damage it. So Rocky 2, Eddie and the Cruisers. Here's the Stevie Nicks, the Wild Heart. Stevie Nicks, the Wild Heart. It's a $45 buy it now. I got to get all these in new sleeves. I got them kind of just loosely stacked over here. There's Stevie Nicks. That's a $45 buy it now. And here's Steve Perry, Street Talk. Steve Perry, Street Talk. That's also still available. $45 buy it now for Steve Perry, Street Talk. Stevie Nicks, Steve Perry, SN and SP. Here's something from earlier in the week. James Bond, The Living Daylights. Theme music by Aha. That's a $45 buy it now. We had the Billy Ray Cyrus, Some Gave All. Original released as, I believe, a club only. Some Gave All. $115 buy it now. This is a $115 buy it now. That's Billy Ray Cyrus. And that does have Achy Breaky Heart, of course. And it has never been reissued. Billy Ray Cyrus has never been reissued. Paul McCartney, London Town. This is complete with poster and inserts. This was a $45 buy it now. Eddie and the Cruiser tracks. You'll have to give me 1 second on that. The Stevie Nicks is The Wild Heart. Has the Tom Petty duet. Paul McCartney, London Town, complete with poster and Obi. $45 buy it now on Paul McCartney, London Town. And now Asia, Astra. This is the first $35 buy it now. Asia was a $35 buy it now. Astra. Doing a recap of some Japanese no bids tonight. I got to put them in new sleeves. The stack was getting pretty tall over here. Asia was a $35 buy it now. And I don't know if Nat King Cole, I don't think he'll fit in a sleeve. He's like a big binder almost. I don't know if that'll fit in a sleeve. These are pretty wide sleeves, but I don't think this is going to fit. Maybe that's the first part of it. It'll be a tight fit. And I don't think this is going to work. So we'll find something special to put Nat King Cole in if we can. That's a $35. And then there was only one bootleg that hadn't sold. Procol Harum, Tales of the Tangrams. That's Procol Harum live at the Hippodrome in London. That was a $35 buy it now. And Travis Tritt, there's another scarce country album. That was $175. So $175 on Travis Tritt, $115 on Billy Ray Cyrus. Nat King Cole was a $35 buy it now. Asia was a $35 buy it now, and I've got 2 more up here actually. I got Foreigner's debut album, Japanese buy it now, $45 buy it now. Joe just sent the tracks to Eddie and the Cruisers there for you, Chip. There's the tracks for Eddie and the Cruisers. Thank you, Joe Maynard. There's Foreigner. Joe helps out with the track listings after Craig goes to bed. Craig goes to bed pretty early out there in California, but he also wakes up early. I've been talking to Craig before on Facebook Messenger at like 3:30 a.m. about new releases. So he goes to bed early, but he wakes up early. And then there's the James Bond compilation, $45 buy it now on that. Okay, sorry about that stoppage, but I had to get all these in new sleeves so I could get this stacked up a little bit better. One more time, then I'm going to start putting up new stuff for phase 2 of tonight's show, and I'm going to finish this crate of putbacks. So, James Bond compilation, $45. Foreigner self-titled, $45. Paul McCartney in London Town, $45. These are all $45. The Living Daylights, Steve Perry Street Talk, Stevie Nicks, The Wild Heart. That's one I'm really surprised hadn't got gone. Rocky 2 and Eddie and the Cruisers. Those are all 45 Japanese. And then there was 235, which was Nat King Cole and Astra by Asia. Those are 35 and 35. 2 country albums, Travis Tritt, Billy Ray Cyrus, 115, 175, and then the Pro Call Hero, $35. Okay, now it's time for some new stuff. Somebody asked earlier for the Beatles Red album. Let's put it up right now, the Beatles Red album. That is actually the first thing in the bin behind the Blue album. So this is the Beatles 62 to 66 on red vinyl. 62 to 66 on red vinyl, and this is a very nice copy. This is going to be a $75 start. $75 start. This is on this very nice, like cherry red, translucent, high quality Japanese vinyl. There is LP number 1. There's LP number 2. It's very nice, near mint with the obi. It has both original inner sleeves, very high quality printing. Very high quality printing with the lyrics. There's the Japanese booklet insert. Now this one didn't come with the discography and the lyric book. That did not come with this pressing. That only came with the UK Flag series and I guess the Apple versions. This is a little bit different. This is on EMI Odeon. Red vinyl, and it's nice. I mean, it looks, the corners and everything. No foxing, $75 start. There's our first new auction. Actually, I got some stuff over here in this bin I'm going to get to. I got some stuff over here in this bin. I have Elvis from Hawaii. I got David Bowie. I got Fizz Graffiti. I got the sealed Leonard Skinner that somebody didn't pay for. Bread, Queens of the Stone Age, and then I got a couple of these Led Zeppelin boots. Hope everybody's awake for this, Tanner, right? Fantastic auctions tonight. And if you're tuning in late here on Friday night, you're about to get some good look at some stuff. Also, last night I showed 3 of these. We sold all 3 of them, and I found another one from a putback bin. Talking Heads, Stop Making Sense, $85 buy it now. Henry's Choice got the first 3, and then there was 3 other people wanting one. There's another one. Talking Heads, $85 buy it now. There's a 4th one. Somebody, I can't believe people didn't pay for those. It was a lot of new people and some people who we hadn't heard from in a while who pre-ordered them. Then we sent them their bill and then they just blocked us. That happens a lot. Those are now selling on Discogs, as y'all saw, for like $150, $200. Leonard Skinner. This guy here, I had to block him. He bought this and he had a bunch of pre-orders. I sent him a very nice message just asking him when we could expect payment. And he replied, never. I'm never going to pay you. And I was like, well, at least he's being honest. But then he got blocked. So he had 3 or 4 unpaid invoices. He kept trying to pre-order stuff too. And I'm like, you're not going to pay for it. I can't continue to sell you records. He also bought this at auction and didn't pay for it. Leonard Skinner, 1991. This is very difficult to get. If y'all remember the auction for this, I think I started it at something like $1 that night. This is Leonard Skinner, 1991. This is new and sealed, $75 start. And I believe this was only released for the Columbia Record Club. Another title that was not sold in stores, only for the Columbia Record Club. Sealed Leonard Skinner, 1991, $75 start. Holly Safe is going to get that Talking Heads record for $85. And before that, Rob Scheffler wants the Dregs Unsung Heroes. That's sold to Rob Scheffler. The David Bowie, give me 1 second, I'll show it. We got to finish these 2 auctions first. The Beatles, is $75 final call. We're looking for a $75 start on Leonard Skinner. The Best of Spirit, $19.99 in shrink wrap. The Best of Spirit, $19.99. The Best of Spirit. And Grease is $19.99. John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, that's a 2 LP. We sold one earlier, $19.99. Darren Myers at $77 on the Beatles. The Tom Jones Fever Zone, $9.99 on the Tom Jones Fever Show. Tom Jones Fever Zone. Doug Kershaw, Swamp Grass, $19.99. And Doug Kershaw, The Cajun Way, that's a white label promo, $19.99. So Holly got the Talking Heads for $85. Darren's in on the Beatles at $77. Jeff Rice first on Grease. Holly was second. Burt Jordan was third. We have Jefferson Starship Gold, shrink wrap, hype sticker, and it has that bonus 7-inch single that came with it, $29.99. Original inner sleeve, Jefferson Starship Gold. I think that's the second one in the bin. Night Ranger Big Life. This was a putback from the other night. EX Condition, $16.99 for Night Ranger. The Beatles, this was a putback from the other night. Sgt. Pepper's, a new remaster, just $24.99, 180-gram remaster, EX Condition. New bid on the Beatles for $80. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, with the lyric insert and the original inner sleeve, $29.99. Final call to get a bid in on Leonard Skinner for $75. Jason Conklin wants Night Ranger. That's so to Jason Conklin. Marty Ellis was second. Burt Jordan on SPR. SPR was for Spirit. That was the Best of Spirit. I got a line on you. Josie Sinkbell first on the Beatles. Burt Jordan, you were second. Tom Sullivan's in on Leonard Skinner for $75. Final call. Darren Meyer, you're out on the Beatles. And Tim Turner's also bid $75 on Leonard Skinner. This is Link Ray and the Raymen. VG Condition, $99.99. This is the original album that has the Rumble on it. VG Condition, $99.99. That is the OG Link Ray and the Raymen. Excuse me, this has Ramble on it, not Rumble. My bad, I thought that said Rumble. This is Link Ray and the Raymen. This is VG Condition, $99.99. Link Ray and the Raymen. In shrink wrap, the vinyl's VG, $99.99. And the Beatles, Now and Then. 12-inch single. 12-inch single, black vinyl, new and sealed, $28.99. New and sealed, $28.99. Okay, so we had Leonard Skinner. So Tim Turner, never mind, Tim Turner bid 78, 76 times at 85. Burt Jordan said no, not Spirit. What did SPR stand for then? Because I thought SPR was for Spirit. Jason Conklin on Night Ranger, Marty Ellis second, then Burt Jordan said Spirit. So, or he put SPR. I thought that was for Spirit. But if not, let me know. He said that was for SCR PPR, which I think was for Sgt. Pepper's maybe. So that means you were second. Leonard Skinner 75, 76, and now 85. Okay. All right. Spinning the Christmas Collector Field, putting music on vinyl. I think I have a stray copy of that around here somewhere. I've been meaning to show. I just don't know what I've done with it. Also, there's those. Let's see here. So if he wanted Sgt. Pepper's, he may have been first then. If SPR was for Sgt. Pepper's, then Josie was second on the Beatles, and then Burt put SCR PPR. So I'm assuming Burt, yeah, that would have made him first on the Beatles then. So Burt, I guess you do get the Beatles. Mel Moss said Stevie 45. That was the buy it now on the Japanese pressing. Tim Turner's out on Leonard Skinner. The 12-inch price on the Beatles is $28.99. And Josie said that's okay. Give Burt Jordan Sgt. Pepper's. Okay, so Leonard Skinner just sold to Tom Sullivan for $85. I know Tom will pay for it, so that's sold to Tom Sullivan for $85. And the Beatles 62 to 66. The last bid I had on this was Christopher Morris at 80, and then Darren Meyer is going to let us know if he's in or out. Darren Meyer, let me know if you're in or out. That's a final call for $80 to Christopher Morris. And now Mel Moss is going to get the Japanese Stevie Nicks. I'm assuming that's what Stevie 45 means. Stevie 45 means he'll take this for $45, the Wild Heart. Okay, that was a great putback bin. Darren's out on the Beatles. We're selling this to Christopher Morris for $80. That's sold to Christopher Morris for $80. Two new Japanese coming up. I have the Beatles 67 to 70 in blue. And I have another Willie Nelson, which, like I said, we don't get a lot of country Japanese stuff. So First, this is Willie Nelson, Angel Eyes, in shrink wrap of Obi, Japanese pressing, $35 start for Angel Eyes, featuring the guitar of Jackie King, Willie Nelson, $35 start. There's a Japanese insert featuring his inserts, featuring his albums, his releases. Shrink wrap, Obi, $35 start on Willie Nelson, and $75 start on this. Here's the companion, 67 to 70. 67 to 70, the Beatles Blue album. Once again, just pristine, beautiful, transparent vinyl. $75 start on the blue one. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2, and these are pristine. These are absolutely pristine. There's both inner sleeves. $75 buy it now. Or excuse me, $75 start. And then there was something else I think I overlooked. What was the songs on the Bond comp? It's music from James Bond, such as Goldfinger, From Russia with Love, Dr. No, You Only Live Twice, and then it had some other John Barry stuff like Midnight Cowboy, and a couple other films. So give me 1 second, I'll show it. But first, let me show Darren Meyer this. Darren, this was actually in the resale bin. I have another 62 to 66. If you want it for that same price, Darren Meyer, you can have this for $80, the same price I just sold the other one, just like the one we just auctioned. This was in a putback bin or a no payment bin. I just saw it. $80 if you want it, Darren Meyer. Just let me know. If you do, that's yours. And if anybody else wants it, go ahead and claim it now. And if he happens to pass, then you can be next in line. That's the Beatles 62 to 66. I'm actually going to go ahead and set it over here in this no sale pile, just in case anybody else wants it, or I can show it again later. Looking for a $75 start on the blue, $35 start on Willie Nelson. And I guess I've only been through this crate one time, so let me go through it one more time again. The Allman Brothers, Brothers and Sisters, $34.99. Saint is still available. EX Condition, $44.99. Dave Matthews Band Crash, $29.99. Rod Stewart, Blondes Have More Fun, $84.99. Horse Lips is $9.99. Stevie Nicks Belladonna, $19.99. War's Greatest Hits, $29.99. Robert Hunter Promontory Rider, sealed 1982, $29.99. Poco Picking Up the Pieces, $9.99. Mom's Apple Pie, VG Condition, $14.99. And the Best of Jethro Tull, $19.99. That is the Best of Jethro Tull. Wow, somebody needs to get that. Cat Stevens Sitting, $19.99. We have The Killers, that 12-inch picture disc with Spaceman and Four Winds, $29.99. And Cream Disraeli Gears, $19.99, 180-gram remaster. Okay, final call on the Beatles for $75. No bid on Willie Nelson, so that's a $35 buy now on Willie Nelson. If anybody wants that, Angel Eyes in shrink wrap, guitar of Jackie King, very nice Japanese pressing, $35 buy now on that. And Darren never did say yes or no on the Beatles. It's still available for $80 if anybody wants it. Just so you know, I'm about to sell that Beatles for $75. Jefferson Starship Gold, $19.99. Sun City, Artists Against the Apartheid, $24.99. The Best of Dave Mason, still available, $9.99. Also Dixie Dregs, What If, $9.99. Dixie Dregs Free Fall, $9.99. John Barleycorn Must Die, $17.99. The Tom Jones Fever Zone, $9.99. Two Doug Kershaw's Swamp Grass and the Cajun Way, both for $19.99 each. There's another Jefferson Starship Gold. Bob Seger, Stranger in Town, $29.99. Link Ray is $99.99. And The Best of Spirit is $19.99. David, I'm glad you did a test comment because I think, once again, everybody's asleep on me. Let's sell the Beatles for $75 to John Duran. Everybody's got their heavy Friday night eyes from working all week. Now they're listening to Chad and falling asleep. A few people are occasionally picking up an LP, which is okay. We have been through 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 crates tonight already. We've been through 9 crates tonight already, and I still have more. I have a whole nother bin of putbacks and non-payment records. First, I'm going to put up this pressing of Van Halen 5150 for just a $45 start. This is Van Halen, a very nice U.S. pressing of 5150 with the original inner sleeve, $45 start of Van Halen 5150. Van Halen 5150. Van Halen 5150. And we have a Bread, Baby I'ma Want You, sealed MoFi pressing, also a no payment or put back. Bread, Baby I'ma Want You. This is a $55 start. Bread, Baby, I'ma Want You, sealed MoFi pressing, $55 buy it now on that. Stephen Martinelli's at $45 on Van Halen. That's now up for bid. So there's our next 2 auctions. I've also got Obsession. I have Elvis. I have this David Bowie, Fame and Fashion, Queens of the Stone Age, 2 Led Zeppelin boots, and I'll do those. I got to get those rolling ASAP. So they're actually Page and Plant boots, but I'll get those going in just a moment. Let me grab this next crate of new vintage putbacks. New vintage putbacks, and we're definitely going through some auction stuff tonight, very fast and furiously. Okay, let's see where we're at here. Van Halen 45, 45, and now 55. Looking for a, what did I say, $55 start on bread. We'll start there. We'll start there. All right, let's go through this bin. Putbacks, non-payments. We have John Denver autograph. That was sealed, $21.99. John Denver autograph. Woody Guthrie Dust Bowl Ballads, sealed, $17.99. Chicago, $19.99 for Chicago 2LP. Chicago 7, $19.99. And Fine Young Cannibals, the raw and the cooked. And this was, we may have to auction this because it doesn't have a price on it. That may have been auctioned originally. That was sealed. And you know what? We'll say sealed, Fine Young Cannibals, $24.99. That has She Drives Me Crazy on it. $24.99 on that. We have a bid on bread at $55. 322 Dan or Stephen Martinelli, if you want backing on Van Halen, now's the time because that's a final call to Jeffrey Dunlap for $55. And we have a final call for bread at $55. We have BJ Thomas Hits. BJ Thomas Hits. I don't see that in here, I haven't shown an Elvis record yet either. We have Heather Feather taking Fine Young Cannibals. Tanner, that is $24.99. It's not priced. War, Deliver the Word. That's also not priced. I'll say, is it sealed? This is also sealed. Sealed War, $19.99. Steve Miller Band, Living in the USA. Steve Miller Band, $19.99. Steppenwolf Monsters, $19.99. And Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Firecat. Teaser and the Firecat. Let me restart. Teaser and the Firecat. Cat Stevens, $14.99. All right, Van Halen is sold. That is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $55. Mike Cochran gets the sealed bread for $55. 2 more records, and I'll put up 2 new auctions. Jackie Wilson, a collection of rare album tracks and single sides. Sealed, Jackie Wilson, $14.99. And Don Everly, Brother Jukebox. That's also sealed, $9.99. Okay, the Queens of the Stone Age album. We had one the other night. This is Queens of the Stone Age, self-titled. We had one open the other night. Here's another one, but this one is sealed. And let's go ahead and run one of these Jimmy Page bootlegs. So first, let's do the Queens of the Stone Age. This is going to be a $50 start. Queens of the Stone Age, that's the one we had the other night. This is on orange vinyl, limited edition, sealed, $50 on that. And also a $55 start on James Patrick Page. This is Jimmy Page. It's a vintage unofficial, and this is a collection of rare studio sessions from Jimmy Page. This is a 2LP, Jimmy Page, Session Man, James Patrick Page, $55 start on that. And Queens of the Stone Age is a $50 start. 50 and 55 on those. Anthony Gray wants Robert Hunter. Is that the sealed copy from earlier, Anthony? If so, I can find that for you. Cassie wants the Don Everly. That's sold to Cassie. Pink Floyd Metal. EX Condition. $42.99 for Pink Floyd Metal. That's a 71 Jacksonville press. Patty's at $55 on Jimmy Page. Creedence Clearwater Revival, Green River. This looks like a nice cover. That's because it's on the OG label and the vinyl is exceptionally nice. CCR is $34.99. James Gang Straight Shooter, $19.99 on James Gang Straight Shooter. And Pink Floyd, the final cut, VG Plus Condition, $29.99. Patty's at $58 on Jimmy Page. Queens of the Stone Age, final call to get a bid in for $50. Let me see if I can find that Promontory Rider. That was that sealed. Let me figure out where that may be. Could that have been in the last? Was that in the last bin? Yeah. Anthony Gray gets sealed Robert Hunter for all the Grateful Dead fans. That's so to Anthony Gray. We already pulled Don Everly, and Holly wants Pink Floyd. Holly, do you want the final cut or metal? Jimmy Page is at $60. Super Disc, Moody Blues and the Threshold of a Dream, Nautilus Super Disc. I listened to this. It sounds incredible. $49.99, the Moody Blues on the Threshold of a Dream, Super Disc. Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits, $24.99, near mint copy of Waylon Jennings' Greatest Hits. And the Coasters, the early years, their greatest recordings. The Coasters is $16.99. Holly wanted Pink Floyd Metal, so the final cut is still available. Also, we have You Don't Mess Around with Jim. Wow, a white label promo. VG Plus condition, $24.99. Don't Pull the Mask on the Old Lone Ranger. You Don't Mess Around with Jim. Cassie Center on Waylon Jennings. That's sold to Cassie Center. And Peter, Paul, and Mommy. EX condition, $9.99. Ricky Nelson, Ricky, a 60s pressing, $19.99. And let's do B.J. Thomas Greatest Hits of All Time, $12.99. Queens of the Stone Age is a $50 buy now. New bid on Jimmy Page for $62. That's between Patty and Holly. Now it's at $62. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be a $55 start. Very tough to get a U.S. original of, and the Japanese pressings are really cool. This is Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. $55 start on this. It is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original insert. It has both inner sleeves, and it has both Japanese LPs. $55 start. There's one LP. There's the other LP. There's the near mint cover with Obi. $55 start. Fast Times at Ridgemont High. Now up for bid. Patty, Holly's at 62. Patty's out. Final call on Jimmy Page. And that's the B.J. Thomas I wanted. Okay. You probably caught an early glimpse. Anytime you see an early glimpse of something, refrain from claiming it because I only officially pull it if it's only officially been shown. But Tom, that still goes to you. That's so to Tom Sullivan. The Vintage Years, Dale Shannon, $19.99 for the Vintage Years. The Skyliners, Once Upon a Time, $9.99. And Buddy Holly for the First Time Anywhere, VG Plus, $14.99. Josh says he'll take the Queens of the Stone Age for a $50 buy now. Fast Times is at $55. And Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone, $9.99. Andy Summers just signed the Japanese copy of Synchronicity that I bought here, as well as Ghost of the Machine. Nice. Nice pickups, Mark. Mark, you meet a lot of famous people on a weekly basis. What's your secret? The Everly Brothers, Nice Guys, $9.99. And Jerry Lee Lewis, The Killer Rocks On. That is $9.99. Jimmy Page is sold to Holly Safe for $62. Fast Times at Ridgemont High was $55. We have another $55 bid, but Chip Hall was in first at $55. Jethro Tull, Aqualung, VG condition, $9.99. Elvis Golden Records, $15.99. Hound Dog, Heartbreak Hotel, Jailhouse Rock, that's his classics, early classics, $15.99. The Beach Boys Greatest Hits, $14.99. And the Beach Boys 20 Golden Greats, back-to-back Beach Boys albums. We have Christopher Morris on JLL. That is Jerry Lee Lewis. That is this one right here to Christopher Morris. Next is Josie Sinkbell and Jethro Tull. Fast Times at Ridgemont High is now at $62. And the Platters, early album there by the Platters, $19.99. All right, our next auction, the Zen Master and his Page. Now, I lost all my original notes because these were sold back during Led Zeppelin night. And this is the Zen Master and his Page, which I'm pretty sure is Jimmy Page and Robert Plant live in concert, which I'm also going to start at $55. This is Jimmy Page and Robert Plant live in concert. I think I've lost all the details. Right? No, I've lost all the details. But I think that it's a Jimmy Page and Robert Plant live concert. Vintage bootleg, the Zen Master and his Page. $55 start on that. Continuing with this putback bin, Jesus Christ Superstar. It also has a very nice book with it. $24.99, Jesus Christ Superstar, and Sha Na Na, $9.99. They played at Woodstock. Sha Na Na. Led Zeppelin 2, VG Plus condition, $34.99. Led Zeppelin 2, VG Plus condition, $34.99. Also, Rare Earth, Willie Remembers, $19.99. And Elvis, Pure Gold. Elvis is $14.99. Pure Gold. All right, back up to the top. So Fast Times was at $62. Chip Hall, You're Out. The Jimmy Page Led Zeppelin is at $55, $55, $60, $55. Jeff Rice on Led Zeppelin 2. Jack Suslak on PG. And PG was for Pure Gold, Jack, maybe? Is that for Elvis? I'll put that in pending right now. Zeppelin's at 56 and Fast Times is at 65. Now these for sure, I canceled all these a couple nights ago. These are all non-payments. Please make sure if you're buying records that you can pay for them. And also, we give plenty of time. We give 2 weeks. But after a while, we're like, okay, we've got to cancel these. Of course, if you're talking to me, just be honest and let me know. We sometimes we are very forgiving, but if you just completely ignore us, or even if some of these people have said back some pretty rude things, then you're definitely getting blocked, and you'll never get to watch Coletco again. And I know that would very much pain some people. So make sure you pay for your records. If not, they'll be resold here, and you're going to be banned. Also, stay in communication with some other people who sell on Facebook, and we make sure that these same people don't jump group to group and do this kind of stuff. So you're blocked, and you're probably going to be blocked in a lot of other places. So, of course, there's no reason to be buying stuff if you know, I mean, I don't understand it. I've never understood it. Some people buy and they have no intentions of paying. They're just doing it for the fun of it. Fast Times is at 65. Jack Suslak said he did want the Elvis Pure Gold. Led Zeppelin's at 60. Led Zeppelin's at 65. And we have Ron Stoltz on Jim Croce. He wants the white label promo. I am going to go through this bin one more time. And this is sold to Ron Stoltz. This is sold to Ron Stoltz. Okay, we have some figures here. I just restocked them. $24.99. First time I've seen some of these. Return of the Living Dead. $24.99. Return of the Living Dead. I got some new reaction. Cliff Burton of Metallica, $24.99. So Return of the Living Dead. We have Cliff Burton, $24.99. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. We have the whole set. There's Michelangelo. There's Donatello. How do you say his name? Michael Myers. Blood-splattered Michael Myers. Also, the Munsters. Very cool. I like that one myself. Hot Rod Herman. The Munsters, $24.99. So, Michael Myers, Cliff Burton, Return of the Living Dead, the Munsters. There's two of the Turtles, and I have more. These are all $24.99. Reaction figures. Who else do I have in here? There's the other Turtles. There's Leonardo and Raphael. So I got all four of the Turtles. Leonardo, very cool. I mean, those look, if you didn't know otherwise, those look straight like from the 80s. Like, it looks like they're originals. There's all four of them, $24.99 each on those. So there's a set of those. There's two Michael Myers. I got another Werewolves of London. So there's a Werewolves of London. There's Michael Myers. There's Herman Munsters. Let me keep all these together. If I can balance them here. By the way, Fast Times, where was he at on Fast Times? Chip Hall was at $65. Holly Safe, you were the next bidder, I think. Fast Times is at $65, and that's a final call. And now Led Zeppelin's at $75, and that's a final call. I've got a few more in here. I have Rocky. I got more Joe Strummers. Or actually, I haven't had Joe Strummer before. There's Rocky Balboa. I have not had a Joe Strummer before from The Clash. There's Joe Strummer from The Clash. And then we have Threat Level Midnight from The Office. There's Michael Scarn, $24.99. Dungeons and Dragons, that's $24.99. Threat Level Midnight. I have this, which is a Universal Monsters Frankenstein that glows in the dark. That's $24.99. And so is Threat Level Midnight Samuel L. Chang, also known as the White Shroot. That is $24.99. Some new figures, and there's two Funkos in here. I hadn't even opened these. Let's see what the Funkos are. I have no idea. Arthur Shelby from Peaky Blinders. Arthur Shelby from Peaky Blinders. That's $14.99. Arthur Shelby from Peaky Blinders. And I think this may be another Peaky Blinders. This is Parks and Recreation, Ron Swanson. Those are $14.99. All right, I'm going to set these over here. So Ron Swanson, $14.99. Arthur Shelby from Peaky Blinders. Put these back in their shipping boxes. And let me set all these off to the side. We have Michael Scarn, Threat Level Midnight from The Office, Dungeons and Dragons, Efriti maybe, Dungeons and Dragons. Joe Strummer from The Clash, the glow-in-the-dark Frankenstein, and Rocky Balboa. Those are all $24.99. You set those, before I drop them. That's why I moved them over here. There's a couple new sleeves as well. Then we had Threat Level Midnight. We had 2 Herman Munsters. Herman Munsters, Hot Rod Herman. And let me set those over here. Charlie Leeds wants the Arthur Shelby from Peaky Blinders, so that's sold to Charlie Leeds. He gets the Arthur Shelby. Sean Druin wants the Cliff Burton. That's sold to Sean Druin. Stephen Martinelli says he'll take a Munsters figure. There's 1 Herman Munsters left. Hot Rod Herman. Those are sold. And Tanner, those are $24.99. The Cliff and, of course, the Funkos, $14. Those are sold. That leaves Ron Swanson and the Funkos. Samuel Chang, there's that. And then the 2 Michael Myers, the Werewolf of London, and the Return of the Living Dead. Sorry for the action figure break, but sometimes this stuff comes in and I don't show it, and it stays behind the counter for 3 weeks because I don't ever put it out in the store until I show it here first, so I don't forget. And we have all 4 of the Ninja Turtles, $24.99, or if you want to buy any individually, be my guest. Put those over there. We got a whole pegboard thing in the back, and I walked by it the other day. I was like, man, there's not much left over here. And I started looking, and we sold like all these. We sell a lot of them here in the store. Let's go ahead and end these auctions. So Fast Times, this was sold to Chip Hall for $65. And the Led Zeppelin bootleg, is sold to Holly Safe for $75. So $65 and $75 on those. Next is Living Dead and the Frankenstein. Stephen Martinelli also wants, Tanner, I've already put those over there. Tanner's got it. Okay, let me go ahead and let's see. We hadn't recapped this bin yet, or have we? I don't think we've recapped this bin yet. No, we have not been through this bin a second time. Let me do that right quick, but first let me put up a couple new auctions. I have the Eagles Live, and I have Genesis, and then there were 3. We still got great Japanese auctions we're running tonight. First is the Eagles. This is the Eagles Live, and let me see how much completeness it is before I tell you the price. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is a 2LP Live 1980 Eagles. Oh yeah, this is complete. $55 start. There's both original inner sleeves. There's both Japanese inserts with lyrics, and it has the poster with it as well. It has the poster and an Eagles discography form. So this is really complete. $55 start, embossed cover with Obi. That's Near Mint Minus and complete. The Eagles Live, $55 start on that. There's the Eagles Live, $55 start. Next is Genesis. I don't think I've had a Japanese pressing of this. Genesis, and then there were 3. That's also a $55 start. Genesis, and then there were 3. This is also a $55 start, Genesis. It has this Japanese insert with it. $55 start. Very nice. Very clean vinyl. Has the Obi. Never had that before, to my knowledge. If so, I don't remember it. Eagles and Genesis. Okay. Joshua, no problem. Thanks for tuning in as always. We have John Denver autograph, sealed, $21.99. Woody Guthrie, Dust Bowl Ballads, sealed, $17.99. Chicago, $19.99. War, Deliver the Word, sealed, $19.99. Steve Miller Band, $19.99. Steppenwolf Monster, $19.99. Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Firecat, $14.99. Jackie Wilson, a collection of rare album tracks, sealed, $14.99. This beautiful CCR, and this was OG, great cover, Near Mint Minus vinyl. Somebody needs to get that. $34.99. James Gang Straight Shooter, $19.99 for James Gang. That was a no bid, or no claim. Final Cut, VG Plus, $29.99. Moody Blues is $49.99. The Coaster's Greatest Recordings, that's a Coaster's Greatest Hits, $16.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, EX, $9.99. Ricky Nelson, $19.99. Also, The Vintage Years, Dale Shannon, $19.99. Buddy Holly, For the First Time Anywhere, is VG Plus, $14.99. And the Skyliners is $9.99. Quick recap of this bin. Elvis, You'll Never Walk Alone, that's $9.99. The Everly Brothers is $9.99. Also, Elvis Golden Records, surprised no one got that, $15.99. Elvis Golden Records, $15.99. The Beach Boys Greatest Hits is $14.99, and so is the Beach Boys 20 Golden Greats. That's $14.99. The Platters, $19.99. Jesus Christ Superstar, $24.99. Sha Na Na was $9.99. And Really Remembers by Rare Earth, $19.99. The Dust Bowl album, that was Woody Guthrie. That was 14 Dust Bowl Ballads by Woody Guthrie. Let me find that for you. Where are you? Dust Bowl Ballads, right here. This is Dust Bowl Ballads. So Woody Guthrie, 14 rare performances, including 2 previously unissued Dust Bowl Ballads, masterpieces of American folk music art. Woody Guthrie. It is mostly sealed, 1964, $17.99. Brian C. wants Pink Floyd, The Final Cut. That is sold to Brian C. No bids on these auctions. I'm going to make them a buy it now. They're both $55. Genesis Live, $55 buy it now on Genesis Live, if anybody wants that. And Genesis, or Eagles Live, and then Genesis, and then there were 3. Eagles and Genesis, both are $55 buy it now. The Eagles is near mint and pristine, also has the inserts and the poster with it. And Genesis is also very, very nice. And these are $55 buy it nows, BINs as we like to call them. Keep them the way I store records, which is all the contents and stuff outside of the jacket. That way the jacket doesn't ever have any more wear or use on it than it needs to. And then there's Genesis, and there were 3. Don't see a lot of Genesis with Obi. Especially even the ones from the pop era of Genesis from the 80s. And then definitely the prog era stuff, tough to get. So Genesis and Eagles, $55 buy it nows on those. All right, let's bring a new crate. Actually, what I think I'll do, because that was a putback, this is a putback. Let me condense these putbacks with the other putbacks. And I need to keep those separate because I'm going to empty them into the bins in the back. So there was a bin of putbacks, and here's what was left from that other one. Let me do a little bit of condensing here tonight. I definitely need to, as we start going through some buy it now best offer and other discounted vintage. So there's those. They're all in there. Let me start moving some empty crates around. There's one empty crate. Then we had lots of new vintage arrivals tonight. Here's a crate of new vintage arrivals. Let me set those there. And I think this was new vintage arrivals too. It was. These are new vintage arrivals as well. Let me do some condensing with these. Probably some stuff we may go back through later tonight because there were some really good titles. And I definitely want to recap some of the new vinyl, including some of the putbacks. I separated, if you notice, that was all putbacks, but it was all vintage stuff because I've already separated the new vinyl. That way I could have showed that earlier in the show because some of this stuff was still in stock and we have it still available. So let me condense these. If you missed the new vinyl putbacks from earlier, I'm going to go through those here in a minute. And then the new stuff that was delivered for tonight's show. So we had some new stuff that was delivered from tonight's show too. So I hope everybody is going to be around for when I go through that a second time. So here's that bin of new vinyl. There's the putback bins. And then here is some new stuff. That was new stuff. And I think, Tanner, I think this was new stuff as well. Yep. Probably may do some buy it now best offer on that in case somebody had their eye on something and was waiting for it on the second go around. And I think that's new arrivals. I've never shown that. Tanner said he would love for somebody to buy one of these. This is Moff Gerard, Star Wars Return of the Jedi, $24.99. I'm trying to remember his role in the film. Moff Gerard, $24.99. He may be the guy who had a lack of faith. Your lack of faith disturbs me. Yeah, he might have got choked. He made Vader a little upset. So that's the guy that got choked out by Vader. Moff Gerard. Jeff Rice wants to put back Led Zeppelin 2. That's not good. Led Zeppelin 2 should never be put back. That's something you should always want in any condition, multiple copies. Before I get into new auction started, let me go ahead and show you some new vinyl that came in. I can't believe I didn't sell these. I sold out of the New Testament. This is a new Death Angel. This is Death Angel, $36.99, Human Aside. Death Angel Human Aside. And this is a strictly limited edition clear with purple splatter, $36.99 for Death Angel. I still got both of those. The street date on that is today. New Tina Turner, Queen of Rock and Roll. This is $31.99. This is Tina Turner's Greatest Hits, limited edition, 1 LP, crystal clear vinyl. Tina Turner, the Queen of Rock and Roll, $31.99. I still have in stock Temple of the Dog, $39.99. I finally got these where I can say they're in stock and we don't have a waiting list. First time ever I've ever been able to do this. Usually they're gone and we have a waiting list. Temple of the Dog, $39.99. I've got 2, 4, 5 copies. Linda Ronstadt Christmas album, $33.99 for Linda Ronstadt's Christmas album. That's on metallic silver vinyl. Also first time on vinyl for Linda Ronstadt. And Beastie Boys Solid Gold Hits, last copy. I've already sold one, $44.99. Okay, let me put up a couple auctions. I have David Bowie. This is called David Bowie Fame and Fashion. David Bowie's all-time greatest hits. It's sealed, $45 start. David Bowie is sealed, $45 start. It's from 1984. It's a sealed copy. And this is David Bowie, Fame and Fashion, David Bowie's greatest hits. And it's sealed. It does have a saw mark right here on the edge, just a little bit, just right there, but that's a sealed copy. David Bowie's greatest hits, Fame and Fashion, $45 start on that. Holly Safe wants the Beastie Boys. That's sold to Holly Safe. Next is Michael Bublé. That is $33.99. Michael Bublé red vinyl, $33.99 for Michael Bublé. The Donnas turned 21, $38.99 for the Donnas. That's a new reissue. And we still got Soundgarden in stock. Soundgarden Louder Than Love, $29.99 for Soundgarden. 1 Jimmy Buffett Greatest Hits, $29.99, and 1 Linda Ronstadt Canciones de Mi Padre. That was a pricey album before that reissue there for $33.99. So there's David Bowie. Our next Japanese pressing is going to be Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii via satellite. This is going to be a $45 start for Elvis Presley, Aloha via satellite. That is $45 start. Very nice vinyl, Aloha. Scott Smith, yes, you got a Temple of the Dog. Elvis is a $45 start. Very, very clean, very nice vinyl. There is the gatefold, Obi, Elvis, $45 start. I was on the wait list for Michael and Charlie Brown. You got those. Yes, you did. And Iron Maiden Power Slave, $33.99. James Taylor, Never Die Young, $44.99. And Snoop Dogg, $34.99. 30th anniversary. That's on the clear vinyl. That's on the clear vinyl. So that was actually the new stuff from tonight. That was everything right there. Snoop Dogg, James Taylor, Iron Maiden, Linda Ronstadt, Jimmy Buffett, Soundgarden, the Donnas, Michael Bublé, Linda Ronstadt, Temple of the Dog, Tina Turner, and Death Angel. And I think we sold out of a few things that we have waiting lists for. Those will be back in next week. Jason Short wants Snoop Dogg. And let me go ahead and grab. So that was new stuff from tonight. And then I have putbacks. I got new vinyl putbacks. David Bowie is sealed. It's never been opened. David Bowie is sealed, unopened. David Bowie. Sealed. So that's all new stuff from tonight. Temple of the Dog, the biggest seller of the week, it looks like. And now I had 2 full bins of non-payments and putbacks new vinyl. I'm going to go through those very quickly one more time. Just so you know, these are all non-payments and putbacks on that. Okay, Elvis is a no bid, $45 bot now on Elvis. This is Aloha from Hawaii, no bid, so $45 bot now on Elvis. Holly's in on Bowie for $45. Just in case somebody else was maybe waiting for the bot now, I will give that a final fair call. Elvis is a $45 bot now. Aloha from Hawaii, that was actually a non-payment. Very nice copy of that. That is a $45 bot now. Bowie's at $45, final call. Now, I have a copy of the Commodores, and I think this is called Ballad Special Edition. It's a compilation, I'm pretty sure. I think it's a compilation of Commodores music. $35 start, the Commodores, Japanese vinyl, $35 start on the Commodores. And this is called Ballad Special Edition. I see Easy, Wonderland, Heroes, 3 Times a Lady. Yeah, this is a compilation. $35 start on the Commodores. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the Japanese insert. And then there's the cover and Obi. That's like a Commodores compilation. New bid on David Bowie, so we'll keep letting that go. Patrick Hummer's at $46. Here's what's left in here. Kicks, Blow My Fuse, $39.99. Buffalo Springfield, $29.99. Buffalo Springfield again. Rush Vapor Trails Remix, $38.99. The Clash Sandinista, $49.99. Overkill, Years of Decay, $33.99. And Overkill Horoscope. Those are both on colored vinyl. Batman soundtrack, music by Prince, $31.99. Oingo Boingo, Nothing to Fear, $28.99. The Darkness, Permission to Land, $31.99. Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, $33.99. Dark Side of the Moon is $38.99. Iron Maiden Killers, $33.99. Holly Wants to Clash, Sandinista, that's sold to Holly. Holly, you're outbid on David Bowie. Let me know if you want back in. Patrick has it for $46. Paul McCartney, Tug of War on blue vinyl, $33.99. Skid Row, Slave to the Grind, $44.99. Anthrax, Fistful of Metal, that's on splatter vinyl, new and sealed, $31.99. The Donna, self-titled, $39.99 on the Donnas. And Annihilator, Alice in Hell, limited edition, $3,500 on red vinyl, that's $39.99. Silverchair is a limited numbered, actually this is not numbered, but they're all limited edition. Frog Stomp, and this has the etched D-side. Silverchair, $46.99. 2 copies of Red Hot Chili Peppers, Californication, $44.99. Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park, $44.99. Led Zeppelin Presence is $31.99. Joan Jett, Bad Reputation, $29.99. And Slaughter, The Wildlife, limited edition numbered, or limited edition colored vinyl, 33 1/3, red and white vinyl, $52.99. Holly safe on Silverchair. Patrick Hummer, you're out on David Bowie. Let me know if you want back in. The Commodores is a no bid, $35 buy it now on the Commodores. If anybody wants a Commodores collection, that's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on the Commodores. And Patrick's out on the Bowie. So Holly has that for $48. Now a final call. Patrick, I only got 1 copy of Silverchair. I may have another one around here, or I maybe for sure, probably, most likely can get you one for that same price if you want to go on a waiting list. Patrick Hummer. Let me take a peek over here. I don't think I have one though. I don't think I have another one. I think the last one we had, it got claimed the other night. So let me know if you want me to hunt you one down. This could be one. No, that's Peter Tosh. Had a very similar cover. I don't think I have another one though. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, $44.99. Fleetwood Mac Rumors Live. Death Angel Act 3, $39.99. Kiss Cycle Circus, $49.99. Star Trek Season 3, Picard, $44.99. The Cure Live, $44.99. The show. 2 copies of The Cult Ceremony left. Also Trick or Treat Fastway, Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher, and The Black Crowes Crowology, $46.99. David Bowie is sold to Holly safe for $48. That's sold to Holly for $48. Okay, continuing with our Japanese stuff. I have Cyndi Lauper and I have Elton John. They're both going to be $35 starts. This is Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual, near mint pristine Japanese pressing in shrink wrap, and Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Those are both $35 starts. So that was all the put back new vinyl. I've already showed you the new releases, so I'm going to transition over and find a crate of stuff that has not been gone through tonight, which is probably going to be a crate over here of Buy It Now Best Offer, Tanner. A crate of Buy It Now Best Offer. Let me get all this situated. That's new vinyl. That's new vinyl. And
34.
yeah.
44.
No, that one's 34. The green and black are 44. For some reason, those were much more. That was the put back bin. And let's see what I have here. Okay, so those Japanese pressings are a $35 start. Tanner, I'm going to hand you this big old empty box that all those action figures were in. Maybe even some trash. Can I give you some trash too, Tanner? Just throw it in the box, okay. Sorry, this time of night we're always like cleaning house. It's like a disaster area where I show all these LPs. I've got to go find our next crate of vintage, which means I've got to move the camera a little bit. I'm going to zoom in on y'all's auctions there while I move this cart forward. Let me find our next crate we're going to go through, which is probably going to be Buy It Now Best Offer titles. Let me find a crate maybe over here we hadn't been through in a while. Does anybody need a copy of Black Sabbath, The Humanizer? Does anybody need a Kiss album? I have Kiss Dressed to Kill. I have the Paul Stanley album, the Ace Frehley album. I have Kiss Hotter Than Hell. Boy, this looks like a good crate here. Wow. Let's go through this. Buy It Now Best Offer. I mean, I see some new stuff like Opeth and Dream Theater in here, and Black Sabbath, and wow. I'll make all these Buy It Now Best Offer. This is what I'm looking for, a crate like this, while we continue with auctions. Hope everybody likes Japanese stuff. I can bring out a couple bootlegs too. I got some other random stuff over here we didn't finish selling off, like Patti Smith. The new Temple Dog has an etched side. Yes, it's a 2LP etched. 2LP etched. That's correct. All righty. Let's go through this one. Buy it now, best offer. I have some discount bins made up in the back too, but excuse me, may save those for tomorrow night. So, okay, let's make this a buy it now. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. If anybody wants it, it's a $35 buy it now. So is Elton John. Time after time. Girls, they want to have fun. Put these in new sleeves. Cyndi Lauper and Elton John, both $35 buy it nows. Breaking Hearts is also near mint with Obi. Got a huge Japanese no-sale pile over here. And then there's Elton John, Breaking Hearts. I'm going to put up 2 new ones before we go through this bin. Elton John, Breaking Hearts. Tom Petty will be sometime next week. I'm going to have to get a new air horn. Actually, we had an air horn gifted to us. Mike Massey. Mike Massey sent us an air horn. I got to post that in the group. But we had a free air horn sent to us by a very loyal, long-time customer. Thank you, Mike, if you're still watching. Steely Dan, 2 Against Nature. That is sealed from 2021 Record Store Day. Steely Dan is $89.99. Ken, I know 2 other people who told me that it's impossible for them to get outbid on Tom Petty. That's going to be one of the most incredible auctions we probably will ever sell here. Hope you have your credit card paid off and ready to max it out, because my auction estimate on Tom Petty is somewhere between $2,000 and $3,000, and it wouldn't surprise me if it gets over $3,000. So hope you're ready. We have Steely Dan, 2 Against Nature. That is sealed, $89.99. Steely Dan, $89.99. Voyeur, David Sanborn. That's EX condition, $9.99. Pablo Live, Montrose 77. That is the Oscar Peterson Jam. Dizzy Gillespie, that is EX condition, $17.99. Pete Townsend, Chinese Eyes, $19.99 for Pete Townsend. Chinese Eyes, $19.99, Pete Townsend. Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Firecat, a new sealed remaster, $34.99. A new sealed remaster of Cat Stevens, Teaser and the Firecat, $34.99. And Dixie Dregs, Freefall. Dixie Dregs Freefall, $24.99. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. We have 178 people watching, which surely we can start finding some stuff that one of you 178 people need. Let's put up some new Japanese auctions. Let's transition into a Police album and a Billy Joe album. Looks like some very nice stuff here. First is a very nice Police Zenyatta Mandata. We sold a couple Police albums already this week on Japanese vinyl. The Police is a $55 start, and this is Zenyatta Mandata. $55 start, Zenyatta Mandata. Extremely nice vinyl. It has the Japanese book with it, and this is a top copy from Japan of Zenyatta Mandata. $55 start on that. Next is going to be Billy Joe 52nd Street. Billy Joe 52nd Street is also near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. $35 start on this. $35 start on Billy Joe 52nd Street. There's LP number 1. There is the booklet. There is the insert. $35 start. Billy Joe 52nd Street. Continuing, we have Ray Brown and Milt Jackson, Much in Common. $24.99. That's an original 64 mono. Also, Tony Williams, The Joy of Flying. Tony Williams, $14.99. Glad All Over, the Dave Clark 5, and this is the debut album, limited edition white vinyl, remastered on white vinyl, sealed, unopened, remastered. I'm Glad All Over, $24.99. The Doobie Brothers, Toulouse Street. This is now an out-of-print remaster from Friday Music. The Doobie Brothers, $39.99, Toulouse Street, $39.99. A now out-of-print remaster of the Doobie Brothers. And Steely Dan, Northeast Corridor. This is sealed, 2 LP, Steely Dan, $39.99. Keep in mind, these are buy it now, best offer. The Rascals, Searching for Ecstasy. The Rest of the Rascals, 69 to 72. That is sealed, a Rhino compilation, $17.99. The Rascals, sealed. Also, Midnight Ride with Paul Revere and the Raiders, featuring Kicks. That's an RTI pressing, sealed for $24.99. Paul Revere and the Raiders. And Duncan Brown, The Wild Places. Duncan Brown is $9.99. The Wild Places, $9.99. Ananda Shankar, and that is $29.99. It's in shrink wrap. It's a new 180-gram pressing, $29.99. That is Ananda Shankar, $29.99. Continuing, this is the Canterbury Country Orchestra meets F&W String Band, $12.99. No bid on the Police. If anybody wants it, it's a $55 buy it now for the Police. Zenyatta Mondata, $55 buy it now on that. And Billy Joel, 52nd Street is a $35 buy it now. So 55 on the police, and Billy Joel is 35. If anybody wants those, 35 and 55. Billy's 35. The police is 35. Very nice Japanese pressings here. Both classic albums. We have Dave Sanborn, $7 with Steve Botsford. Let me see what I had here. David Sanborn. Where did that one get to? That was, where was that? There, David Sanborn? Right here, foyer. Sell that to Steve Botsford for $7. I'm going to start a new stack here of Japanese no bids. There was the police. There's Billy Joe. Where did I get to in here? We had Amanda. We had Dire Straits Making Movies. No condition notes. Very clean copy for $39.99. And the band Cahoots. The band Cahoots, $34.99. So Dire Straits and the band, they're available. Nobody wants the police. Nobody wants Billy Joe. Let's try. We've already sold one Rocky. Let's do Heart and Cars. I know we've sold this Cars album already this week, and then here's Heart. Wow, this has got a really cool Obi on it. Heart, Dog and Butterfly, $45 start for Heart. Dog and Butterfly has the Obi on it with Ann and Nancy Wilson. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the Japanese 2-page flip, and very nice cover. Obi, $45 start on Heart, Dog and Butterfly. And here's the Cars, Heartbeat City, also a $45 start. Very nice Japanese pressing, Near Mint Minus and Pristine Japanese vinyl. There's the Japanese insert, and there is the inner sleeve. $45 start on those two auctions. Okay, continuing, we have Starland Vocal Band, the Late Night Radio, $9.99. Cat Stevens, Is It So? Cat Stevens is sealed. It's never been opened. It's sealed from 1977, $24.99. Rita Coolidge, It's Only Love. Rita Coolidge is sealed, $19.99. And Eddie Cochran, Legendary Master Series, the legendary Eddie Cochran, $24.99. That's a 2 LP compilation. Eddie Cochran, Legendary Master Series. Steppenwolf, Slow Flux with the foil cover, has a radio station promo strip at the bottom. That is $19.99 for Steppenwolf, Slow Flux. And the Rock of Ages, or Rock of Ages by the band, that is $44.99. That's a 72 Winchester pressing. $44.99 for the band, Rock of Ages. A very nice copy. Earlier we had The Last Waltz, a new LP in the putback bin, and I was telling y'all, this and The Last Waltz and Rock of Ages, those are essentials if you like the band or just great music in general. That's an original 72, $44.99. The Shy Lights, A Lonely Man, that's also a white label promo featuring Oh Girl, white label promo, $19.99. And Ringo the Fourth is $24.99. Ringo Starr, Ringo the Fourth, $24.99. Rita Coolidge is sealed from 1971, $29.99. Rita Coolidge, sealed. It has a promo sticker on the front. Of course, it has a punch hole. We don't know if it's actually a promo copy because it's sealed, but that's $29.99. Okay. The Cars is a buy it now for $45, and so is Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. $45 buy it nows on those. I think I'm going to have to wake. If not, I'm going to go ahead and say good night until tomorrow, because the last 7 auctions haven't got a bid, and I've sold one record out here. I think everybody's sleeping again on me, so I'm going to have to threaten with ending the show. Either everybody's asleep or I'm not showing what you want to see. So the 2 auctions are about now. The Cars are Heart, Dog, and Butterfly is about now. Or maybe I'm disconnected somewhere between here and Facebook. Is anybody out there? The only comments are Joe Maynard and Steve Botsford. Steve has bought one $7 record out of the bin. And we have Heart, Dog, and Butterfly. So buy it nows. I can't put up any more auctions. I think the last 8 sets of auctions have not got a bid. So I'm just going to go ahead and set these off to the side. Let me put them in new sleeves. I'll finish this crate, but we got to get some activity going. If not, I'm going to start getting ready for tomorrow night's sale. So I can't really sit here and talk to myself all night. But if I start seeing some claims and bids and stuff, and everybody wakes back up, everybody go stretch, get you a cup of coffee or something, we'll stay on here for another half hour or, 35 minutes or so. Okay, so this was Heartbeat City. This was a $45 buy it now. And some really nice stuff here being put up. We have a whole stack of no-bid Japanese pressings. I'm trying to figure out why I can't get this back in a sleeve. Let me try it this way. Actually, I'll just let Tanner do that in a second. I don't know why that's not going back in there. Okay, so we have back up to the top, we have put some Allison chains up. There is no Allison chains. Anthony Gray said Rock of Ages, $35. Anthony Gray, let's go ahead and sell that to Anthony Gray for $35. Brent said he'd give $38 for Hart. Sell that to Brent for $38. There's a sleeve for it. I also need to put that in a sleeve because I can't put it back in there. And somebody asked how much was Eddie Cochran, right? How much was Eddie Cochran? Eddie Cochran was $24.99. Eddie Cochran, $24.99. And Steppenwolf Slow Flux, I've already showed that. And James Taylor is $14.99. Mel Moss said he'd give $10 for the Shy Light. Sell that for $10. Japanese Rat, Japanese EP. I think we've already sold that. That's already been sold. I think I had another rat. I'm trying to figure out what happened to that rat, the one I took a picture of. No, that was Queensryche. The thing about Alice in Chains, I've told people this before, there's only really, here's those things. No, that's the Poco albums. There's only like 5 Alice in Chains albums, which is mind-blowing as much as the man. We have 2 of them in stock, Dirt and Facelift. Self-titled has never been pressed on vinyl, and then Jar of Flies and Sap and Unplugged are the only 2 other albums, and that's what's amazing about Alice in Chains. There's really only 5 albums. Only 4 of them are available on vinyl, unless you get into some like weird singles or stuff like that promo, and it's just really interesting. It's just only a few Alice in Chains albums, but yet there's billions of people wanting them. Christopher Morris on Ringo Starr, that is sold to Christopher Morris for $20. Unplugged, yeah, that's the one. Jar Flies, Sapped, and Unplugged is what everybody needs. That's, like I've told people, that's the 2 most in-demand albums on earth right now. Jar Flies and Sap. Fall into Spring, Rita Coolidge, that is $19.99. Ringo Starr, Goodnight Vienna, that's $24.99. That's in shrink wrap. Duane Allman, An Anthology 2, $34.99. Duane Allman, An Anthology 2, $34.99 for Duane Allman. We have The Little Engine That Could, a Disneyland record. There's some premium LPs in here. The Little Engine That Could, $19.99 for that Disney record. And we have Bob Dylan, his self-titled first album. It's a Columbia 70s reissue, but it is near mint, $34.99. There are some premium albums in here. Let's see here. We have Daniel, let's see here. Cars, Daniel Bouzadin, $35. Let's sell him the Cars for $35. Great deal, but got to get something sold. That Cars album sold for $35. Oh, yeah, the new Alice in Chains albums. I'm only thinking Lane Staley era. Yeah, I guess those technically count, but I'm only thinking Lane Staley hour. Sorry there, Kyle. Thanks for the correction, though. Okay, we have Billy Joel, a master sound pressing of An Innocent Man. $45 start. This thing is very nice. Actually, the original owner in Japan kept the original shrink wrap. This thing's been very well taken care of. This is a Billy Joel master sound. Billy Joel master sound. There's one insert. There's the other. This is very nice, high quality Japanese vinyl. It's a master sound. $45 start for An Innocent Man. It has a solicitation with it. It also has the shrink wrap, Obi. $45 start for that. And here's a Queen album. $55 start for Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. Queen, Sheer Heart Attack. Very nice vinyl. Very, very nice vinyl. $55 start for Sheer Heart Attack. There's one LP. There's the poster insert. Roger Taylor, Brian May, Freddie Mercury, and of course, John Deacon. This is a 2-page like poster lyric insert. This came with the U.S. pressings as well. There's the Japanese insert. $55 start on that. Okay, we have Mel Moss wants the Nat King Cole Buy It Now from earlier. I will pull that over here. Here's some of the Japanese stuff that didn't sell, including the Nat King Cole. That's a $35 Buy It Now. Same Buy It Now price as the Cars. Continuing with this bin, we have Van Halen, Women and Children First. EX Condition. This is an original in shrink wrap with the David Lee Roth poster. And it has the David Lee Roth poster, $59.99. These are all Buy It Now best offer. Steely Dan, Countdown to Ecstasy. This looks like a very nice copy. It is a repress from MCA, but that's very nice. $34.99. UTFO. This is $39.99. It's a 1985 US pressing. UTFO, $39.99. $64.99. Buddy Holly, 6-record set, the complete Buddy Holly. This is $64.99. That is everything Buddy Holly ever recorded right there. $64.99. 6 records, 64-page book, Buddy Holly. ELO Discovery, Near Mint in Shrink Wrap. ELO, Electric Light Orchestra Discovery, $24.99. A very, very nice copy. ELO Discovery. Looks like it has the original inner sleeve as well. ELO Discovery, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac Penguin is $24.99. And ZZ Top Fandango. ZZ Top Fandango, $34.99 for Fandango. So here's some of that newer stuff I was talking about. This is Coheed and Cambria, Vaxxus 2. This is sealed, $119.99. Sealed, Coheed and Cambria, Vaxxus 2, A Window of the Waking Mind, $119.99. Sealed, Coheed and Cambria. Enslaved, this is called Enslaved Hymndal, sealed, $59.99. White vinyl, only 200 copies were pressed. Enslaved. Christopher Moore said he'd give $50 for the Buddy Holly box. Sold. Facelift is $36.99. $36.99 for Facelift. Fleetwood Mac, Preston Rogers said he'd give, Greg Preston said he'd give $18 on that. Sold. Jeff Rice said he'd give $20 on ELO. Sold. And don't forget, Jeff Rice needed to put back a Led Zeppelin 2 earlier. We have Opeth, Your Arms, Your Hearse, My Arms, Your Hearse. Opeth is sealed, $41.99, and that's a blue vinyl remaster. Coheed and Cambria, No World for Tomorrow, $79.99. This one's $79.99, and this is a 2007 US with side D etching, $79.99. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, a 2008 US 180 gram pressing, $54.99. Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. I'm going to go ahead and make these a buy it now. Billy Joel is a $45 buy it now for Innocent Man, and Queen is a $55 buy it now. Really surprised that one didn't get a bid. $45 and $55 buy it nows on those. $45 and $55 buy it nows on those. Let me pull a Facelift. If anybody else wants a Facelift 2 LP, We Die Young, Man in the Box, Sea of Sorrow, Bleed the Freak, I Can't Remember, Love, Hate, Love, It Ain't Like That, Sunshine, Put You Down. That is $36.99. Sell that to Dan Davis. Thank you, Dan. We have Holly Safe on Coheed and Cambria. Holly, let me know if you want No World for Tomorrow. There is 2 Coheed and Cambrias. Or if you want the Vaxxus 2, Holly. KMC NYG said 50 for Van Halen. I'm going to go ahead and sell that to you. And last night you were interested in a Rat record. I think I still have it. KYMNYG. If you could let me know your first name or a name to call you by, it may be a little bit easier. And also, we need to get your information because you're a first-time buyer. There's the link to our website. Tanner just commented a link to our website. If you're a first-time buyer, I need you to click on that link right now, please, and go ahead and fill out that form. Also, let me know your name when you fill out that form so we can put you in our system. Make sure you put your YouTube name and your actual name so we can get you billed. That's sold to him for $50. We have Holly getting Queen for $55. Mel Moss is going to get the Billy Joe for $45. And Ken, thank you and welcome. And Holly wants both Coheed and Cambrias. Those are both sold to Holly. Okay, I'll put up a couple new auctions. Let me show 2 more records. There's the Black Sabbath one more time. That's a very, very good sounding record, $54.99. That's why it's selling for that particular mastering. And Mastodon live at the Oregon. Mastodon live 2011, $39.99. All right, let's put up a couple new Japanese pressings. I have the Rolling Stones, and I have, let's try Journey again. There's been always multiple bidders on these Journey albums. I don't think everybody's got one that wanted one. So both of these are $45 starts. This is Journey Frontier. $45 start for Journey Frontiers. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Very, very nice vinyl. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the Japanese insert. There is that. And there's the Obi. The Obi on this one's an Obi cap. And I think that was the first Obi for this one. I think the OG of this is actually the one with the Obi cap. $45 start on Journey Frontiers. Very nice copy. And I don't know if I've had a Japanese of this. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work. with Obi. $45 start. Japanese pressing with Obi. The Rolling Stones Dirty Work. $45 start on this. Very nice. Near mint minus and pristine Japanese vinyl. The vinyl is very nice. The inner sleeve has some of that very odd. Isn't that so odd how there's this humidity spots on one side? I can not, of course, if it was on here, it'd be hard to see, but I really don't see it on there. And then there's nothing on the cover either. So just that one bit of humidity spots on the inner sleeve. The cover's nice with Obi and the vinyl. And that is Rolling Stones Undercover. $45 start. Holly Safe wants Black Sabbath. That's sold to Holly Safe. So Journey and Rolling Stones are now up for bid. Another Coheed and Cambria. The Afterman Ascension. Big Beige Demos. $59.99 for Coheed and Cambria. That's $59.99. Also, Dream Theater, Black Clouds and Silver Linings, $124.99. A 2009 U.S. pressing of Dream Theater, Black Clouds and Silver Linings, $124.99. Cradle of Filth. Cradle of Filth is sealed, $34.99. Black and Silver Splatter, $34.99 for Cradle of Filth. And Opeth, Damnation. Opeth is $169.99. Opeth Damnation, $169.99. That's a music on vinyl pressing for Opeth. Crowbar, 0 and below. Crowbar is sealed, $29.99. And this is sealed, Worm Witch. Worm Witch. This is $22.99 clear with black swirl, $22.99 on Worm Witch. Coheed and Cambria, Year of the Black Rainbow, $174.99. And this one is Bell Witch. Bell Witch, and I think somebody put it back in here the wrong way. Probably somebody was looking at it here in the store. Bell Witch is $49.99. It goes like that. Bell Witch, and that is 2022 white vinyl. Okay, let's make these buy it nows. Journey's a $45 buy it now if anybody wants that, and the Rolling Stones is a $45 buy it now. 45 and 45 if anybody wants those. Journey and Rolling Stones. That's not the Opeth I needed. Heather waited the whole crate, and it wasn't even the one she wanted. Let's see here. Let me put this away. Now let's put the Obi on it. It's a lot easier to do that after the fact. I saw that. I just got the notification that you did, Ken. Ken, thank you. Let me put this back in here like that. There you go. So Jason, you were first, but Jeff said he wants it for 45. So Jason, you can have it for 45. Jason, if you can have it for 45, if not, it's Jeff Johnson's for 45. And the Rolling Stones, Undercover, $45 buy it now. He says pass on that one. Journey is sold to Jeff Johnson for $45. Okay, anything anybody want to see as far as like certain titles by certain artists? Anything y'all are particularly looking for? Anything in here anybody wants to make an offer on? This was a buy it now best offer bin. If not, tomorrow is Saturday, which is a very, very busy day for us here at the store this time of year. And me and Tanner has been talking all week about how we got to get a bunch of stuff out here in the store. We got to actually do some rearranging. We're going to move some showcases around and put out a lot of stuff. And with that being said, I'm not saying the show's over right now, but it's getting close to that point. But I'm going to make sure everybody is good until tomorrow night. We've got like 90-something boxes of dollar records to load into a trailer that's out here parked in the parking lot. If I can get the back hatch unlocked, I'm going to do that. Chad's also getting extremely hungry. Did you show the Spud McKenzie? I did. US 55. I said EP 45, EP Japanese pressing 45 US 55 4. Okay, that's still available. I will split the difference with you and sell that for $50 as well. Holly, you can have as much as you want. I'll sell you any record you want. Anybody watching, there's no limits on buying here. I know, regardless of what anybody may say, you can buy as much as you want. There's no limits here on buying. Holly, those two are sold to you. And the Spud McKenzie album is sold, yes. And do you have the Van Halen box set? I have Van Halen Part 2, the Sammy Hagar. I have Sammy Hagar because I know I canceled one the other night, and that is $134.99. Kiss Alive 2. Kiss Alive 2, I didn't even get to it, Rich. I'll carry that over till tomorrow. So I have, behind me right here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crates of Japanese. And I'll show what's left in the Japanese bin. I'll show what's left in the Japanese bin that we didn't auction, and I'll make them quick buy it nows. But I'll continue, not the Kiss. I'm going to save it for a different time, probably tomorrow, but I didn't even get to it. But let me show y'all what's left, and I'll just make these quick buy it nows. Let me make sure there's nothing I absolutely want to auction. Maybe just one here. I'll save. Because sometimes this one can get a little crazy because we don't get it that often. But yeah, let me show some stuff I'll make buy it now. So these did not get auctioned tonight, but I'll go ahead and make them buy it now because we have so much. We'll have a whole nother stack of Japanese stuff. But if I don't, unless I say otherwise, these are all near mint with Obi, Japanese pressings. I have not ran these yet. Bob Dylan at Budokan, $55. Premium Japanese LPs. Rocky 4, $45 buy it now. We've already sold one tonight. Rocky 4, $45 buy it now. I've actually got 2 of them. We had 3 tonight. There's 2 more. Rocky 4, $45 buy it now. Bananarama, $45 buy it now. Bananarama, $45 buy it now. True Confessions. I've already sold one. Here's another. Eagles Live, $55 buy it now for Eagles Live. Beach Boys, 10 Years of Harmony, $45 buy it now. Survivor, Vital Signs, $45 buy it now. Boz Scaggs, Go Disc, that's a Boz compilation, $45 buy it now. John Lennon, Double Fantasy, that's going to sound great, $45. And there's another Elvis, Aloha from Hawaii, $45. Holly Safe wants Bob Dylan for $55. That's sold to Holly for $55. Eagle still available for $55. And Joe Maynard wants the Bananarama, and that's sold to Joe Maynard for $45. So Dylan, $55 to Holly, Bananarama, $45. So Eagles, $55 buy it now. Burt Jordan will take the Elvis. I've actually got another one over here in the no-sale pile. Burt Jordan gets Elvis for $45. That's sold to Burt Jordan. Eagles is at $55. So Eagles at $55. John Lennon's at $45. Boz Scaggs is at $45. Survivor is $45. Beach Boys is $45. I've got 2 copies of Rocky for $45. That has Survivor Eye of the Tiger on it. Now, very quickly, I can go through everything. Actually, there may be a couple more. Let me put these back in the crate so I know that those officially hadn't been auctioned, especially for everything else we have. Let's see. Here's another one. This is a $35 buy it now. This is Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. $35 buy it now on that one. Kenny Rogers, The Gambler. Very nice with Obi. And I'm going to save these 2. We'll do those tomorrow. And I had one of these last night. We didn't get to it. Or it was one of the last things I showed, and that was Fleetwood Mac Rumors. That's a $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now. So now let's do a big recap. Also, there was a couple questions here. When will you do some rock and metal CDs? Roger, I don't know if we'll get to them tomorrow, but that will probably be something we need to get to next week. It will definitely be in a post when we do that. I'll try to, but yes, we have hundreds of them. Any Sunday hours this week. Leslie, technically we're closed on Sunday, but if you need to come pick up an order, you can call the number that's on the door. Was there a Saints album in the leftover vintage crates? There was not. Didn't you have an Opeth Blackwater Park? We had one in another bin, I think, Heather, but I don't know when or where. And Holly Safe wants Fleetwood Mac for $55. All right, that's sold to Holly Safe. John Duran, have you sent a message to the Facebook page? If you sent a message to the Facebook page, we'll check on it. So Kenny Rogers was $35. Here's some no bids. Rolling Stones, $45. Billy Joel, $35. I think I said $45 the last time, $35. The Police is a $55 buy it now. The Police is a $55 buy it now. The post office this time of year is very backed up. There's a couple orders people are checking their tracking. and they're just like stopped. And that happens. What happens with this media mail this time of year? There are so many packages. Sometimes stuff gets put up on a shelf in a warehouse, and then it don't get scanned for weeks. And then they eventually pull it back out, and they'll get it back in transit. It happens all the time. So this time of year, there's a lot of missing orders. They're not missing. They're sitting somewhere in a warehouse in Memphis on a shelf because it's media mail, and it's very slow this time of year. So that's probably where your order is. Holly Safe wants the Rolling Stones for $45. Daniel Bouzide wants the Kenny Rogers for $35. The Police album is Zenyatta Mandata. I can't believe no one bought it. $55. Zenyatta Mandata. $55 on that. Billy Joel was $35. Classic, 52nd Street. Elton John, Breaking Hearts. That's $35. Getting to some stuff now I hadn't shown in a while. Elton John, Breaking Hearts, $35. That's a buy it now. Cyndi Lauper, She's So Unusual. That was $45. Commodores, that was a hits compilation. $35 on the Commodores. There's another Elvis, if you missed out on the last one. $45 for Elvis. Genesis, and then there were three. $55 on Genesis. Eagles Live is $55. Eagles Live is $55. And the Beatles on red vinyl, we auctioned one. We auctioned one earlier tonight. Here's another one. This is a this is an $80 buy it now. That's what we auctioned one for tonight. Beatles, that's an $80 buy it now. Back up to the top. Let's see here. What September and October. Now that's unusual. They could just be in a warehouse, or I'm not for sure, but that's unusual. That far back to have two of them like that. Ken Hostan says what I says is true. It is. Sometimes we've had stuff in a warehouse in Memphis that we've already refunded somebody before, and then they scanned it in 3 months later. It was like something back in February, and then all of a sudden they scanned it, and it started going back in transit like in May. They're usually never lost. We have never really ever lost a package. They just get misplaced in these warehouses, and then they start getting scanned again. But there is hardly anything ever gets lost. And of course, y'all know we ship out thousands of packages. They're just sitting somewhere. Of course, I understand a lot of people want refunds, but I'm like, well, you just got to give it a long time. It will show up. And sometimes we'll send a refund, and then when it comes back in, hopefully we get a payment for it, but whatever happens. Sherry Darnell wants the Commodores. Tanner, that was a $35 buy it now. Holly Safe wants the Police. That's a $55 buy it now. Sherry Darnell also wants the Eagles Live. That's a $55 buy it now. And then Genesis, and then there were three. So Genesis is a $55 buy it now. Elvis and Cyndi Lauper is $45. I'll go through these probably one more time. Never lost, just late. That's right. I don't think we've ever lost a package out of thousands, tens of thousands. Willie Nelson, $35 buy it now for Angel Eyes. $35 buy it now. This was a vintage bootleg that didn't sell. Pro Call Harem, $35 buy it now for Pro Call Harem, vintage bootleg. The two country albums, Billy Ray Cyrus, $115. And Travis Tritt is $175. $115 and $175. Asia, $35 buy it now. Here's a big surprise. Eddie and the Cruisers, $45 buy it now. The Living Daylights, $45 buy it now. Steve Perry, $45 buy it now. Rocky II, $45 buy it now. Paul McCartney, well, I'll do $45 on it. $45 buy it now. Foreigner's a $45 buy it now. And the James Bond compilation, John Barry, $45 buy it now. Okay, we have Brent said he'd give $28 for the Pro Call Harem. Sell that to Brent Ribley for $28. I definitely know I don't have any more. I know for sure there's no REM boots tonight. That doesn't mean there's not more from Dale's Pittsburgh collection in the back. I don't know Pro Call Harem. Pro Call Harem, you know their song Wider Shade of Pale. They're very well known for their song Wider Shade of Pale. That's Pro Call Harem. And then Holly Safe wants Eddie and the Cruisers. That's a $45 buy it now. Took a big chunk out there. Eddie and the Cruisers, $45 buy it now to Holly. Eddie and the Cruisers, $45 buy it now on that. Wider Shade of Pale. Yep, that's their hit. That's the big one. Conquistador is a good song. That's a good one. A Salty Dog. Travis Tritt is $175. Travis Tritt is $175. Billy Ray Cyrus is $115. These are very rare club-only releases. This is sealed. There's one tear in the shrink wrap there. Billy Ray's $115. I will take a fair offer on it, but right now I'm at $175 and $115. So, okay. That was a great recap. Definitely took that stack down. We sold almost 2 whole crates of Japanese stuff tonight. Rocky II, $45. Steve Perry, $45. John Barry, which is a James Bond and other movie compilations, $45. Foreigner, $45. Paul McCartney, $45. Living Daylights, $45. I'll bump down Genesis to $45. Genesis is now from $55 to $45, and then there were 3. I'll keep that now for $35. Asia, Willie Nelson, Elvis is in the $45 stack. So is Cyndi Lauper. Elton John's in the $35 stack, and so is Billy Joel. And then, of course, the Beatles on red vinyl. The Beatles on red vinyl, $80, and then the 2 kind of tough to get country LPs. So I'm going to put those in a crate. And let's see here. This sold at auction. It was a no bid. It's a metal LP. It is Obsession, Methods of Madness. $45 buy it now. I think it sold for $47. $45 buy it now for Obsession, Methods of Madness. And that's an original on Enigma Records from 1987. Obsession. That's a $45 buy it now. And then this sold at auction for $60. I'll do it tonight for a $55 buy it now. It's a super clean OG Physical Graffiti. $55 buy it now. It's a super clean OG Physical Graffiti. $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now. So there's one LP. Both original under sleeves. Very clean copy of Physical Graffiti. Daniel Bouzaiden's in. So that sold for $60. Didn't get paid for. I know Daniel will pay for it. Tanner, that's a $55 buy it now to Daniel Bouzaiden. And then the Obsession LP is a $45 buy it now. How much was Darkness on new vinyl? Darkness is $31.99. Darkness is $31.99. I think I got one copy left. Let's see what else. Some last quick buy it nows. Okay, here's a couple bootlegs I never did run. I had this one tagged to start at $55. I'll go ahead and do it for a $45 buy it now. Little Feat, live in Santa Monica, 1972. It's an unofficial 1972 Little Feat concert from Santa Monica, $45 buy it now. Vintage bootleg, that has never been put up before. Little Feat live in Santa Monica, 72. Going through some auction because we have so many that I hadn't got to tonight. I'm going to go ahead and make some buy it nows. Little Feat live in Santa Monica. Brian Arrigo says he'll take it, and it's nice. $45 buy it now. That's sold to Brian Arrigo. $45. I got a couple other bootlegs here that have not been put up. This was originally marked to start at $55. I'll put it up for a $45 buy it now. And this is Randy Newman from Trademark of Quality. Randy Newman. And this is live, a soundboard radio broadcast from Paul's Mall in Boston, August 24th, 1972. $45 buy it now on Randy Newman. $45 buy it now on Randy Newman. Paul's Mall, Boston. Vintage bootleg from Trademark of Quality. Interesting. Okay. This is also a $45 buy it now. Johnny Winter, hot. Johnny Winter, recorded August 1st, 1969 at the Hollywood Bowl. At the Hollywood Bowl, Johnny Winter. Vintage bootleg, has not been put up before from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. $45 buy it now on Johnny Winter. 1969. Holly Safe said she'll take the Randy Newman. That's a $45 buy it now, Tanner. And she said unless Bob wants it, because Bob was possibly conceived at that concert. $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now. Elvis. That's what we were going to start it at. Live and studio compilation. A lot from the Ed Sullivan Show. Very clean. Elvis bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. 2 LP. $35 buy it now. It's Elvis Presley. It's live and studio compilation. I think this is the actual track listing. A lot of stuff from Ed Sullivan. Also Richmond, Virginia, 72. Dayton, Ohio, 72. And there's some studio cuts. Elvis Presley. No Claim on Johnny Renner, 45. Elvis Presley's a 35. And I actually have 2 of those Elvis. So if somebody gets one, I've got another. I've actually got 2 of them. I think I'll stop there, Tanner. I think that's it for Friday night. We're going to start cleaning this place up and getting more stuff ready for tomorrow. We're going to have another big sale tomorrow. So we have all kinds of vintage Japanese pressings to run again tomorrow. Like I said, there's 3. We sold 2 full crates tonight. I've got 3 more full crates of stuff that's never been shown before. Finally, we'll hopefully get back into some more autographs. We hadn't finished up these autographs in a long time. I've still got some stuff y'all have never seen before, but I'll try to get hot pictures so you know what to expect. And I think my mom left some food here, and if she didn't, I'm going to probably go down to the good old Wendy's. That sounds pretty good, regardless if there's food back there or not. I think there's still burritos back there, Tanner, and I think there's some chili. Tanner's got food too, but I might go to the good old Wendy's and then eat that food even later because I'm going to be here a while. Brian Arrigo offered 30 for Johnny Winter. I think I said 45 on that. Brian, I'll do $40 on it right now. $40 on that right now. And I think, Holly, do you want an Elvis? She said Elvish, which I think is Elvis. Holly, I'll sell you an Elvis boot for $35. Sell that to Holly for $35. We'll sell her that one. I'll keep the one with my sticky note on it so I can auction it off again another night. Okay, and just Brian, let me know if you want that for 40. Thanks as always. We've had a great, we've sold a ton tonight. As always, Tanner's shaking his head in agreement. We have sold a lot of stuff tonight. We sold a ton off. We sold more auctions. I was flying through them. Any more funky Peaky Blinders? Funko Peaky Blinders? No, but I can order. So that's a show that I've been recommended to watch, and we were looking at Funkos last night. And we can get other ones, though. Charlie, if you're interested, I'll order some more. Or maybe send us a message of some of the characters you're looking for, and we can get them. Brent said 38 on Johnny Winter. Okay. Well, technically, I'm assuming Brian's going to pass at 38 too, but I will sell it for 38. I have one Elvis bootleg. Who wants it for $35? Let me know. David Bowie loved that show. That sounds like I'm going to love it too. Oh man, we got so many box sets in the back. I've got a Beatles MoFi box. I got a Beatles mono box. I got a couple box sets that are like double air horns. The MoFi box, the mono box. We got some great stuff. Sherry Darnell saved the night. Elvis bootleg sold to Sherry Darnell. That's going to be interesting. These are, unreleased stuff here, or some, really cool stuff. Ed Sullivan. Very cool to hear that on vinyl. None of that's been officially released. There's stuff that they could definitely officially release. Like if the Beatles right now wanted to put out some live stuff, even though it's not the best quality, they definitely could. So there's a sleeve for something, Tanner. Okay. I think we're done. If we're done, I'm hitting it, and we are done for the night. I'm going to decide if I'm going to eat a homemade burrito or Wendy's, and we're going to start cleaning this place up and then getting stuff ready for tomorrow, as usual. Non-stop cycle here. Y'all remind me tomorrow night to show the Bon Scott Funkos. I forgot I had those, and I found them last night. $14.99 for Bon Scott Funko. And Jason Short says he'll take the Darkness LP. Last sale of the night, so did Jason Short. I will pull that. It's in our putback bin. Okay. Thanks, everybody. Good night. We didn't have an air horn tonight. We ended the streak. I think we've had like an air horn every night. We'll have to change that tomorrow. Well, I'll bring out an autograph that will for sure do one.